speak often of space marines, of their heroic charges and legendary battles. We marvel at the titans that stride across battlefields, at the guard regiments that hold the line against impossible odds. But tonight, we turn our attention to a different kind of warrior. Not heroes in any traditional sense, not even warriors by choice. Tonight, we speak of the forgotten thousands who toil in the gun decks of Imperial Navy warships, the men and women whose bodies are the machinery that keeps the Imperium's greatest weapons firing. Tonight, we speak of the macro cannon loaders. Close your eyes and imagine, if you will, a cathedral. Not the modest shrines you might find in a hive city, but a true cathedral, soaring hundreds of feet from floor to vaulted ceiling. Gothic architecture reaching toward the heavens, but here there are no heavens. Here there is only adamantium and ceramite, steel and shadow. The air is thick with the stench of promethium fumes and human sweat, heated to temperatures that would be unbearable if you weren't already numb to the constant discomfort. The sound is a physical thing, a pressure against your eardrums even when the guns are silent. The creak and groan of the ship's hull, the distant thunder of plasma drives, the hiss of hydraulics, and underneath it all, the pulse of 10,000 hearts beating in rhythm with the machine. This is the gun deck of an Imperial Navy warship. This is where the Emperor's wrath is made manifest. And this is where you will likely die. The macro cannons themselves are edifices of destruction that defy easy comprehension. Each weapon is dozens of meters in length, with barrels wide enough that a man could walk through them, though only the cleaning crews ever do so, and they rarely survive the experience. These are not the elegant laser batteries or exotic plasma weapons favored by the Adeptus Mechanicus for their technical purity. No, these are brutal instruments that harken back to an earlier age of warfare, weapons that function on principles humans have understood for millennia, accelerate a massive projectile to tremendous velocity and point it at something you want to cease existing. The scale alone is enough to break the human mind if you let yourself think about it too long. A single shell for a Mars-pattern macro cannon weighs as much as a Land Raider battle tank. Some sources speak of kiloton ordnance, and whether that refers to the mass of the shell or the yield of its explosive warhead, the end result is the same: devastation on a scale that can crack continents and boil oceans. These shells are so massive that they must be moved by teams of dozens, sometimes hundreds, hauled on massive chain hoists and gantries that themselves are the size of small buildings. And you, the loader, are the living link in this chain of destruction. The guns themselves are arranged in batteries, ranks of them stretching down the length of the ship's broadside, each one a towering monument to mankind's capacity for violence. Gantries and walkways crisscross the vast space, connecting the various platforms and maintenance stations. Power lines as thick as your torso snake along the walls and ceiling, feeding the massive electromagnetic accelerators that give the shells their terrible velocity. Cooling pipes hiss with superheated steam, venting excess heat from the firing sequence. Warning lights flash in sequences that might mean something to the tech priests, but are just another source of visual noise to you. And everywhere, there are people. Thousands of them, moving like ants through this mechanical hive. Some wear the relative finery of rated voidsmen, their uniforms marking them as possessing some measure of skill and trust. Others are indentured workers, press-ganged from the slums of hive worlds, or the penal colonies that feed the Imperium's endless appetite for expendable labor. And then there are the servitors, those things that were once human, but have been reduced to biological machines, their minds wiped and replaced with simple programming, their bodies augmented with cybernetic enhancements that make them better suited to their tasks. Sometimes you envy the servitors. At least they don't understand what's happening to them. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Let's start at the beginning. Let's start with how you came to be here, because very few people choose this life. The Imperium's warships require crews numbering in the tens of thousands, even the hundreds of thousands, for the largest battleships. while skilled positions like navigators, astropaths, and warrant officers are carefully recruited and trained. The vast bulk of a ship's crew is drawn from the dregs of imperial society. This is where you come in. Perhaps you were born in the Underhive, in one of those sprawling slums that house billions beneath the gleaming spires of the wealthy. Perhaps you were a criminal, though your crime might have been something as simple as being in the wrong place when the press gangs came through. Perhaps you were a political dissident, or someone who angered the wrong noble, or simply unlucky enough to be standing on a street corner when an Imperial Navy captain needed to fill out his crew complement. The Imperium cares nothing for your story. You are a number, a unit of labor to be expended in service to the Emperor. The press gangs move through the lower levels of hive cities like a scythe through wheat. They are led by sergeants at arms, often former Imperial guardsmen, who bring military discipline and a certain detachment from the people they're recruiting. They understand that these conscripts are not their brothers in arms, but raw material to be processed. The press gangs have quotas to fill, and they are not particular about who fills them. Young or old, male or female, healthy or infirm, all are grist for the mill. There is a preference for those, from hive worlds, individuals already inured to the noise and claustrophobic conditions that define life aboard a warship. But beggars cannot be choosers, and the Imperial Navy is always begging for more bodies. The journey to the ship is itself a trial. You are herded into transport shuttles, packed so tightly that standing is barely possible, let alone sitting. The air grows thick and fetid as the hours pass, and by the time you arrive at the orbital station or dockyard where your new home awaits, you are already broken in ways you don't yet understand. This is intentional. The Navy has learned over 10,000 years that it's easier to maintain discipline if you start with people who have already learned helplessness. Your first glimpse of the warship is overwhelming. Even the smallest escort vessels are larger than any building you've ever seen. And if you've been assigned to a cruiser or battleship, the scale defies comprehension. These are ships that measure kilometers from prow to stern, vast cities wrapped in adamantium armor and bristling with weapons. You are marched aboard through massive cargo bays that could swallow entire city blocks, along corridors that stretch into darkness beyond the range of your vision. The ship groans and shifts around you, and you realize with a sick certainty that you are inside a living thing, or something so vast and complex that the difference no longer matters. You are processed like the commodity you now are. Your head is shaved. Your civilian clothes are taken away, replaced with the rough canvas uniform of an indentured worker. If you're lucky, it fits. If you're not, you'll wear it anyway. You are given a number, stenciled onto your uniform and tattooed onto your forearm. Your name still exists, technically, somewhere in the ship's records, but no one will use it. You are your number now. You are assigned to a deck, to a gun battery, to a specific crew. You are given a bunk, a thin pallet in a compartment you share with dozens of others, with a single chemical toilet that never quite works properly. You are told where to report, when to report, and what will happen if you don't. The bosun who delivers these instructions has a whip coiled at his belt, and his eyes suggest he would welcome the opportunity to use it. And then you are taken to the gun deck, and you understand that everything up until this point was merely prologue. The sheer scale of the macro cannon battery is your first lesson in the Imperium's capacity for excess. The main housing is a hall that stands hundreds of feet high, so tall that the ceiling is lost in shadow despite the harsh worklight scattered throughout. From this ceiling hangs the macro cannon itself, suspended by massive chains and hydraulic arms that allow it to be elevated or depressed by tiny degrees. The barrel is easily 50 meters long, possibly more, and wide enough that you could drive a Chimera transport through it if you were so inclined. The breech, mechanism at the rear of the gun, is a complex edifice of gears, pistons, and locking mechanisms, each component larger than a man. Tech priests in their red robes move along the gantries surrounding the weapon, tending to its machine spirit with oils and prayers. ensuring that this holy instrument of the Emperor's will remains functional. Below the gun, on the main deck level, is where you will spend most of your waking hours. This is the loading floor, and it is a space defined by brutal functionality. Massive cranes and chain hoists dominate the center of the room, designed to lift the enormous shells from the magazine levels below. The floor is stained with decades of spilled promethium and human blood, the residue of countless loading cycles and all the accidents they entail. The air here is thick with heat rising from the gun barrel above, especially after a firing sequence. And the smell is a combination of hot metal, chemical propellant, and human sweat that you will never quite get used to, though it will become as familiar as breathing. The shells themselves are stored in the munitorum, levels below the gun deck proper. These are vast chambers filled with ordnance, each shell resting in its cradle, each one maintained and blessed by junior tech priests and engineers who check for any sign of degradation or impurity. The journey from munitorum to gun deck is itself a major undertaking, requiring the coordination of multiple crews working in concert. Shells must be transferred onto the massive chain-driven elevators that connect the magazine levels to the gun deck, then moved along tracks set into the floor to the loading position beneath the gun. Every step of this process is dangerous, as a dropped shell or a chain giving way under the tremendous weight could kill dozens in an instant. You learn the hierarchy quickly, because your survival depends on understanding your place within it. At the top of your immediate world is the gun captain, a warrant officer who has earned his position through decades of service, working his way up through every rating and position in the gun crew. The gun captain is responsible for everything that happens with his weapon, from the mundane maintenance to the split-second decisions during combat. He is judge, executioner, and occasionally savior to the hundreds of crew members under his command. His word is law within the boundaries of his battery, and to question him is to invite punishment that ranges from a flogging to being thrown into the brig, or worse, being assigned to one of the even more dangerous duties elsewhere in the ship. Beneath the gun captain are the various petty officers and senior ratings who form the middle management of the gun crew. There are breach supervisors who oversee the opening and closing mechanisms, shell handlers who coordinate the movement of ammunition, and quality checkers who inspect each shell before it's loaded. These are men and women who have survived long enough to gain some measure of skill and responsibility, and they lord their small amount of authority over those below them with varying degrees of mercy or cruelty. Then there are the voidsmen, the rated crew members who perform the skilled tasks required to keep the gun operational. These are the people who actually work the massive pinions and chains that open the breech, who operate the cranes and hoists, who align the shells with the barrel, and signal when everything is ready for the loading sequence. They are skilled laborers, and while their lives are hard and dangerous, they at least have the small comfort of knowing that their training makes them less immediately replaceable than those below them. And below them, at the very bottom of this hierarchy, are people like you, the indentured workers, the press-ganged unfortunates, the slave labor that forms the foundation of the entire operation. You have no skills that matter here, no training that would mark you as valuable. Your job is to provide the raw muscle that moves the shells from the elevators to the loading positions, to haul on the chains and turn the flywheels that lack servitor or mechanical assistance, to clean up the spent casings and debris after each firing cycle. Your job is to break your body in service to a weapon that will kill you without hesitation if you make a single mistake. The work itself is a brutal rhythm that becomes the metronome of your life. When the call comes for the guns to prepare for action, everything accelerates. The bosuns move through the crew quarters, driving everyone to their stations with shouts and blows. You scramble to the gun deck, joining the dozens of others assigned to your particular weapon. The gun captain is already there, checking the status reports from his subordinates, ensuring that everything is ready. The air crackles with tension and anticipation, because you all know what's coming. The loading cycle begins with opening the breech. This is a task that requires a team working in perfect coordination, hauling on massive chains that engage the locking mechanisms. The breech itself weighs several tons, and even with mechanical assistance, it requires the strength of many men to move. You throw your weight onto the chain alongside a dozen others, feeling the metal links bite into your palms through the thin gloves you're issued. Someone calls the count, and you pull in unison, muscles burning, feet slipping on the slick deck plates. The breech groans and shifts, massive gears turning with a sound like grinding thunder, until finally it swings open, exposing the chamber within. The spent casing from the previous shot must be extracted. This is often one of the most dangerous parts of the process, because the casing is still hot enough to cause severe burns or even ignite the promethium residue that coats everything on the gun deck. A specialized crew, protected by thick gloves and heavy aprons, moves forward with long poles and hooks to grab the casing and pull it free. The metal casing, easily the size of a small truck, slides out with a screech of tortured metal and crashes onto the waiting cradle with an impact you feel through the deck plates. The casing is immediately doused with chemical suppressant to cool it down and prevent any lingering propellant from igniting. While the casing is being removed, the cleaning crew is already preparing. These poor souls, often the newest recruits or those being punished for some infraction, must enter the breach chamber itself and scrub away the residue left by the previous firing. They work frantically under the watchful eye of a junior tech priest or engineer who checks for any damage or impurity that might affect the next shot. This is not a position you want because the chamber is still radiating heat, and the chemical residue is toxic enough that you'll be coughing up blood for days afterward if the ventilators aren't working properly, which they often aren't. Once the chamber is deemed clean, the next shell is brought into position. This is where you earn whatever pittance they're paying you, though you'll never actually see that money. The shell sits on its transport cradle, and it must be moved from the main deck to the loading position directly beneath the breech. This requires teams hauling on chains attached to the cradle, pulling it along the tracks set into the floor. The shell weighs as much as a Land Raider, which means it weighs approximately 60 tons. And even with the wheels on the cradle reducing friction, it takes the coordinated effort of 50 or more workers to move it into position. You take your place on one of the chains. Your hands are already bleeding from previous cycles, the rough metal having worn through your gloves and then your skin. You can see similar injuries on everyone around you, bloody palms gripping chains that will drink more blood before the shift is over. The bosun calls the count, and you pull. Every muscle in your body engages at once, your legs driving against the deck plates, your back arching, your shoulders screaming. The chain digs into your hands, and you feel skin tear, but you don't let go, because letting go could cause the chain to slip, which could shift the load, which could cause the shell to fall, which would kill everyone in the immediate vicinity and possibly trigger a chain reaction that would detonate the entire magazine. The shell moves slowly, painfully slowly, inching along the tracks. You're not even sure how far you're pulling, because your vision has narrowed to the chain in your hands and the back of the person in front of you. Someone stumbles, and for a heart-stopping moment, the load shifts. People scream, but then servitors at the side stations engage their hydraulic stabilizers, and the shell steadies. You keep pulling. Your lungs burn, your muscles burn, everything burns. And finally, mercifully, the call comes to halt. The shell is in position. Now comes the most technically complex part of the loading sequence. The shell must be elevated from its cradle and aligned with the barrel of the gun. This is accomplished through a combination of massive chain hoists and hydraulic lifts, operated by the skilled voidsman. You watch, gasping for breath, as the shell is raised slowly, carefully, guided by crews on multiple platforms who signal corrections to ensure perfect alignment. A misalignment of even a few centimeters could cause the shell to jam in the barrel, which would require disassembling half the gun to fix, and would likely result in the entire crew being flogged for incompetence. The shell rises, and finally slots into position at the mouth of the chamber. The gun captain inspects it personally, checking that the shell is properly aligned and that all safety mechanisms are engaged. He signals his approval, and the loading crews move into action. More chains, more pulling, and the shell slides into the chamber with a deep, resonant boom that you feel in your chest. The breach crew is already moving, hauling on their chains to swing the massive breach closed. The locking mechanisms engage with a series of heavy clangs that echo through the gun deck. The tech priest intones a prayer to the machine spirit, anointing the sealed breach with sacred oils. The gun captain reports ready to fire, and then you wait. Sometimes for minutes, sometimes for hours. The enemy ship might not be in range yet. The order to fire might be held while the ship maneuvers into position. You stand there, or squat if you dare, trying to conserve what little energy you have left, knowing that as soon as this gun fires, you'll have to do it all again. Your hands throb, your back aches. You're so thirsty that your tongue feels like leather, but the water rations don't come until the end of the shift, and the shift doesn't end until the engagement is over. When the order to fire finally comes, it arrives through the Vox system built into the gun deck. The gun captain confirms receipt of the order, and then, without ceremony, he activates the firing mechanism. What happens next is something that cannot adequately be described, only experienced. The macro cannon discharges with a sound that is beyond sound, a physical force that seems to compress the very air in your lungs. The entire ship shudders from the recoil, despite the shock absorption systems built into the gun mounts. The barrel above you glows cherry red from the heat of the discharge, and you can smell the ozone and propellant fumes even through the ventilation systems. If you were foolish enough to be looking directly at the gun when it fired, you would be blinded, at least temporarily, by the flash of light that accompanies the ignition sequence. The shell, all 60 tons of it, has been accelerated to velocities measured in thousands of kilometers per second, possibly even a significant fraction of light speed depending on the type of macro cannon and the power of its electromagnetic accelerators. It is now hurtling through the void toward an enemy ship tens of thousands of kilometers away. If it hits, it will punch through void shields and armor plating, its explosive warhead detonating inside the enemy vessel with enough force to vaporize entire decks and everyone on them. But you don't think about that. You can't afford to think about that, because the breach is already opening, the spent casing is already being extracted, and you have to do it all again. A typical engagement might require a gun crew to complete this cycle 30 times, 50 times, more. For hours on end, you will haul shells and pull chains, and if you slow down, if you show weakness, the bosuns will drive you harder with their whips and their boots. People collapse from exhaustion. They are dragged aside and replaced with fresh bodies from the reserve crews kept on hand for exactly this purpose. People die, crushed by chains or shells or machinery, and their bodies are dragged aside and recorded in the casualty lists that no one but the administratum will ever read. You keep working because stopping means you'll be next. The living conditions for the indentured workers are exactly what you would expect in a system that views human life as the cheapest commodity in the Imperium. Your sleeping quarters are located in what are euphemistically called the underdecks, vast dormitories that house hundreds or even thousands of workers in conditions that would be considered inhumane by any reasonable standard, which is precisely why they are the standard in the Imperial Navy. The bunks are stacked 3 or 4 high, narrow pallets with thin mattresses that offer minimal comfort against the hard metal frames. The space between bunks is barely sufficient to stand, and you must shuffle sideways if you want to move down the rows. There is no privacy. The concept doesn't exist in the underdecks. You sleep surrounded by hundreds of other bodies, breathing in air that has been recycled too many times through filters that can't quite keep up with the biological demands of the crew. The smell is indescribable, a combination of human sweat, chemical cleaners, and the ever-present taint of promethium fumes that seeps through every level of the ship. You grow accustomed to it because you must, but it never stops being unpleasant. In the few hours you're allowed for sleep, the sounds of hundreds of people moving, breathing, snoring, crying, and occasionally dying create a constant background noise that makes true rest nearly impossible. The sanitation facilities are woefully inadequate. A single chemical toilet is shared between 10 or more workers, and the queue is constant. The toilets themselves are poorly maintained, often backed up or overflowing, adding to the general misery of life in the underdecks. There are communal washing stations, if they can be called that, where a series of cold water taps allow you to rinse off the day's accumulation of grime and blood. But water is rationed, and your allotted time at the taps is measured in minutes, never enough to feel truly clean. Many workers simply stop bothering after a while, accepting the permanent layer of filth that coats their skin as another aspect of their new existence. The food is barely worthy of the name. You receive 2 meals per day, served in vast mess halls where thousands of workers eat in shifts. The rations consist primarily of corpse starch, a protein-rich paste made from recycled organic matter that you absolutely do not want to think too hard about. It is grey, tasteless, and has the consistency of wet clay. Sometimes it's supplemented with preserved vegetables that have been in storage so long that their original form is difficult to determine, or with a thin gruel made from grain that's barely fit for human consumption. The calories are sufficient to keep you alive and working, but just barely. Malnutrition is common among the indentured crews, and you can see it in the sunken eyes and hollow cheeks of those who have been aboard for any length of time. Water rations are strictly controlled. You receive a standard allotment each day, measured out by machines that don't care if you're dying of thirst. It's never enough, especially after a long shift on the gun deck, where the heat and physical exertion leave you desperately dehydrated. Workers sometimes trade their corpse starch rations for additional water, choosing to deal with hunger rather than the maddening thirst that comes from working in the infernal heat of the gun deck. The ship's water supply is recycled through purification systems that are, like everything else on an Imperial Navy warship, aging and imperfect. The water always has a faint metallic taste and occasional chemical tang that suggests the purification process hasn't quite eliminated everything it should. There is no medical care, not really. Oh, the ship has medic facilities, but those are reserved for the officers and skilled crew members whose training represents a significant investment of time and resources. For indentured workers, medical attention extends to having a corpsman look at your injury, maybe splash some antiseptic on it if it looks infected, and sending you back to work unless you're literally dying, in which case they'll move you aside so you can do it more conveniently. Broken bones are set with whatever materials are at hand, if they're set at all. Infections are common and often fatal. Radiation exposure from working near the guns or the plasma drives accumulates over time, causing sickness and organ failure that the medici staff can't or won't treat. You learn to work through pain, because showing weakness means you're likely to be assigned to even worse duties or simply disposed of when the ship makes its next port call. The mental toll is harder to quantify, but no less devastating. You exist in a state of constant fear and exhaustion. Every moment on the gun deck carries the potential for sudden death. Every interaction with your overseers is an opportunity for punishment. There is no escape, no relief, no hope of anything better. Some workers simply break, their minds unable to cope with the endless brutality. These unfortunates are usually transformed into servitors, their broken consciousness wiped and replaced with simple programming, their bodies augmented to make them more useful. It's considered a mercy in some ways, and there are whispers among the crew that some workers deliberately seek this fate as the only escape from their suffering. Recreation, if it can be called that, consists of a few hours between shifts where you're not actively working or sleeping. Some workers gather in small groups, forming bonds of survival and companionship. They share stories, real or imagined, of lives they left behind or places they hope to see someday, though everyone knows that leaving the ship is not an option. Some turn to the Imperial Creed, finding solace in prayer and the belief that their suffering has meaning in the Emperor's grand design. Small shrines appear in corners of the underdecks, tended by self-appointed preachers who lead impromptu services. The bosuns generally tolerate this as long as it doesn't interfere with work schedules, understanding that giving the crew some outlet for their despair reduces the likelihood of mutiny. Others find escape in whatever mind-altering substances they can acquire through the ship's black market. Every warship has an unofficial economy running beneath the official hierarchy, where workers trade the few possessions they have or steal from the ship's stores to obtain obscura, recaf, or even more exotic substances smuggled aboard during port calls. The bosuns know about this trade and generally tolerate it as long as it remains manageable. A crew that's slightly intoxicated is easier to control than a crew that's contemplating mutiny, and the substances help numb the workers to the horrors of their existence. Of course, addiction is common, and an addicted worker is an inefficient worker. But efficiency has never been the Imperial Navy's primary concern when it comes to indentured labor. There are always more bodies to press into service. The discipline system aboard an Imperial Navy warship is brutal by design. The Navy has learned across 10 millennia of warfare that fear is the most effective tool for controlling large numbers of potentially rebellious crew members who have every reason to hate their situation. The bosuns and sergeants at arms are the enforcers of this system, and they perform their duties with a thoroughness that borders on enthusiasm. Flogging is the standard punishment for minor infractions. Reporting late to your station, failing to properly salute a superior, showing insufficient deference to a tech priest, any of these can earn you a dozen lashes from the bosun's whip. The floggings are conducted publicly, usually during shift changes when the maximum number of crew members can be assembled to watch. You are stripped to the waist and tied to a whipping post that's a permanent fixture in every major crew area. The bosun applies the lash with practiced efficiency, and you quickly learn not to cry out because that's viewed as weakness and will likely earn you additional strokes. The wounds from a flogging take weeks to heal, and they heal badly, leaving scars that layer on top of previous scars until your back becomes a roadmap of every mistake you've made since coming aboard. More serious infractions carry correspondingly harsher punishments. Theft from the ship's stores might earn you a month in the brig, kept in a tiny cell barely large enough to lie down in, fed starvation rations while you contemplate your crime. Striking a superior, even in self-defense, is likely to result in you being assigned to a punishment detail in one of the ship's most hazardous areas. Perhaps you'll be sent to work in the plasma drive compartments, where the radiation levels are high enough that you'll be dead within weeks. Perhaps you'll be assigned to the void shield generators, those hellish compartments the size of small towns that stink of ozone and where unpredictable arcs of electricity can kill you in an instant. Perhaps you'll be sent to repair hull breaches during combat, working in a vacuum suit that's been patched so many times it's more patch than original material, knowing that if the suit fails or if enemy fire catches you, you'll die in the cold void, with no one to mourn you. The ultimate punishment, reserved for mutiny or sabotage or other crimes that threaten the ship itself, is conversion into a servitor. You are taken to the tech priests, who lobotomize you with mechanical precision, scooping out everything that made you human and replacing it with simple programming. Your body is augmented with cybernetics, enhancing your strength or durability, or whatever quality makes you most useful for your new function. And then you are put to work, your consciousness reduced to a dim awareness that can follow simple commands, but can no longer form thoughts, or feel emotions, or remember what you once were. It is the ultimate expression of the Imperium's philosophy. Even in death, or something very much like death, you can still serve. The overseers understand that this system only works if it's applied consistently and visibly. Punishment must be public, brutal, and frequent enough that everyone is constantly reminded of the consequences of stepping out of line. But it also can't be so overwhelming that it breaks the entire crew, because a broken crew is an inefficient crew, and even the Imperial Navy has standards it must maintain. It's a careful balance, one that the bosuns and sergeants at arms have perfected over countless generations of service. The rate at which gun crews die is one of the defining characteristics of service in the macro cannon batteries, and it's the single most commonly cited statistic when discussing the brutality of life in the Imperial Navy. We are told, repeatedly in the law, that life expectancy among gun crews is often measured in weeks, not years, not even months. Weeks. This statistic seems almost unbelievable until you understand the sheer number of ways a gun crew member can die, and then it becomes not only believable, but inevitable. The most common cause of death is simple industrial accident. The machinery involved in loading and firing a macro cannon is massive, powerful, and unforgiving. A chain snapping under tension can whip across the gun deck with enough force to cut a man in half. A shell slipping from its cradle can crush everyone underneath it. The breech mechanism, if it fails while closing, can trap workers inside the chamber, where they'll be incinerated when the gun fires. The recoil from the gun's discharge, despite all the shock absorption systems, can knock workers off elevated platforms, sending them plummeting to the deck below. The cleaning crews who enter the still-hot breech chamber suffer from burns and toxic exposure that accumulates with each cleaning cycle until their bodies simply give out. The heat is a constant killer. The macro cannons generate tremendous thermal energy when they fire, and this heat radiates throughout the gun deck. During extended engagements, when the guns are firing continuously for hours, the temperature on the gun deck can rise to levels that are barely compatible with human survival. Workers collapse from heat exhaustion, and if they're not dragged away quickly enough, they simply cook where they fall. The ventilation systems struggle to keep up, circulating air that feels like it's being drawn from a furnace. Dehydration claims dozens in every major engagement, and the water rations are never sufficient to compensate for the fluid loss from hours of hard labor in extreme heat. Radiation is a slower but no less certain killer. The electromagnetic accelerators that give macro cannons their power generate hard radiation as a byproduct, and the shielding is never quite adequate. Workers on the gun deck are exposed to this radiation with every firing cycle, and the exposure accumulates over time. At first, you might only notice fatigue and nausea. Then your hair starts falling out. Your gums bleed. You develop strange rashes that won't heal. Eventually, your bone marrow stops producing blood cells, or you develop cancers that spread through your body like wildfire, or your organs simply shut down from the accumulated damage. The ship's medici staff can identify radiation sickness easily enough, but there's no treatment for it, not for indentured workers. You're simply worked until you die, and then your corpse is recycled through the ship's systems, possibly ending up as part of the next batch of corpse starch rations. Combat brings its own particular horrors. When the ship engages enemy vessels, the gun deck becomes a priority target. Enemy fire that penetrates the void shields and hull armor can detonate inside the gun deck, killing dozens or hundreds in the resulting explosion. Hits to the magazine levels below can trigger chain reactions that destroy entire sections of the ship. Boarding actions can reach the gun deck, and while the armsmen and voidsmen at arms are supposed to repel boarders, in reality, the indentured workers are often pressed into service as emergency defenders, handed crude weapons and told to hold the line against enemy forces that are better armed, better trained, and motivated by the knowledge that they're fighting for survival. Your life expectancy in a boarding action is measured in minutes if you're unlucky enough to be in the path of the assault. Even in the aftermath of successful engagements, the gun deck claims lives. Damaged machinery continues to operate because the ship needs its weapons functional, and that means work crews are sent to effect repairs while the systems are still hot and potentially unstable. Unexploded ordnance from enemy fire must be cleared, a task that often ends with the workers doing the clearing being vaporized when the ordnance decides to explode after all. Damaged power lines arc and spark, electrocuting anyone who touches them. Ruptured coolant pipes spray superheated fluid that can strip flesh from bone. The gun deck never stops being dangerous, even when the fighting is over. And then there are the more insidious killers. Disease spreads quickly in the cramped, unsanitary conditions of the underdecks. Respiratory infections, dysentery, and various exotic plagues brought aboard from foreign worlds burn through the crew with regularity. The ship's medici staff makes token efforts at quarantine, but they're fighting a losing battle against conditions that are ideal for the spread of contagion. Workers sicken and die, and their bunks are immediately filled with new bodies, who contract whatever killed their predecessors and continue the cycle. Starvation and malnutrition weaken everyone over time. The rations are calculated to keep you alive and working, but they don't account for the tremendous caloric expenditure required by the physical labor on the gun deck. You're burning more energy than you're consuming, and over weeks and months, your body begins to cannibalize itself. Muscle wastes away, bones become brittle, your immune system falters. Eventually, you lack the strength to perform your duties, and at that point, you become a liability. The Navy doesn't waste resources on workers who can't work, and you'll be disposed of one way or another. Suicide is more common than the officers like to admit. Some workers simply can't cope with the knowledge that this is their life now, that there is no escape, no hope of anything better. They find ways to end it. A leap from an elevated platform, deliberately positioning yourself in the path of moving machinery, refusing to eat or drink until your body shuts down. The bosuns do their best to prevent these deaths, not out of compassion, but because losing workers to suicide is wasteful, but they can't watch everyone all the time. The bodies are quietly removed, marked down in the casualty lists as industrial accidents, and life on the gun deck continues. The replacement system is grimly efficient. Every Imperial Navy warship maintains a reserve pool of workers, excess capacity that can be drawn upon when casualties mount. When a gun crew is depleted below minimum operational levels, workers from the reserve pool are assigned to fill the gaps. These new workers receive minimal training, often just a few hours of instruction on basic safety procedures and their specific duties, before being thrown into the rotation. The learning curve is steep and bloody, but it doesn't matter because there are always more workers waiting in the reserve pool, and the ship is always acquiring new recruits through press gangs operating wherever the ship makes port. The cycle is self-perpetuating. Workers die, new workers are brought in, they die, more workers are brought in. The Imperium has an effectively infinite supply of human beings to draw upon, entire hive worlds, where billions live in conditions barely better than those on the gun deck, and the Navy recruiters know exactly where to find them. The press gangs never want for candidates, whether volunteers desperate for escape from their current circumstances or conscripts who have no say in the matter. The machine grinds on, consuming human lives with the same mechanical indifference as the macro cannons consume their shells. And yet, impossibly, some workers survive. They learn the tricks of the trade, the small techniques that might give them an edge. They learn to position themselves on the chains where the strain is slightly less. They learn which overseers are slightly less brutal and try to stay in their crews. They learn to move with economy of motion, conserving energy whenever possible. They learn to sleep instantly whenever they have the chance, to eat every bite of their rations even when their stomach rebels, to drink every drop of their water allotment. They learn which injuries can be worked through and which require medical attention, even if that attention is minimal. They become veterans, recognizable by their scars and their 1,000-yard stares, and the newer workers look to them for guidance, even though everyone knows the veteran's survival is probably just luck rather than skill. Battle stations. The call comes through the Vox system, echoing through every deck and compartment of the ship. It's the sound that defines your existence, the summons that you've learned to dread because you know exactly what it means. Within seconds, the relative quiet of the gun deck erupts into controlled chaos. Bosuns are shouting, driving their crews toward their assigned positions. Armsmen rush through the corridors, sealing blast doors and checking atmospheric integrity. Tech priests hurry to their stations, preparing to monitor the machine spirits of their weapons. And you run, because responding slowly to battle stations is an offense that will earn you a flogging at best. The gun deck transforms when the ship goes to battle stations. Work lights shift to combat lighting, bathing everything in a harsh red glow that's supposed to preserve night vision. though you're not sure why that matters when you're hundreds of meters inside an armored hull. Warning klaxons blare, their harsh tones cutting through the normal background noise of the ship. Vox speakers crackle with status reports and orders from the bridge, though most of it is incomprehensible to you. Technical jargon that only the gun captain and his senior crew need to understand. Blast doors begin closing, dividing the gun deck into separate sections that can be sealed off if one area is compromised. You've heard stories of gun crews being sealed into burning sections, left to die because opening the doors would compromise the ship, and you try very hard not to think about those stories. You reach your assigned position and join the rest of your crew. The gun captain is already there, receiving targeting information from the bridge and translating it into firing solutions. The tech priests are conducting last-minute rituals, anointing the gun with sacred oils and chanting prayers to the machine spirit. The shell handlers are bringing the first round up from the magazine, and you can already see the massive form of the shell rising on the elevator, even larger than usual because the captain has ordered armor-piercing rounds for this engagement. These shells are heavier, harder to move, and the loading cycle will take longer, but they're designed to punch through the heaviest armor, and apparently the enemy we're facing needs that level of firepower. The timing of void combat is strange. Ships engage at ranges measured in tens of thousands of kilometers, which means there's often a significant delay between when the guns fire and when the shells actually strike their targets. The gun crews don't get to see the results of their work. You load the shell, the gun fires, and somewhere far away, maybe 30 seconds or a minute later, your shell either hits the enemy vessel or misses and sails off into the void. You have no way of knowing which, no feedback except what filters down through the command structure. Sometimes the gun captain will announce a hit, his voice carrying satisfaction that trickles down to the crew, but mostly you work in ignorance, loading and firing, trusting that someone, somewhere, knows whether you're actually accomplishing anything. The first firing cycle proceeds according to the training you received. The breach opens with its characteristic grinding sound. The chamber is empty because this is the first shot of the engagement, so there's no spent casing to extract. The cleaning crew does a quick inspection anyway, checking for any debris or impurity that might have accumulated since the last engagement. The tech priest nods approval, and the shell is brought into position. You take your place on the loading chains, your hands already aching in anticipation of what's to come. The count is called, and you pull. The shell moves, reluctantly at first, then with gathering momentum. It's heavier than the standard shells you've been training with, and you can feel the difference in the strain on your muscles. Someone behind you is whimpering with effort, a sound that's barely audible over the general noise of the gun deck. You grit your teeth and pull harder. The shell reaches its loading position, is elevated, slots into the chamber. The breach closes. The gun captain signals ready to fire. And then, without warning, the macro cannon discharges. You thought you were prepared for the sound. You thought your previous experience had inured you to it. You were wrong. The sound of a macro cannon firing in combat is qualitatively different from the training exercises, perhaps because you're so much more aware of what it means. This shell is being fired at an actual enemy who is firing back. That enemy's shells are hurtling toward your ship right now, and if one of them hits the gun deck, you and everyone around you will die instantly. The knowledge adds a visceral edge to the experience, transforming the physical shock of the discharge into something that feels almost like terror. The breach opens. The spent casing is extracted, still glowing red with residual heat. The cleaning crew rushes in, and you can see steam rising from their protective gear as they scrub frantically at the chamber. The next shell is already on its way up from the magazine. You barely have time to catch your breath before you're pulling on the chains again, and again, and again. The rhythm establishes itself, brutal and relentless, and you fall into it because there's no alternative. 20 minutes into the engagement, the first casualty occurs in your crew. One of the breach handlers misjudges his timing and gets caught when the massive breach mechanism swings closed. The sound of bones breaking is audible even over the general noise. a wet crunch that makes your stomach lurch. The man screams, a sound that continues for several seconds until it abruptly cuts off. You don't see what happens to him because you're already pulling on the chains for the next loading cycle. But you glimpse servitors dragging something that might be a body away from the gun. A replacement breech handler is already moving into position. The loading cycle continues without pause. The heat is building. Each firing cycle adds more thermal energy to the gun and the surrounding environment. The ventilation systems are struggling, circulating air that's so hot it feels like breathing fire. Sweat pours down your face and back, soaking through your uniform. Your hands are slipping on the chains despite your gloves, and you have to grip harder, which means your palms are tearing open again, adding blood to the mix of sweat and grime. The worker next to you collapses suddenly, just drops to the deck like a puppet with cut strings. Heat exhaustion probably, or maybe a heart attack from the combination of heat, exertion, and stress. You don't break stride. You can't. The loading cycle continues. The engagement grinds on for hours. You lose count of how many shells you've loaded. Your body is past the point of pain, operating on some combination of adrenaline, fear, and muscle memory. You're not even sure you're conscious in any meaningful sense. You just pull the chains when someone tells you to pull, move to the next station when someone tells you to move, and try not to think about anything beyond the next few seconds. Around you, the gun deck is a scene of organized chaos. Every gun in the battery is firing in sequence, creating a rolling thunder that never stops. Shell casings are piling up faster than they can be removed. The chemical smell of propellant is so thick you can taste it. And through it all, the tech priests move like red-robed ghosts, tending to their weapons with a devotion that borders on religious ecstasy, which perhaps it is. Then, something hits the ship. You feel it through the deck plates before you hear it. A massive vibration that runs through the entire structure of the vessel. The lights flicker. Somewhere, alarms are blaring. The Vox crackles with damage reports, talking about breaches in sections you've never heard of, casualties mounting, void shields compromised. The gun captain shouts something about maintaining rate of fire, and you realize with sick certainty that you're going to keep loading shells even if the entire ship is coming apart around you. Because that's what the gun crews do. That's what you do. You load shells until the enemy is destroyed or until you're destroyed, and there are no other options. A second impact, closer this time. The entire gun deck lurches, throwing people off their feet. You manage to grab onto the loading chain, the rough metal biting into your torn palms, holding yourself steady while others fall. One of the shells on its transport cradle breaks free from its restraints and begins rolling. People scatter, screaming because a loose shell on the gun deck can kill dozens if it collides with something. Servitors move to intercept it, their mechanical strength allowing them to absorb the impact and bring the shell to a halt. Several servitors are crushed in the process, their bodies breaking under tons of momentum, but they succeed in stopping the shell before it can cause worse damage. The remains of the servitors are pushed aside. The shell is secured. The loading cycle continues. You don't know how long the engagement lasts. Time has become meaningless, compressed into an eternal present of loading shells and surviving. But eventually, impossibly, it ends. The order to cease fire comes through the Vox, and suddenly the gun deck is quiet, or what passes for quiet after hours of continuous macro cannon discharge. The ringing in your ears is so severe that you can barely hear anything else. The gun captain is saying something, giving orders about securing the weapons and beginning damage assessment. You don't care. You collapse where you stand, your body finally giving out now that the immediate crisis is over. Around you, the gun deck looks like a battlefield, which in many ways it is. Bodies are scattered across the deck plates, some dead, some merely unconscious, some in states that make it unclear which category they fall into. Blood and various other fluids have mixed with the omnipresent grime to create a slick that makes walking treacherous. Shell casings are piled in great heaps, still radiating heat that distorts the air above them. Machinery is damaged, some of it catastrophically, and you can already see tech priests assessing the repairs that will be needed before the next engagement. The smell is indescribable, a combination of hot metal, chemical propellant, human sweat and waste, and the distinctive odor of burnt flesh. The casualty reports will come later, tallied with mechanical precision and recorded in logs that no one but the administratum will ever read. Your crew started this engagement with 120 workers. You estimate that perhaps 80 are still functional, though many of those are wounded to some degree. 40 dead or incapacitated in a single engagement. The gun captain seems satisfied with this ratio, which tells you everything you need to know about what's considered acceptable losses in the Imperial Navy. But you survived. Against all odds, through some combination of luck and reflexes and sheer stubborn refusal to die, you survived. You're still alive, still breathing, still able to think and feel and hate this existence. And you know, with absolute certainty, that you'll have to do it all again. Maybe in hours, maybe in days, but eventually the call to battle stations will come again, and you'll run to your position again, and you'll load shells again, because that's what gun crews do. That's what you do now. It's all you do. It's all you'll ever do until the day you don't survive, and someone else takes your place on the loading chains, and the cycle continues. There are moments, rare and brief, when you allow yourself to think about the broader implications of your existence. You are one indentured worker on one gun crew on one ship in the Imperial Navy. There are dozens of gun crews on this ship alone, each one staffed by hundreds of workers like you. There are thousands of ships in the Imperial Navy, spread across the vastness of the galaxy, each one carrying its own complement of gun crews. The number becomes astronomical quickly. Millions of human beings whose entire existence consists of loading shells into macro cannons, dying at rates that would be considered catastrophic in any other context, and being replaced with more bodies drawn from the inexhaustible supply that the Imperium maintains. And the truly horrifying part is that this is considered normal. This is how the Imperium works. The officers and nobles who command these vessels view their gun crews as they might view any other consumable resource. You are ammunition, in a sense, less valuable than the shells you load, because shells are expensive and difficult to manufacture, while human beings are cheap and easy to acquire. The tech priests are more concerned with the well-being of the guns than with the people who operate them, because the guns represent irreplaceable technology, while the people are, well, replaceable. Even the Imperial Creed, which theoretically holds that all human life is sacred because all humans are the Emperor's subjects, makes exceptions for those whose suffering serves the greater good. And what greater good could there be than maintaining the warships that protect humanity from the countless threats lurking in the galaxy? You sometimes wonder about the people you're killing when your gun fires. Each shell that finds its target strikes an enemy vessel, punching through armor and exploding inside their ship. Are there gun crews on that ship, indentured workers just like you, hauling shells and pulling chains in conditions just as brutal as yours? When your shell detonates in their gun deck, vaporizing hundreds of them in an instant, are you killing people who are fundamentally different from you, or are you killing yourself, metaphorically speaking? Does the enemy loader, in his last instant before oblivion, think about the loader who fired the shell that killed him? Does he rage against his fate, or is he grateful for an end to his suffering? These are dangerous thoughts, the kind that can get you reported to the commissars if you voice them aloud. Questioning the righteousness of the Imperium's cause, sympathizing with the enemy, expressing doubt about the value of your sacrifice. These are all signs of potential heresy or cowardice, and the punishments for such things are severe. So you keep these thoughts to yourself, locked away in the private spaces of your mind where the overseers cannot reach. But they're there, gnawing at you, adding a layer of existential horror to the physical brutality of your daily existence. Some workers find solace in the belief that their suffering has meaning. The priests who move through the crew quarters, ministering to the spiritual needs of the faithful, preach that every shell loaded is a prayer, every drop of sweat shed is an offering to the Emperor. Every death in service to the Navy is a martyrdom that will be rewarded in the afterlife. They speak of the gun crews as warriors, no different from the Space Marines or Imperial Guard, fighting the eternal war against the darkness that threatens to consume humanity. Your pain is temporary, they say, but your contribution to the Imperium is eternal. You have been blessed with the opportunity to serve, and you should embrace this opportunity with joy and gratitude. You want to believe them. You desperately want to believe that this nightmare has meaning, that your suffering is not random and pointless, but part of some greater design that you cannot comprehend from your limited perspective. But it's hard to maintain faith when you're standing in a pool of your own blood on the gun deck, when you're watching another worker get crushed by machinery, when you're eating corpse starch that might be made from your dead comrades, when you're being flogged for infractions you don't remember committing. The words of the priests sound hollow against the reality of your existence, and you find yourself going through the motions of faith without actually feeling it, reciting prayers you don't believe, because not reciting them would mark you as suspect. Other workers take a different path. They embrace the brutality, finding a kind of savage pride in their survival. They are the ones who volunteer for the most dangerous duties, who push themselves harder than anyone demands, who compete with their fellow workers to see who can load shells faster or endure more punishment. They wear their scars like badges of honor and count their surviving crew members like trophies. For them, the gun deck is a test, and every day they survive is proof of their strength and worth. They are the ones most likely to be promoted to petty officer positions because the Navy values people who have internalized its brutality and made it their own. And then there are those who simply endure. They don't find meaning in their suffering and they don't embrace it. They just exist, day after day, doing what they must to survive because the alternative is death. And some deep instinct rebels against accepting death, even when death might be the more merciful option. These workers are the majority, the great mass of humanity that keeps the Imperium functioning through sheer, stubborn persistence. They are not heroes or zealots or victims, not really. They are simply people, caught in a system that values their labor more than their lives, and they endure because endurance is what humans do. You're not sure which category you fall into. Perhaps all of them, at different times. Perhaps none of them. Your identity has become fluid, undefined, eroded by the constant physical and psychological assault of life on the gun deck. You remember, dimly, being someone else, someone with dreams and preferences, and a sense of self that extended beyond your function as a loader. But that person feels increasingly distant, like a character in a story you heard once and half forgot. The you that exists now is defined entirely by the chains you pull, and the shells you load, and the aches that never fade, and the fear that never stops. This is who you are. This is all you are. And the worst part is that you're not sure you care anymore. The shift ends, finally, the blessed relief of being dismissed from your station, even though you know you'll be back in a few short hours. You shamble back to the underdecks with the rest of your crew, too exhausted for conversation, barely able to put one foot in front of the other. The mess hall is packed with thousands of workers from other shifts, all of them wearing the same expression of hollow-eyed fatigue. You collect your rations, the usual grey paste that might charitably be called food, and you eat without tasting because your body needs the calories, even if your mind has stopped caring what they taste like. You make your way to the sleeping quarters and collapse onto your bunk. The pallet is thin and uncomfortable, but right now it feels like the greatest luxury imaginable. Around you, hundreds of other workers are doing the same, filling the underdeck with the sounds of bodies settling into rest. Someone is crying softly, trying to muffle the sound in their thin pillow. Someone else is praying, the words indistinct, but the desperate tone unmistakable. Most are simply silent, conserving what little energy they have left for sleep. You close your eyes, but sleep doesn't come immediately. Your muscles are still twitching with remembered effort, and your hands throb with a pain that has become so constant you're barely aware of it anymore. Your mind refuses to quiet, replaying moments from the engagement, the sounds and sights that you wish you could forget, but know you never will. The crushed breech handler, the loose shell rolling across the deck, the face of the worker next to you in the instant before they collapsed. These images will join the collection of horrors you carry with you, added to the pile, until eventually your mind can't hold any more and something breaks. But not tonight. Tonight, you survive. Tomorrow, you'll wake to the bosun's whistle and drag yourself to the gun deck and load more shells. The day after that, you'll do it again, and again, and again, until the day you don't, until you become another casualty report, another number in the logs, another body to be recycled through the ship's systems. That day is coming. You know it's coming. Everyone knows it's coming. The only question is when, and by what specific method of the 1,000 available ways to die on a gun deck, and whether anyone will remember your number when you're gone. This is the life of a macro cannon loader in the Imperial Navy. This is the price paid every day by thousands of forgotten souls, so that the warships of the Imperium can continue their eternal vigil against the darkness. This is the human cost of the Imperium's survival, measured in bodies broken and lives consumed, and suffering so vast it becomes incomprehensible. This is what it means when we say that in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. Because war is not just the battles fought by heroes. War is also this, the grinding daily horror of the gun deck, the endless cycle of loading and firing and dying, the reduction of human beings to their most basic function as components in a machine that values efficiency over everything else. And perhaps the most horrifying aspect of all is that this is considered acceptable. The officers who command these ships sleep soundly in their luxurious quarters. The admirals who plan the fleet deployments never set foot on a gun deck. The high lords of terror who make the strategic decisions that determine where these ships go and what they do have no concept of what their orders actually mean for the people who must carry them out. The Imperium grinds on, consuming lives with mechanical indifference, because this is the only way it knows how to function. This is the system that has kept humanity alive for 10,000 years, and while it's brutal beyond measure, while it treats human beings as consumable resources rather than people with inherent dignity and worth, while it inflicts suffering on a scale that would have been unimaginable in earlier eras of human history, it works. After a fashion, at a cost. The gun deck is a monument to this cost. Every macro cannon speaks with the voice of human suffering. Every shell fired represents not just the destruction it will inflict on the enemy, but the destruction that was inflicted on the people who loaded it. The guns are holy to the Mechanicus because they embody the perfect fusion of human will and mechanical function. But they are unholy in a different sense. Unholy in what they demand of those who serve them. Unholy in the casual way they consume human lives as fuel for their operation. You are part of this machine now. You pull the chains that load the shells, that destroy the enemy, that threatens the Imperium, that press-ganged you into service. The circle is complete, the logic inescapable. You suffer so that others might be protected, and the fact that those others have no idea you exist and wouldn't care if they did is irrelevant. This is your function. This is your purpose. This is the meaning that has been imposed upon your existence, whether you accept it or not. You are a loader, and you will load shells until you can no longer load them. And then you will be replaced by someone else who will do the same. And the great machine will continue its work without pause or reflection or mercy. And in the vast darkness of space, the warships of the Imperial Navy continue their eternal patrol, their macro cannons ready to speak the Emperor's judgment, powered by the bodies and blood and suffering of people whose names will never be recorded in any history, whose sacrifices will never be celebrated in any monument, whose existence will be forgotten the moment they draw their last breath. They are the price of the Imperium's survival. They are the foundation upon which 10,000 years of human civilization has been built. They are the forgotten thousands, the expendable ones, the loaders who keep the guns firing even as they die at the guns. This is their story. This is your story, if you're unlucky enough to find yourself press-ganged into a gun crew. This is the brutal reality that lurks beneath the epic space battles and heroic last stands that define the public face of the Imperial Navy. This is what it actually means to serve, stripped of all glory and romance, reduced to its essential elements, chains and shells and blood and death, repeated endlessly until there's nothing left to give. The gun deck waits for you. It's always waiting. The chains are ready for your hands. The shells are ready to be loaded. The gun is ready to fire. And when you fall, when you finally succumb to the endless catalogue of ways a loader can die, there will be another body to take your place. The machine does not stop. The machine cannot stop, because in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war, and war requires guns, and guns require loaders, and loaders are the cheapest, most easily replaced component in the entire system. Your life has value only in how it can be expended. Your death has meaning only in how quickly you can be replaced. This is the truth of the gun deck. This is the truth of the Imperium. This is the price that must be paid. And so the shells continue to be loaded. The guns continue to fire. The ships continue their patrol through the darkness. And somewhere in the vastness of the galaxy, another press gang is moving through another underhive, recruiting another batch of workers who don't yet know what awaits them in the gun decks of the Imperial Navy's warships. The cycle continues. The machine grinds on. The Imperium endures. And the price is paid over and over again, in blood and suffering and forgotten lives, in the cavernous gun decks where the Emperor's wrath is manufactured from human flesh and metal, and the shells that weigh as much as tanks. If you found this glimpse into the brutal reality of the Imperial Navy's gun crews enlightening, please consider liking this video and subscribing to the channel. There are countless other stories to tell from the grim darkness of the far future, tales of suffering and sacrifice that rarely make it into the heroic narratives we usually hear. These are the stories of the forgotten, the expendable, the ones who keep the Imperium functioning through their unremembered labor and unacknowledged deaths. They deserve to have their stories told, even if those stories are almost too horrible to contemplate. Until next time, remember that in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war, and war consumes us all eventually, whether we're heroes or simply the people who load the guns that the heroes fire. In the grim darkness of the far future, there exist horrors beyond mortal comprehension. Amongst the countless abominations that plague the galaxy, few inspire such visceral dread as the noise marines of the Emperor's children. These twisted servants of Slaanesh have become something more and less than human, their entire existence reshaped around a single, overwhelming obsession. They are warriors who wage war through cacophony, who find ecstasy in the screams of the dying, and who have surgically and spiritually rebuilt themselves to experience sound as the ultimate sensation. But what happens when the music stops? What fate awaits a noise marine when the one thing that defines their existence is suddenly, irrevocably, taken away? To understand this particular brand of hell, we must first comprehend what a noise marine truly is. These are not merely Chaos Space Marines who happen to use sonic weapons. They are fundamentally altered beings whose entire nervous system, whose very consciousness, has been rewired to process auditory input as the most intense form of pleasure imaginable. Every frequency, every decibel, every subtle modulation of pitch registers in their corrupted brains as waves of euphoria that would shatter a normal human mind. The roar of battle, the shriek of dying enemies, the thunder of their own weapons. These sounds don't just please them. These sounds sustain them. They are the addiction, the drug, the very breath of life to a noise marine. Their transformation into these creatures of sound begins long before they ever pick up a sonic blaster. Through arcane surgery, performed by apothecaries who have long since abandoned any pretense of healing, their auditory systems are augmented beyond natural limits. Xenos organs of unknown origin are grafted into their skulls. Empiric resonators are woven into their nervous tissue. Demonic essences are bound to their cochlear structures. The result is hearing that extends far beyond the range of human perception, capable of distinguishing individual frequencies in the midst of the most chaotic din, able to hear sounds that exist partially in the warp itself. But this gift comes with a terrible price, a price that only becomes truly apparent when that gift is taken away. The psychological architecture of a noise marine is built entirely upon this foundation of sonic sensation. They are addicts in the purest, most absolute sense, but their addiction transcends anything as simple as chemical dependency. Their brains have been fundamentally rewired. Neural pathways that once processed normal sensation have been rerouted, reshaped, and corrupted until sound, and only sound, can trigger their pleasure centers. Everything else fades to insignificance. The taste of food, the touch of a blade cutting into flesh, the sight of carnage, these things register as mere background noise, pale shadows compared to the overwhelming, all-consuming pleasure of auditory stimulation. And the louder, the more discordant, the more extreme the sound, the greater the pleasure. It's an escalating cycle of need and satisfaction that knows no upper limit. A noise marine who once found euphoria in the simple crash of weapons now requires the deafening roar of artillery. One who thrilled to artillery fire soon needs the sound of an entire city being torn apart by sonic weaponry. The threshold constantly rises, the need forever increasing, demanding more volume, more complexity, more sensation. They chase an impossible goal, the perfect sound, the ultimate crescendo that will satisfy them completely and forever. But such satisfaction never comes. Instead, they spiral deeper into addiction, their dependence growing with each battle, each moment, each breath. Now imagine that dependency being suddenly severed. Imagine the drug being taken away, not gradually but instantly, leaving nothing but silence in its wake. For a noise marine, this is not merely unpleasant. It is not simply difficult or painful. It represents the complete and total collapse of everything they are, everything they have become, everything they live for. The silence that follows the loss of hearing for a noise marine is not the peaceful quiet that a normal person might appreciate. It is a screaming void, an absence so profound it becomes its own form of torture. It is the end of existence while consciousness cruelly continues. Throughout this exploration, we will journey deep into this nightmare. We will examine the mechanisms of their addiction, the catastrophic moment when hearing is lost, the immediate horror that follows, and the long, agonizing degradation that awaits those who cannot restore their precious gift. We will look at the desperate measures these warriors take to reclaim what was stolen, the price they pay for potential restoration, and the ultimate fate of those who must learn to exist in permanent silence. We will see how Slanesh, the dark prince they serve, views this affliction, whether with cruel amusement, indifference, or something approaching pity. And we will understand why, for a noise marine, deafness is a fate potentially worse than death itself. The stories we tell today are drawn from fragments of lore, from whispered accounts of battles against the Emperor's children, from the twisted experiments of Fabius Bile, and from the few survivors who have witnessed what becomes of a noise marine when the music stops. These are not tales of glory or heroism. They are chronicles of addiction, loss, and the special kind of horror that comes from having your entire reason for existence torn away while your body stubbornly refuses to die. They are reminders that in the grim darkness of the far future, there are fates far worse than death, and the servants of chaos often inflict these fates upon themselves in their quest for ever greater sensation. So let us begin this descent into one of the most cruel and unusual torments that the galaxy can offer. Let us understand what it truly means when a warrior who lives for sound is condemned to silence. The gift that defines them. To fully comprehend the horror of a noise marine losing their hearing, we must first understand the extraordinary nature of their auditory capabilities and the fundamental role sound plays in their existence. A noise marine's hearing is not merely enhanced, it is transfigured into something entirely alien, something that exists as much in the warp as in material reality. Through a combination of surgical augmentation, biochemical alteration, sorcerous manipulation, and the dark blessings of Slaanesh, their auditory system becomes a gateway to experiences that would instantly destroy an unaltered mind. The transformation typically begins with physical modifications. Skilled apothecaries, though that term seems almost obscene when applied to the mad scientists who perform these procedures, surgically implant additional organs into the noise marine's skull and nervous system. These organs are not of human origin. Some are harvested from xenos species, whose biology naturally includes more sophisticated auditory processing. The Leia, those serpentine creatures, whose corruption of the Emperor's children began the Legion's fall to Slaanesh, possessed sensory organs that could process sound across a spectrum far broader than human hearing. Fragments of these organs, preserved through dark science and infused with warp energy, are commonly grafted into prospective noise marines. Other augmentations come from even more disturbing sources. Demonic entities, when properly bound and imprisoned, can be forced to lend their essence to mortal flesh. Tiny fragments of demon stuff, small enough to avoid triggering full possession, but large enough to fundamentally alter physiology, are woven into the cochlea and auditory cortex. These fragments act as both amplifiers and translators, allowing the noise marine to hear not just physical sound waves, but also their psychic resonance in the warp. Every scream carries with it the victim's terror. Every detonation echoes with the violence of its creation. The boundary between material sound and spiritual sensation dissolves completely. The neural rewiring is perhaps even more extensive than the physical modifications. A normal human brain processes sound through specific pathways, translating mechanical vibrations into electrical signals that are then interpreted as auditory information. For a noise marine, these pathways are rerouted through their pleasure centers, their emotional regulators, and even their higher cognitive functions. Sound becomes the primary input for nearly every aspect of consciousness. The louder the sound, the more complex its harmonics, the more discordant its frequencies, the more intensely their entire nervous system responds with waves of pleasure that make normal sensations seem like faint whispers by comparison. This restructuring is not subtle or gentle. It involves biochemical treatments that dissolve existing neural connections and encourage new ones to form according to specific patterns. Sorcerous rituals guide this growth, shaping the emerging pathways with the will of Slaanesh, the chaos. God's influence ensures that the new neural architecture serves the purpose of ever-increasing sensation, creating feedback loops that make each experience of sound more intense than the last, driving the noise marine deeper into addiction with every moment. The process is agonizing, taking months or even years of continuous treatment, but those who survive emerge transformed. They are no longer merely warriors who use sonic weapons. They are living instruments, beings whose entire existence resonates with the symphony of violence. The blessing of Slaanesh completes the transformation. The Dark Prince of Pleasure takes particular interest in noise marines, seeing them as perfect expressions of the pursuit of excess through a single, focused channel. Slaanesh's blessing manifests as mutations that further enhance their auditory capabilities, while also binding them more tightly to their addiction. Some develop additional ear-like structures across their bodies, allowing them to perceive sound not just through their skulls, but through their very skin. Others find their bones hollowing and reshaping to act as resonance chambers, making their entire skeleton vibrate sympathetically with external sounds. The mutations vary wildly in their specifics, but all share a common purpose: to make sound more intense, more pleasurable, more essential to the noise marine's existence. One of the most significant aspects of their transformation is their connection to what they call the song. This is no ordinary sound, but rather a psychic phenomenon that exists outside normal time and space. According to noise marine mysticism, the song began with the Eldar's decadent civilization, the same depravity that would eventually birth Slaanesh in a psychic cataclysm. Every act of excess, every sensory indulgence, every scream of pleasure or pain contributed to this cosmic symphony that built across millennia. When Slaanesh finally tore its way into existence, the song did not end but continued, echoing backward and forward through time simultaneously, an eternal chorus of sensation that transcends mortal understanding. Noise marines believe they can hear fragments of this song, that their enhanced and corrupted senses allow them to tap into this universal music. When they fire their sonic weapons, they are not merely creating sound. They are adding their voice to a choir that includes the dying screams of the Elder Empire, the birth shriek of a chaos god, and the sensory experiences of every soul that ever served Slaanesh. This connection gives their existence a quasi-religious dimension. They are not just addicts seeking their next fix. They are worshippers participating in an eternal sacrament, musicians playing their part in a performance that shapes reality itself. The intensity of their auditory experiences defies description in terms that normal minds can comprehend. When a noise marine hears the crack of a bolt pistol, they don't just register a loud noise. They experience a cascade of sensation that floods their entire being. The sharp report of the weapon's discharge creates geometric patterns of pleasure that ripple through their consciousness. The Doppler shift as the bolt streaks through the air produces a sensation like fingers trailing along their spine. The wet crunch of the bolt penetrating armor and flesh generates waves of euphoria that make their vision blur with ecstasy. And all of this happens in fractions of a second, layers upon layers of sensation compressed into each instant. Battle becomes a form of transcendence for them. The chaos of combat provides the richest possible sensory environment. Thousands of sounds occurring simultaneously, overlapping and interfering with each other in endlessly complex patterns. Bolter fire, explosions, screaming, the hiss of power weapons, the crash of falling debris, the thunder of drop pods, the whine of aircraft, the roar of flames. Each sound is its own source of pleasure, and together they create a symphony that can drive a noise marine into a state approaching divine rapture. They fight not just to kill, but to experience, to immerse themselves in the auditory chaos, to lose themselves in the music of death. Their own weapons amplify this experience to levels that would kill a normal human. Sonic blasters, blastmasters, doom sirens, sonic shriekers. These weapons don't just damage enemies through sound, they also feed back into the noise marine wielding them, creating a closed loop of sensation. The weapon fires, producing sounds at volumes and frequencies that can liquefy internal organs. These sounds wash over the noise marine, triggering their pleasure centers. The pleasure drives them to fire again, to adjust the frequency, to find new harmonics. Each shot is both a weapon and a drug, each battle a binge that leaves them craving more. The addiction is absolute and all-consuming. A noise marine between battles exists in a state of constant withdrawal, always seeking new sources of sound to stimulate their corrupted senses. They will fire their weapons at nothing, just to hear the noise. They will torture prisoners for hours, finding exquisite pleasure in the subtle variations of screams. Some are known to stand for days near active plasma reactors, or in the exhaust plumes of spacecraft, bathing in industrial roar that would deafen a normal person in seconds. Others force their battle brothers to continually fire weapons near them, or they create bizarre musical instruments from the bodies of the dead, instruments that produce sounds no human was meant to hear. This dependency shapes every aspect of their identity. their loyalty to Slaanesh, their role in their warband, their relationships with other Chaos Space Marines. Everything is filtered through their need for auditory stimulation. They are not cruel because they enjoy causing suffering in any normal sense. They are cruel because screams are the finest music, and they need that music more than they need anything else. They don't fight for glory or revenge or conquest, though they may claim these motivations. They fight because battle is where the best sounds are found, where the most intense auditory experiences await. And yet, despite the apparent invulnerability of their enhanced forms, despite their superhuman resilience and the protection of their corrupted power armor, despite the favor of a chaos god, their hearing can be lost. The very organs that grant them such intense pleasure are also points of terrible vulnerability. They have traded normal sensory experience for one supremely powerful but narrow channel of stimulation. Where a normal space marine has multiple senses to rely upon, a noise marine has placed all their eggs in one basket. Take away that basket, and what remains? A broken creature, lost in silence, cut off from the only source of meaning their twisted existence knows. That is the nightmare we turn to next, the catastrophe that represents every noise marine's deepest fear. The architecture of addiction. Before we can truly grasp the horror of a noise marine losing their hearing, we must delve deeper into the mechanisms of their addiction itself. This is no simple dependency that can be explained by chemical imbalances or psychological weakness. What afflicts a noise marine is addiction raised to an existential level, a fundamental rewriting of what it means to experience consciousness. Understanding this architecture of dependence will illuminate why the loss of hearing is not merely difficult for them, but represents the complete dissolution of their sense of self. The neurological basis of their addiction begins with the dopamine system, that ancient part of the brain responsible for reward and motivation. In a normal human, dopamine is released in response to many stimuli: food, sex, social bonding, achievement, and yes, pleasurable sounds. The system is balanced, with multiple pathways and regulatory mechanisms preventing any single stimulus from completely dominating consciousness. In a noise marine, this balance has been deliberately destroyed. Through biochemical treatments, surgical intervention, and warp-tainted mutations, their dopamine production and reception have been hijacked and redirected. Sound becomes the trigger for dopamine release on a scale that beggars belief. Where a normal person might experience a modest dopamine response to pleasant music, a noise marine experiences a flood of neurotransmitters so intense it would cause seizures in an unmodified brain. Their receptors, too, have been altered, made hypersensitive to this specific neurochemical signal, while being rendered nearly non-responsive to other triggers. The result is a brain that can only find satisfaction, can only feel pleasure, can only experience anything approaching positive emotion through auditory input. Everything else, sight, touch, smell, taste, fades into meaninglessness, mere shadows that barely register against the overwhelming intensity of sound. But the addiction goes deeper than neurochemistry. The very structure of their consciousness has been reshaped around sound. Cognitive psychologists speak of how addiction can dominate thought patterns, creating obsessive loops where the addicted person's mind constantly returns to their substance of choice. For a noise marine, this cognitive capture is total. They don't merely think about sound frequently, they think in sound. Their memories are stored as auditory experiences. Their plans for the future revolve around anticipated acoustic environments. Their sense of self-identity is constructed from the sounds they have heard and the sounds they hope to hear. This creates a phenomenon that might be called auditory solipsism. For these corrupted warriors, sound becomes the only truly real thing in the universe. Visual input is processed, but not truly experienced. They see their enemies, but what matters is the sound those enemies will make when they die. They navigate terrain, but only the acoustic properties of that terrain, how it echoes, dampens, or resonates register as important. Other people exist only as potential sources of sound. A prisoner has value only for the screams they might produce. An enemy is interesting only for the noise their destruction will generate. Even their own bodies are primarily valued as instruments for creating or receiving sound. The social psychology of their addiction further compounds the isolation. Among the Emperor's children and other Slaaneshi warbands, there exists a hierarchy based on sensory experience and excess. Those who have achieved greater heights of sensation, who have pushed themselves further into the realms of extreme experience, command respect and authority. For noise marines, this translates into a competitive culture of auditory one-upmanship. They constantly compare their sonic experiences, boasting about the volume levels they've endured, the exotic frequencies they've heard, the perfect symphonies of death they've orchestrated. This social dynamic reinforces their addiction, making it not just a personal compulsion, but a measure of worth within their twisted community. The physical dependency is equally profound. Their augmented auditory systems require constant stimulation to maintain their heightened state. Without regular exposure to intense sound, the Xenos organs begin to atrophy. The neural pathways start to prune themselves. The demon essence fragments grow quiescent. This creates a feedback loop where silence is not just psychologically distressing, but physically painful. A noise marine denied sound for even a few hours begins to experience withdrawal symptoms that would seem absurd if they weren't so deadly serious. The sensation of insects crawling through their ear canals, phantom sounds that aren't really there, crushing headaches centered behind their eyes, and a gnawing emptiness in their chest that grows with each silent minute. These withdrawal symptoms pale in comparison to what happens during extended periods without adequate stimulation, but even brief exposure to insufficient sound levels creates distress. A noise marine in a quiet environment becomes agitated, unable to focus, prone to violent outbursts. They will create sound by any means available, smashing objects, firing weapons, hurting people, just to alleviate the discomfort. This makes them paradoxically more dangerous in quiet environments than in loud ones. Give them the roar of battle they crave, and they fight with savage enthusiasm, but also with a kind of satisfaction. Deny them sound, and they become desperate, unpredictable, willing to do anything to end the silence. The spiritual dimension of their addiction ties into their worship of Slaanesh. The Dark Prince represents the pursuit of excess in all forms, but for noise marines, that excess has been channeled into a single, laser-focused pursuit. They serve Slaanesh not through the broad hedonism of many of the Dark Prince's followers, but through absolute dedication to one specific form of sensation. This narrow focus pleases Slaanesh in a particular way. The Chaos God appreciates both variety and intensity, and noise marines provide intensity taken to its ultimate extreme. In return, Slaanesh grants them visions, allows them to hear fragments of the Song, gives them mutations that further enhance their chosen obsession. This creates a religious fervor around their addiction, transforming it from mere dependency into sacred duty. When they participate in what they call the Song, they believe they are literally joining their voices with the cosmic chorus that sustains Slaanesh itself. Every scream they produce, every sonic weapon they fire, every moment of auditory pleasure they experience adds to this eternal symphony. In their warped theology, to stop hearing, to fall silent, is not just personal disaster, it is a form of spiritual death, a severing from their God, a failure of their most fundamental duty. The loss of hearing represents not just the loss of pleasure, but the loss of meaning, purpose, and connection to the divine. Their addiction also manifests in increasingly bizarre behaviors as they seek ever more intense stimulation. Some noise marines develop obsessive rituals around sound, needing to hear specific frequencies in specific sequences before they can function. Others become fixated on particular types of sounds. One might seek only the screams of children, finding some quality in those high-pitched wails that drives them to rapture, while another might obsess over the grinding of metal on metal, collecting examples of this sound from different materials and contexts. These obsessions can become so intense that the noise marine will abandon tactical objectives to pursue their specific auditory fixation, sometimes to the frustration of their commanders. The tolerance effect, universal to all addictions, operates with particular cruelty in noise marines. What once provided intense pleasure gradually becomes merely satisfying, then barely adequate, then wholly insufficient. The noise marine must constantly seek louder, more complex, more discordant sounds to achieve the same level of pleasure they once got from simpler stimuli. This leads to an arms race of sensation seeking that has no theoretical upper limit. Some ancient noise marines have been so desensitized that ordinary battle no longer provides any satisfaction at all. They must orchestrate elaborate massacres, coordinate the destruction of entire cities, or even venture into realms where reality itself breaks down, just to experience a flicker of the pleasure they once found in simple combat. This escalation has a terminal trajectory. As their need grows, as their tolerance increases, they eventually reach a point where reality itself cannot provide sufficient stimulation. No sound in the material universe is loud enough, complex enough, perfect enough to satisfy their corrupted desires. At this point, some noise marines undergo final transformations, becoming demon princes or being consumed entirely by their addiction, dissolving into pure sensation within the warp. Others continue their futile quest, knowing it is hopeless but unable to stop, trapped in an addiction that can never be fully satisfied but can never be abandoned. Understanding this architecture of addiction illuminates why the loss of hearing is so catastrophic. It's not that they miss sound, as a normal person might miss music or conversation. It's that sound is the entirety of their existence, the only channel through which they can experience anything resembling life, consciousness, or meaning. To take away their hearing is to take away everything. It's to leave them alive but hollow, conscious but empty, existing in a void that their corrupted minds cannot process or escape. They become living ghosts, trapped in bodies that refuse to die, while experiencing nothing but the screaming absence where their entire world used to be. As we proceed to examine the actual experience of losing hearing, keep this foundation in mind. Remember that we are not discussing someone who has lost one sense among many. We are discussing someone whose entire being has been restructured around that one sense, who has sacrificed everything else for the sake of auditory experience, who has been promised eternal pleasure through sound and has invested their very soul in that promise. When that promise is broken, when the sound stops, what remains is not a person with a disability. What remains is a broken machine still running, a program executing without its input, a consciousness trapped in a prison of silence. It was never designed to survive. The first silence. The moment a noise marine realizes they can no longer hear is a singularity of horror that defies conventional description. It is not a gradual fading, not a slow dimming of sound into quietness. For most who suffer this fate, it comes suddenly, a catastrophic failure of their augmented auditory systems that transforms their existence from one extreme to its opposite in the space of a heartbeat. The transition from a world of overwhelming, ecstatic sound to absolute crushing silence happens faster than conscious thought can process, leaving the afflicted noise marine in a state of shock so profound it temporarily paralyzes even their superhuman nervous system. The causes of such sudden deafness are varied, each presenting its own tactical and medical challenges. The most common scenario occurs during battle, when the very environment that noise marines seek and thrive in becomes the source of their destruction. Sonic weapons, by their nature, operate at volumes and frequencies that push the boundaries of what physical matter can endure. While noise marines have been augmented to withstand and even revel in these extremes, there are limits to what even chaos-enhanced flesh can tolerate. An enemy deploying countersonic weaponry, devices specifically tuned to generate frequencies that shatter the delicate Xenos organs grafted into noise marine skulls, can inflict catastrophic damage in moments. The organs rupture, the nerve bundles fuse, the empiric resonators crack, and in an instant, the channel through which they experience reality slams shut. Anti-personnel weapons designed to target hearing, flashbangs, sonic grenades, specialized munitions, can have devastating effects on noise marines despite their enhanced resilience. Where such weapons might temporarily deafen a normal human, leaving them disoriented but functional, the same weapons can cause permanent damage to the hypersensitive auditory systems of a noise marine. Their augmentations, designed to amplify and intensify sound, become liability. A weapon that produces a sudden sharp spike in pressure or frequency doesn't merely damage their hearing, it overloads their entire sensory system, burning out neural pathways, shattering the carefully cultivated structures that allow them to experience sound as pleasure. The very enhancements that make them so effective also make them uniquely vulnerable to this specific form of attack. Psychic assaults represent another significant cause of sudden deafness among noise marines. Psykers who understand the nature of Slaneshi corruption can target the neural pathways through which sound is processed, severing the connections between physical hearing and conscious experience. Such attacks don't necessarily damage the physical structures of the ear or the augmented organs. Instead, they cut the link between sensation and perception, leaving the noise marine with a functioning auditory system that no longer connects to their awareness. In some ways, this is even more cruel than physical deafness, as the sounds still register somewhere in their nervous system, creating a maddening sense that they should be hearing something but cannot access it, like a word on the tip of the tongue stretched into eternal frustration. Warp anomalies and the chaotic nature of chaos itself also contribute to sudden hearing loss. The Emperor's children often operate in environments where reality is thin, where the warp bleeds through into the material world. These regions of instability can cause unpredictable mutations and changes to their augmented biology. A noise marine who enters a warp rift might emerge with their auditory organs transmuted into something else entirely, perhaps into decorative crystalline structures that no longer function, or into flowers of living flesh that serve no purpose beyond aesthetic horror. The warp gives, and the warp takes away, and its gifts and curses follow no logic that mortal minds can comprehend. There are also cases of gradual hearing loss, accelerating suddenly into total deafness. The augmentations that grant noise marines their extraordinary hearing are not stable. The Xenos organs reject their host's body, requiring constant immunosuppressive treatments. The demon essence fragments hunger for more power, slowly consuming the surrounding tissue. The neural rewiring creates scar tissue that accumulates over decades or centuries. A noise marine might experience slowly degrading hearing for years, compensating through increasingly desperate measures, until one day the system reaches critical failure and collapses all at once. These cases are particularly tragic, as the afflicted noise marine often sees the end coming but cannot stop it, watching helplessly as their precious hearing diminishes day by day until it finally vanishes completely. The immediate physical response to sudden deafness is violent and involuntary. The body, accustomed to constant sensory input through the auditory channel, reacts to its absence with the same severity it would to sudden oxygen deprivation. The noise marine's enhanced physiology enters a state of shock. Their hearts, both primary and secondary, race to dangerous speeds as stress hormones flood their bloodstream. Their breathing becomes rapid and shallow, despite the Astartes' normal superhuman control over their respiratory system. Muscle tremors ripple through their body as their nervous system misfires, trying desperately to interpret sensory data that is simply no longer there. In the most severe cases, the shock can trigger a temporary catatonia, where the noise marine simply stops moving, frozen in whatever position they occupied when their hearing failed, their enhanced metabolism sustaining them in this vegetative state, while their mind tries to process the impossible absence. The psychological impact arrives only seconds after the physical response, but those seconds stretch subjectively into eternities of confusion. The noise. Marines' first conscious thought, upon realizing they can no longer hear, is almost always denial. This cannot be happening. Their augmentations are perfect, blessed by Slaanesh, beyond the reach of mere damage. They try to hear, straining with an effort that would be comical if it weren't so desperate, as if hearing were a muscle that could be flexed harder. When this fails, when the silence persists despite their efforts, the denial gives way to panic. This panic is not the simple fear that a normal person might experience upon losing a sense. It is existential terror, the feeling of their entire world dissolving into nothingness. Imagine being accustomed to experiencing reality in full, vivid color, and then suddenly finding yourself in absolute darkness. Not blindness, but the complete absence of visual qualia, an inability to even remember what seeing was like. Now multiply that horror, because for a noise marine, hearing was not one sense among many, but the foundation of their entire conscious experience. The silence that engulfs them is not merely the absence of sound. It is the absence of feeling, of pleasure, of connection to their God, of meaning itself. They are suddenly, incomprehensibly alone in a way that their corrupted minds were never designed to handle. Their first instinct is to create sound, to do anything that might restore what has been lost. They fire their weapons, but of course they hear nothing. The recoil registers through their power armor. They can see the muzzle flash. They know intellectually that the weapon must be producing sound, but they perceive nothing. This disconnect between knowledge and experience creates a cognitive dissonance so severe it can temporarily fracture their sanity. They scream, but cannot hear their own voices. They smash their helmets against walls, desperate for any sensation, any confirmation that the world still exists outside the prison of silence that has engulfed them. Some claw at their own heads, trying to physically reach the damaged organs and somehow force them to work again, inflicting horrific injuries on themselves in their desperation. The emotional cascade that follows is devastating. After denial and panic comes a grief so profound it rivals the loss of a loved one. Except what they have lost is not a person, but their own ability to experience existence as they know it. They mourn not just for their hearing, but for every sound they will never experience again. Battle brothers who have witnessed this moment describe it as heartbreaking, despite their own corruption, seeing a fellow warrior reduced to a keening, broken thing, making sounds they cannot themselves hear, sounds that express anguish beyond words. Rage follows grief, a towering fury directed at whoever or whatever caused this affliction. If an enemy is responsible, and still, within reach, the newly deafened noise marine often attacks with suicidal abandon, no longer caring for tactics or survival, wanting only to destroy the thing that has destroyed them. If no clear target presents itself, the rage turns inward or randomly outward, making the afflicted noise marine incredibly dangerous to everyone nearby, friend and foe alike. They are a wounded animal in the body of a super soldier, lashing out at a universe that has suddenly become incomprehensible and hostile. Some experience a strange, brief moment of clarity in the midst of this chaos. Cut off from the addiction that has defined them for decades or centuries, their minds momentarily freed from the constant craving for auditory stimulation, they remember what they were before their corruption. The memories come flooding back, their time as loyalist space marines, their original purpose of protecting humanity, the oaths they swore before Slaanesh twisted them into what they became. These moments of clarity are often described by observers as the most disturbing part of the immediate aftermath. as the Noise Marine's behavior shifts from animalistic rage to something approaching genuine horror at what they have become. They see themselves clearly for the first time in ages, and what they see appalls them. But these moments pass quickly, the old neural pathways reasserting themselves, and the Noise Marine returns to their primary focus, the desperate need to somehow restore what has been lost. The tactical situation in which this loss occurs dramatically affects the immediate aftermath. A Noise Marine who loses their hearing in the midst of battle, surrounded by enemies, often continues fighting through sheer muscle memory and training. Their superhuman reflexes and combat experience allow them to respond to visual cues even while their mind reels in shock. But their effectiveness is catastrophically reduced. They cannot hear warnings from their squad. They cannot detect enemies approaching from outside their visual range. Most critically, they lose the feedback loop that made combat pleasurable, transforming the experience from euphoric release into mechanical emptiness. Some fight on anyway, going through the motions, while others simply stop, standing immobile even as enemies close in, too overwhelmed by their loss to care about survival. If the loss occurs in a relatively safe environment, between battles, in a chaos warship or fortress, the immediate danger is often to the Noise Marine's battle brothers rather than from external enemies. The newly deafened warrior becomes unpredictable, violent, and unreasonable. They may attack anyone who approaches, seeing threats everywhere. They may demand that others help restore their hearing, becoming enraged when such help is not immediately forthcoming. They may fixate on sources of vibration that they can still feel through their power armor, desperate for any sensation that resembles their lost sense, following these sensations without regard for where they lead. Managing a newly deafened Noise Marine requires multiple warriors to restrain them, and casualties among would-be helpers are not uncommon. The immediate aftermath is also when the first withdrawal symptoms begin to manifest. Within minutes of losing their hearing, the Noise Marine's altered neurochemistry starts to rebel against the absence of its primary stimulant. The dopamine flood that they were accustomed to experiencing nearly constantly abruptly ceases. Their reward pathways, having been rewired to respond only to sound, fire desperately and randomly, trying to find any stimulus that might trigger the familiar pleasure response. This creates a syndrome similar to severe drug withdrawal, but compressed and intensified beyond normal human experience. They experience intense dysphoria, a profound sense that something is terribly wrong that goes beyond mere unhappiness into a kind of existential wrongness, a feeling that reality itself has become hostile and alien. Physical symptoms accompany the psychological distress. Despite their augmented physiology, despite the pain-dulling effects of their armor and the resilience granted by their chaos mutations, they experience sensations their nervous system identifies as agony, crushing pressure in their skull, a sensation of ice water being poured directly onto their brain, phantom sounds that seem real but cannot be verified, auditory hallucinations that taunt them with what they have lost. Their vision becomes unreliable, as the neural pathways that once carried sound now fire randomly, creating overlapping sensory experiences. Some describe seeing sounds as visual patterns, synesthetic experiences that should not be possible now that their hearing is gone, but persist anyway, reminders of what they can no longer experience properly. For those Noise Marines who have been deeply integrated into the mystical aspects of their condition, who have truly believed themselves to be participants in the Ur-song, the loss of hearing carries an additional spiritual dimension of horror. They feel themselves being severed from something greater than themselves, cut off from the eternal chorus, cast out from the presence of Slanesh. This is not metaphor or imagination. The warp is real. The connection to their God was real, and now it is gone. They feel abandoned, cast into outer darkness, punished for some unknown transgression. The spiritual anguish compounds the physical and psychological suffering, creating a trinity of torment that assaults every aspect of their being simultaneously. The duration of this immediate crisis varies. For some, the acute phase of shock and panic lasts only minutes before giving way to a different kind of suffering, the longer-term horror of adaptation and withdrawal. For others, especially those whose hearing loss occurs during battle or in immediately life-threatening situations, the crisis phase is interrupted by death before it can fully develop. And for an unfortunate few, the immediate crisis never truly ends, their minds unable to process the loss, leaving them locked in a perpetual state of denial and panic that can last for days or weeks until madness or the mercies of their battle brothers end their suffering. In every case, the first silence marks a dividing line in the Noise Marines' existence. There is the before, when they were what they understood themselves to be, warriors of excess, devotees of sensation, participants in an eternal symphony. And there is the after, when they are something else, something broken, something whose identity and purpose have been ripped away, leaving only the shell of what they were, screaming silently into a void that cannot hear them and does not care. Withdrawal and degradation. Once the immediate shock of hearing loss begins to subside, the Noise Marine enters a prolonged period of withdrawal and degradation that can last for weeks, months, or in rare cases, even years. This phase represents the slow dissolution of their corrupted identity, a process of psychological and spiritual decay that occurs even as their physical body, rendered nearly immortal by Astartes enhancements and chaos mutations, stubbornly refuses to die. What follows is perhaps even more horrifying than the initial loss, because it is not sudden catastrophe, but extended suffering, a gradual wearing away of everything that made them who they were. The withdrawal syndrome that plagues a deafened Noise Marine surpasses anything experienced by conventional addicts. Normal addiction involves dependency on substances or behaviors that trigger the brain's reward centers. Withdrawal occurs when those triggers are removed, leaving the reward system starved and misfiring. But a Noise Marine's addiction is not to an external substance. It is to a sensory experience that their entire nervous system has been reconstructed to require. Taking away their hearing is not like denying a drug addict their drug. It is more akin to removing oxygen from the atmosphere. They can survive its absence, but only in a state of constant suffocation, their entire being crying out for something that is no longer available. The neurochemical chaos that follows hearing loss creates symptoms that would kill a normal human. Their dopamine system, having been hijacked and redirected to respond exclusively to auditory input, continues to demand the neurotransmitter floods it has become dependent upon. But without sound to trigger those releases, the system begins to malfunction catastrophically. The Noise Marine experiences dysphoria so intense it manifests as physical pain. They describe it, when they can be communicated with at all, as a gnawing emptiness in their chest. A sensation like their hearts are trying to pump blood through vessels that have collapsed into nothingness. An ache that radiates from their core out to their extremities and back, again in waves that never quite cease. Their neural pathways, having been dedicated almost entirely to processing auditory information, begin to atrophy without use. The brain, that most adaptive of organs, starts to reconfigure itself, but not in any healthy or functional way. The rewiring that occurs during withdrawal is haphazard, random, creating connections that serve no purpose, that generate noise in the system without producing meaningful outputs. This manifests as cognitive impairment that grows worse with each passing day. Memory becomes unreliable. Logical reasoning breaks down. Even simple tasks, maintaining their weapons, following basic commands, navigating familiar spaces, become difficult or impossible. They are losing not just their hearing, but their minds, degrading from engineered superhumans into something barely functional. Hallucinations are nearly universal during extended withdrawal. The brain, desperate for the sensory input it has been conditioned to require, begins generating its own. Auditory hallucinations would seem the obvious manifestation, but ironically, these are rare. The damage to their hearing has often affected not just the physical organs, but the neural pathways that would process phantom sounds. Instead, their hallucinations take other forms. Visual distortions where they see sounds as patterns of light and shadow, synesthetic experiences that should not be possible, tactile hallucinations where they feel sounds as pressure against their skin, as heat or cold, as pain or pleasure. These false sensations torment them, offering the promise of experience only to reveal themselves as empty illusions, cruel mockeries of what they have lost. The psychological degradation proceeds along multiple trajectories simultaneously. Depression of a depth and severity that dwarfs clinical major depressive disorder sets in within days. The noise marine has lost the only source of pleasure they can experience, leaving them in a world that is entirely grey, entirely flat, entirely devoid of positive sensation. Every moment is suffering, not the intense anguish of acute pain, but the low, grinding misery of complete emotional emptiness. Nothing matters. Nothing has value. Nothing brings satisfaction or joy or even mild contentment. They continue to exist only because their engineered bodies will not release them into death, trapped in a life that has become entirely without meaning or purpose. Anxiety accompanies the depression, a constant state of agitation and dread without specific focus. They fear everything and nothing. The world has become incomprehensible and hostile. Without their primary sense, they cannot predict danger, cannot gauge their environment, cannot feel secure, even in familiar spaces. This anxiety manifests as hypervigilance to their remaining senses, their eyes darting constantly, their remaining sensory organs working overtime to compensate for what has been lost. But this compensation is inadequate, and they know it, creating a feedback loop where anxiety about their vulnerability makes them more vigilant, which makes them more aware of how vulnerable they truly are, which increases their anxiety further. The rage that characterized the immediate aftermath of hearing loss does not dissipate, but transforms into something chronic and corrosive. It becomes a background radiation of fury that colors every interaction, every thought, every moment. They are angry at the universe for allowing this to happen, angry at their enemies for causing it, angry at their battle brothers for failing to prevent it, angry at Slaanesh for not protecting them, angry at themselves for being weak enough to suffer this loss. This rage has no productive outlet. It simply burns, consuming whatever psychological resources they have left, making every other symptom worse, preventing any possibility of adaptation or acceptance. Identity dissolution represents perhaps the most profound psychological consequence of extended hearing loss. A noise. Marines' sense of self has been constructed entirely around their auditory experiences and their pursuit of ever greater sonic sensation. Take away that foundation, and the identity built upon it begins to collapse. They no longer know who they are. The purposes that once drove them, adding their voice to the song, serving Slaanesh through sensory excess, finding the perfect sound, these purposes are now impossible. Without purpose, without identity, they become hollowed-out shells, going through the motions of existence without any real engagement or investment in their own lives. Some attempt to construct new identities to replace what has been lost, but these efforts almost always fail. They might try to embrace rage as their new defining characteristic, becoming warriors of pure violence rather than sensation seekers. But the rage is hollow, unsatisfying, a poor substitute for what they have lost. They might attempt to find meaning in loyalty to their warband or their Chaos Lord, but this loyalty rings false when it is motivated only by the absence of alternatives. They might even attempt to find pleasure in other senses, pain, temperature, pressure, but their nervous system has been so thoroughly rewired that these sensations barely register. Everything becomes grey static, noise without meaning, experience without impact. The physical degradation that accompanies psychological breakdown is remarkable even by the standards of chaos mutation. The augmented organs that granted them their enhanced hearing, now useless, begin to necrotize. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. But among all the countless ways to die in the service of the Emperor, few are as terrifying, as claustrophobic, and as absolutely nightmarish as fighting in a void ship boarding action. Picture this, if you will. You are sealed inside a boarding torpedo, little more than a missile made of ceramite and adamantium, with barely enough room to stand. Around you, packed shoulder to shoulder, are your squad mates. The air is thick with the smell of sacred oils, weapon lubricant, and fear sweat, despite the temperature regulation systems. You can hear your own breathing inside your helmet, too loud, too fast. The engines scream as the torpedo accelerates, pushing you back against the restraint harness with brutal force. And then, after what feels like an eternity compressed into mere seconds, comes the impact. The crash is so violent that even through power armor or void-hardened carapace, you feel your teeth rattle. The industrial-grade drill at the torpedo's nose grinds through meters of ship hull, the sound like 1,000 chainsaws tearing through metal. Anyone standing directly on the other side of that breach point is simply gone, reduced to a fine red mist by the torpedo's entry. The assault ram's melter guns have already weakened the armor, and now the torpedo punches through, creating a hole in the enemy vessel's skin. For a moment, everything is chaos. Sirens wail on both sides of the breach. Emergency lights strobe in mad patterns, and then the hatch blows open, and you're running into hell itself. This is the reality of boarding actions in Warhammer 40,000. It's not the glorious open battlefields where titans stride and armies clash in the light of alien suns. It's not even the brutal street-to-street combat of a hive city assault. No, this is combat stripped down to its most primal, most horrifying form. This is fighting in corridors so narrow you can touch both walls with your outstretched arms. This is pushing through hatchways where a single enemy with a flamer can hold off a dozen attackers. This is every nightmare about being buried alive, combined with the knowledge that on the other side of these walls is the infinite void of space, waiting to claim you the moment something goes wrong. The ships of Warhammer 40,000 are not sleek vessels of chrome and clean lines, like you might see in other science fiction universes. These are ancient, Gothic monstrosities, some of them thousands of years old, maintained by tech priests who view them as living machine spirits requiring constant prayer and appeasement. An Imperial Navy battleship might stretch 8 kilometers from prow to stern, contain hundreds of decks, and house a crew of 250,000 souls. Inside such a vessel is a maze of corridors, chambers, chapels, weapons decks, engine rooms, habitation blocks, and forgotten sections that haven't been entered in centuries. To board such a ship and fight your way through it is to enter a 3-dimensional labyrinth where death waits around every corner and the environment itself is trying to kill you. And that's assuming you're boarding a relatively normal Imperial vessel. Chaos ships have been warped by the energies of the warp itself, their corridors twisted into non-Euclidean nightmares, their walls sometimes bleeding or screaming. Orc vessels are ramshackle death traps held together by sheer belief and scrap metal, liable to explode or decompress without warning. Tyrannid bioships are living organisms where the walls are made of chitinous matter and might actually try to digest you. And space hulks, those massive conglomerations of ships fused together by centuries drifting through the warp, are quite possibly the worst of all. They're infested with everything from genestealers to demons. Their interiors a mad patchwork of different vessels from different eras, some sections in hard vacuum, others hosting their own atmospheres, and even gravity wells pointing in different directions. The tactical challenges of fighting in such an environment are immense. Long-range weapons become nearly useless in corridors that rarely stretch more than 30 meters before a turn or bulkhead. Cover is everywhere, but so are kill zones. Every junction is a potential ambush point. Every closed hatch might hide a squad of enemies or open onto a section of ship that's been vented to space. Communication becomes difficult through meters of adamantium bulkheads and the interference of the ship's own systems. And always, there's the knowledge that you're fighting inside a vessel that's simultaneously a war machine and a habitat. where a stray shot might rupture a plasma conduit or crack a coolant line, killing everyone in the vicinity, regardless of which side they're on. This is not warfare as doctrine teaches it. This is not about holding ground or achieving strategic objectives in any conventional sense. Boarding actions in Warhammer 40,000 are about survival and momentum. Once you commit to a boarding action, you cannot retreat easily. Your assault craft or boarding torpedo is now somewhere behind you, possibly destroyed by the enemy's response or simply inaccessible through the sections of ship you fought through. You must push forward, must take your objectives, must fight through whatever resistance you encounter, because there is no falling back. The only way out is through, and that means fighting room by room, corridor by corridor, deck by deck, through a vessel that might contain thousands of armed defenders who know their ship far better than you do. And yet, for all its horrors, boarding actions are essential to void warfare in the 41st millennium. Some ships are too valuable to destroy. They might contain ancient technology that cannot be replicated, sacred relics that must be recovered, or intelligence that must not be lost. Sometimes the goal is to capture the vessel intact for use by your own forces. Other times, simply destroying the ship with torpedoes or lance strikes isn't enough. The enemy must be exterminated to the last, their corruption purged with bolter fire and flame. And in the case of space hulks, boarding actions are the only way to search for the archaeotech treasures they might contain, even though such missions have a mortality rate that would be considered unacceptable in any other branch of military service. The Imperium has specialists for this kind of warfare. Space Marine boarding parties are the gold standard, their power armor allowing them to survive in hard vacuum if necessary, their bolters perfect for the close-range firefights of corridor combat, their combat shields and breaching charges designed specifically for forcing entry through reinforced bulkheads. Certain chapters, like the Imperial Fists, have long traditions of boarding actions and void combat. Their Terminators, clad in tactical dreadnought armor and armed with storm bolters and power fists, are practically ideal for the crushing melee that develops when two forces collide in a narrow corridor. But even Space Marines die in boarding actions, and they die in numbers that would horrify their brothers in planetary assaults. For regular human forces, boarding actions are even more nightmarish. The Imperial Navy maintains Voidsmen-at-Arms, trained specifically for ship defense and boarding operations. These soldiers are equipped with carapace armor, lasguns, boarding shields, and the grim knowledge that their life expectancy, once combat begins, can be measured in minutes. They train constantly in mock-ups of ship corridors, practicing the brutal close-quarters combat that characterizes void warfare. They learn to fight in zero gravity, in the dark, in sections of ship filled with toxic atmosphere or hard radiation. And still, when the real thing comes, when the enemy breaches their hull, or they're sent through a boarding torpedo to assault an enemy vessel, all that training often proves insufficient against the reality of what they face. Let us now delve deeper into this nightmare. Let us examine what it truly means to fight and die in the corridors of a void ship in the 41st millennium. We'll look at every stage of a boarding action, from the moment the assault begins to the final bloody conclusion. We'll explore the environmental hazards that make these vessels death traps even without enemy action. We'll discuss the weapons and tactics used in this uniquely horrible form of warfare. And we'll examine some of the worst threats you might face when boarding a vessel in Warhammer 40,000, from Genestealer cult ambushes to the demonic corruption that festers in chaos ships. What follows is not for the faint of heart. This is the reality of boarding actions in all their claustrophobic, violent, terrifying detail. This is what the Imperium's warriors face when they strap into boarding torpedoes or storm through breached airlocks. This is the horror of fighting in the void. The approach. Breaching the hull. Before you can fight inside a ship, you have to get inside it. And this initial phase is often where boarding actions suffer their highest casualties. The attackers are exposed, vulnerable, and completely committed to their assault. They're traveling through the void in craft that range from barely controlled missiles to purpose-built assault boats, all while the target vessel and its escorts do everything in their power to destroy them before they can make contact. Boarding torpedoes are the most common method for Space Marine boarding actions, and they represent a perfect example of Imperial philosophy applied to assault tactics. These are not sophisticated craft with careful guidance systems and gentle landing procedures. No, a boarding torpedo is essentially a giant drill with engines attached, designed to be fired at an enemy ship like a projectile, punch through its armor, and deliver its cargo of Marines directly into the enemy vessel's interior. The craft themselves are cramped, uncomfortable, and offer no real protection if they're hit during their approach. You're essentially riding inside a bullet, trusting in the Emperor's protection and the fact that you're a small, fast-moving target. The Space Marine Aegis assault ram represents a slightly more sophisticated version of the same concept. It's larger than a standard boarding torpedo, capable of carrying up to 10 Space Marines in full power armor or tactical dreadnought armor. The Aegis features anti-gravitic technology discovered during the Great Crusade, allowing it to function both as a spacecraft and as a ground effect vehicle. At the front of the Aegis is a Magna Melter, a massive melter weapon that fires in the moments before impact, weakening the target ship's hull so the assault ram's reinforced prow can punch through more easily. When a Aegis hits an enemy ship, it doesn't just breach the hull, it pulverizes everything in its path, creating an entry point through which the Space Marines can pour into the enemy vessel. But let's focus on what it actually feels like to be inside one of these craft during the approach and impact. You're locked into restraint harnesses that are designed to keep you in place during the violent deceleration when the torpedo hits. The interior is lit by red emergency lighting and the green glow of your squad's equipment. There's no view screen, no way to see what's happening outside. You can hear the engines, a roar that vibrates through every surface. The hull is thick enough to provide some protection, but not thick enough that you can't hear the occasional impact of enemy point defense fire pinging off the exterior. Each hit sounds like a hammer strike, and you have no way of knowing if the next one will penetrate and turn the interior of your torpedo into a cloud of superheated plasma. The flight time varies depending on the distance between ships and the relative velocities involved, but it's rarely more than a few minutes. In that time, you're locked in with your thoughts and your brothers, unable to do anything but wait. Some Marines use the time for prayer, reciting litanies of protection or invoking the Emperor's blessing on their mission. Others perform last-minute weapons checks, even though there's nothing they can do if something is wrong at this point. The veterans, those who have done this before, often fall into a state of calm meditation, conserving their energy for what comes next. The newer Marines, those on their first or second boarding action, struggle to control their breathing and heart rate, to master the fear that comes from being helpless and exposed. And then comes the impact. Nothing truly prepares you for it. The boarding torpedo or assault ram is traveling at tremendous velocity when it makes contact with the target vessel's hull. The Magna Melter fires, creating a brief zone of incredible heat that turns solid adamantium into molten metal. Then the torpedo's drill, spinning at thousands of rotations per minute, makes contact. The deceleration is so sudden and so violent that even with the restraint harnesses, even with power armor or terminator plate to protect you, you feel like you've been hit by a drop pod slam. The noise is beyond description, a grinding, tearing shriek of metal on metal that resonates through your entire body. Anyone standing on the other side of the breach point at the moment of impact simply ceases to exist. The drill pulverizes them. The heat from the Magna Melter flash burns them. And the sudden decompression, if they're in an unpressurized section, scatters what remains. But you're not thinking about that because the assault is already beginning. The torpedo's front hatch, held in place by explosive bolts, blows outward with a bang that you feel more than hear through your helmet. Sometimes there's a blast of atmosphere rushing past you as the pressure equalizes. Other times, there's nothing, just the silence of vacuum if you've breached into a section that's already depressurized. Your restraints release automatically, and then you're moving, weapons up, following your squad leader through the breach and into the enemy ship. This is the most critical moment of any boarding action. You're emerging from a confined space into an unknown environment. You don't know the layout of the ship section you've entered. You don't know if there are enemies waiting on the other side of that breach. You don't know if the deck will hold your weight, or if you're stepping onto damaged plating that might give way beneath you. But you can't hesitate. Hesitation gets people killed. You have to move, have to clear the breach point, have to push into the ship and secure enough space that the rest of your squad can follow. Sometimes you're lucky. The breach point opens into an empty corridor or storage compartment, giving you precious seconds to orient yourself and form up before contact with the enemy. Other times you emerge directly into a firefight. The defenders have had time to prepare, to set up interlocking fields of fire covering the breach point. They're waiting for you with laser guns, bolters, heavy stubbers, whatever weapons they have available. The first Marines through the breach walk into a storm of fire that tests even ceramite armor. Men die before they've taken 3 steps into the enemy ship, cut down by sustained fire from multiple angles. This is why boarding shields were developed during the Great Crusade and saw extensive use throughout the Horus Heresy. These large tower shields, made of ceramite and plasteel, with small field generators similar to those in power weapons, were designed specifically for this moment. Breacher siege squads would lead boarding actions, their shields absorbing the initial barrage, while the rest of the squad used the cover to return fire and push forward. The shields couldn't stop everything. A Lascanon hit would punch through them, and sustained fire would eventually overload the field generators. But they gave the attackers a crucial few seconds to establish a foothold, and in boarding actions, seconds were the difference between success and catastrophic failure. For Imperial Navy voidsmen or Astra Militarum soldiers being sent on boarding actions, the experience is even more harrowing because they lack the protection of power armor. They're equipped with carapace armor at best, more often just flak armor and void suits that will keep them alive in vacuum, but won't stop much in the way of weapons fire. Their boarding craft are often less sophisticated than Space Marine assault rams, modified shuttles, or purpose-built assault boats like the Shark-class vessels used by some naval forces. These craft have the advantage of being reusable. They can deliver their troops and then extract them when the mission is complete. But they're more vulnerable during the approach and require secure landing zones or airlocks to discharge their passengers. When human soldiers board an enemy vessel, the first moments after entry are absolutely critical. They're trained to move fast, to flood through the breach point in sufficient numbers that the defenders can't focus fire effectively on any single target. They rely on weight of fire rather than individual superiority, laying down covering fire while their squads advance by leapfrogging from cover to cover. It's brutal work. The casualty rates are horrific. In some boarding actions, 50% losses among the first wave are considered acceptable if they achieve the objective of establishing a secure beachhead. And we haven't even discussed what happens when things go wrong with the boarding craft itself. Boarding torpedoes are not sophisticated machines. They're designed to make one trip and then be abandoned. Sometimes the drill mechanisms fail and the torpedo doesn't breach the hull properly, instead glancing off the armor or becoming lodged partway through, leaving its occupants trapped inside with no way forward or back. Sometimes the impact is off angle and the torpedo breaches into a section that's already in hard vacuum with no atmosphere. And if the occupants aren't wearing helmets or aren't in sealed armor, they're dead before they can react. Sometimes the torpedo punches through into a compartment that contains something volatile, plasma conduits or fuel storage or ammunition magazines, and the breach ignites a catastrophic explosion that kills everyone in the torpedo and in the surrounding sections of ship. There's also the psychological burden of making the assault. You're committing to a course of action that has no real possibility of retreat. Once your boarding torpedo or assault craft commits to its attack run, you're going into that enemy ship whether you want to or not. If the mission goes badly, if your squad is cut off and surrounded, if the objectives prove impossible to reach, there's no easy extraction. You're trapped inside a hostile vessel, fighting for your life, with no support and dwindling ammunition. The only way out is to complete the mission and hope that extraction craft can reach you, or to fight your way back to your entry point and hope it's still accessible, or to die trying. This knowledge hangs over every boarding action, adding an extra layer of dread to what is already one of the most dangerous forms of combat imaginable. The approach and breach are just the beginning. They're the gateway into the real nightmare that is fighting inside a void ship. But they set the tone for everything that follows. The violence of entry, the immediate contact with the enemy, the confusion of not knowing your surroundings, all of this combines to create a state of heightened tension that will only intensify as the boarding action continues. Environmental horrors. One of the most underappreciated aspects of boarding actions in Warhammer 40,000 is that the environment itself is often as deadly as any enemy you'll face. Void ships are not designed to be comfortable or safe. They're designed to travel through the warp, to survive void combat, and to house thousands of crew members in conditions that would be considered inhumane by almost any standard outside the Imperium. When combat breaks out inside such a vessel, all of the environmental hazards that the crew has learnt to live with become immediate threats to life and limb. Let's start with the most obvious danger: depressurization. Void ships are pressure vessels, maintaining a breathable atmosphere inside while surrounded by the infinite vacuum of space. The hull is designed to withstand this pressure differential, but it's not indestructible. Combat damage, whether from your own boarding action or from the larger void battle happening outside, can breach the hull and expose entire sections of the ship to hard vacuum. When this happens, everything not secured gets sucked out through the breach. The C.C. Air rushes out with the force of a hurricane. Anyone not anchored or in sealed armor is torn from their footing and dragged toward the breach, along with any loose equipment, debris, and anything else that isn't bolted down. Depressurization events kill in multiple ways. The most obvious is simply being sucked out into the void through the breach, where you'll die from either asphyxiation, explosive decompression, or exposure to radiation and temperature extremes. But even if you're not immediately ejected, rapid depressurization is lethal. The air in your lungs expands explosively, rupturing lung tissue if you don't exhale immediately. The moisture on your eyes and tongue boils in the low pressure. Your blood doesn't boil, contrary to popular myth, because your circulatory system maintains sufficient pressure, but you lose consciousness within about 15 seconds as the oxygen in your bloodstream is depleted. Death follows within a couple of minutes. For this reason, experienced boarding troops never remove their helmets during an assault, even if they're in a section of ship that seems to have stable atmosphere. Veterans know that a stray shot or a detonation in an adjacent compartment can create a breach without warning. Space Marines in full power armor are largely immune to depressurization. Their armor is fully sealed and contains its own life support systems. They can operate in hard vacuum indefinitely, limited only by their armor's power supply and air reserves. Terminators, wearing tactical dreadnought armor, are even better protected and can survive in environments that would destroy lesser armor. But regular human soldiers, even those in carapace armor, are vulnerable. Standard Astra Militarum flak armor does not provide environmental sealing. Void's men-at-arms wear void suits under their armor, which will keep them alive in vacuum. But these suits are uncomfortable, restrictive, and not designed for prolonged combat operations. The suits will maintain pressure and provide a limited air supply, usually enough for 30 minutes to an hour, but fighting in them is exhausting, and their protection against enemy fire is minimal. Then there's the problem of gravity, or more accurately, the lack thereof. Void ships generate artificial gravity through various technologies, some better understood than others. On Imperial vessels, gravity is maintained by ancient gravitic field generators that are maintained more through ritual and prayer than actual understanding of their function. When these systems fail, either from combat damage or power loss, entire sections of a ship can suddenly transition to zero gravity. If you've never experienced combat in zero-G, it's difficult to convey just how disorienting and dangerous it is. Everything you know about movement and combat changes in zero gravity. There's no up or down. You can't plant your feet and brace for recoil when you fire your weapon. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction, so firing a bolter without being anchored to something will send you spinning backward. Moving requires pushing off surfaces and trying to control your trajectory, while simultaneously watching for obstacles and enemies in 3 dimensions rather than the 2-dimensional plane of normal ground combat. Close combat becomes a strange dance where combatants grapple and tumble together, both trying to land blows while simultaneously trying to maintain some control over their motion. Mag boots help, assuming you're equipped with them and they're functional. Space Marine armor comes standard with magnetic boot systems that allow them to lock onto ferrous metal surfaces. But even with mag boots, movement is slow and ponderous because you have to actively engage and disengage the magnets with each step. And mag boots don't work on all surfaces, only those with sufficient metal content and the right composition. Many void ship decks are made of rockcrete or other non-ferrous materials, rendering mag boots useless. Fighting in zero gravity also makes ranged combat more difficult. Hitting a target requires accounting for your own movement, the target's movement in 3 dimensions, and the fact that you don't have a stable firing platform. Ballistic weapons like laser guns and bolters become harder to control. Explosives are actually more effective in some ways because their blast expands spherically rather than being channeled by gravity, but this also means they're more dangerous to the user. And if someone deploys frag grenades in an enclosed zero-G environment, the shrapnel doesn't fall to the deck. It continues bouncing around the compartment until it embeds in something, whether that's a bulkhead or a person. The temperature inside void ships varies wildly depending on location. Near the plasma drives and the reactor spaces, temperatures can reach levels that would be instantly lethal to unprotected humans. The tech priests and servitors who maintain these areas work in specialized heat-resistant gear, and even then, their assignments are usually measured in minutes rather than hours. If you're fighting through these sections during a boarding action, you're dealing with oppressive heat that drains your stamina and can cause heat stroke even inside armor with temperature regulation systems. Conversely, in sections far from the ship's heat sources or in areas where heating systems have failed, temperatures plunge to near absolute zero. The void of space is not cold in the conventional sense. It lacks temperature entirely because there's no medium to transfer heat. But hull sections exposed to the void or with failed heating systems will radiate their heat away into space, and temperatures drop precipitously. In these conditions, metal becomes brittle, lubricants freeze, and any exposed skin will suffer frostbite within seconds. Radiation is another constant threat aboard void ships, particularly those involved in void combat. The plasma reactors that power these vessels produce tremendous amounts of radiation, and while the reactor chambers are shielded, combat damage can compromise that shielding. Additionally, void combat involves the use of weapons that produce their own radiation, lances that fire coherent beams of energy, plasma weapons, melter weapons. All of these produce radiation as a byproduct. If you're fighting in or near sections that have been hit by these weapons, you're being exposed to radiation levels that can be lethal. Power armor provides significant radiation shielding, and Space Marines are genetically engineered to be more resistant to radiation than baseline humans. But even they have limits. Prolonged exposure to high radiation environments will sicken even an Astartes. For regular human soldiers, radiation exposure in a boarding action can be a death sentence, even if they survive the combat itself. They might make it off the ship alive, only to die days or weeks later, from radiation sickness, their bodies breaking down at the cellular level from the damage inflicted by high-energy particles they never even saw. The atmosphere inside void ships can also be hazardous, even when it's not completely absent. Ships are huge, enclosed environments where thousands of people live and work, and maintaining air quality is a constant challenge. The air processing systems filter out carbon dioxide and other waste gases, add oxygen from storage tanks or recyclers, and scrub out contaminants. But these systems are not perfect, and in combat conditions, they often fail partially or completely. You might breach into a section where the atmosphere is thick with smoke from fires, reducing visibility to a few meters and making it difficult to breathe even with filters. You might enter compartments filled with toxic gases, byproducts of damage to ship systems, or deliberately released by defenders trying to slow your advance. Plasma leaks create clouds of superheated gas that will cook you inside your armor. Coolant leaks flood sections with cryogenic fluids or toxic chemicals. Engine rooms fill with exhaust gases that are both toxic and flammable. Fighting in these conditions requires sealed armor and environmental systems that can handle the contamination. And even then, you're operating in conditions that reduce your effectiveness and put tremendous strain on your equipment. Sound in a void ship environment during combat is a strange thing. In the vacuum sections, there's only the sounds transmitted through contact with surfaces, your boots on the deck, your armor touching a bulkhead. But in atmosphere, sound becomes almost overwhelming. Void ships are not acoustically dampened. They're full of machinery, ventilation systems, and thousands of people, all generating noise that echoes through metal corridors. Add combat to this, the bark of bolters, the scream of plasma weapons, the explosions of grenades, the shouts of soldiers, and it becomes a cacophony that can be disorienting and exhausting. Then there are the structural concerns. Void ships are constructed to withstand the rigors of void travel and combat, but they're not indestructible. The hull can be breached, bulkheads can fail, decks can collapse. When you're fighting inside a ship that's simultaneously engaged in void combat with other vessels, you're in an environment that's actively being damaged around you. Lance strikes from enemy ships punch through multiple decks. Torpedo impacts send shockwaves through entire sections. Reactor containment failures can destroy whole compartments. You might be advancing through a corridor when the deck above you collapses, burying you under tons of rubble. You might breach a bulkhead only to find that the compartment on the other side has collapsed into a jumbled mass of twisted metal, with no clear path forward. Fires are also a major concern. In atmosphere, any spark can ignite a blaze, and once fires start in a void ship, they're incredibly difficult to control. The fire suppression systems might be damaged or simply overwhelmed. Fires consume oxygen, creating zones where the atmosphere becomes unbreathable. They generate tremendous heat and toxic smoke. They spread through ventilation ducts and cable runs. And in some cases, fires can reach materials that shouldn't burn, but do anyway under the right conditions, creating infernos that can rage for hours or days. Void warfare also exposes ships to hazards from the warp itself, particularly if the ship has recently been in warp transit, or if the combat is taking place near a warp storm or other phenomenon. The warp is not just another dimension, it's a realm of pure psychic energy, where the laws of physics don't consistently apply, and where demons and other nightmares lurk. Ships that have been corrupted by chaos often have sections where reality itself is unstable. You might open a hatch and find that the compartment on the other side doesn't obey normal geometry, that the room is bigger than the space it occupies, or that time flows differently. These effects can drive even hardened warriors mad. Space hulks present all of these environmental hazards multiplied exponentially. Because these are conglomerations of multiple ships fused together, often after millennia drifting through the warp, their interiors are nightmarish mazes where each component vessel might have its own environmental conditions. You might be fighting through a section of ancient Imperial cruiser with working gravity and atmosphere, then pass through a junction into a chunk of Orc wreck, where gravity points sideways and the atmosphere is toxic, then emerge into a segment of a ship so old that its design predates the Imperium itself, and its systems are completely incomprehensible. The corridors don't align properly. Rooms might be oriented at any angle. You might have to climb what used to be walls or crawl through spaces that were never meant to be traversed. All of these environmental factors combine to make boarding actions exhausting, even when you're not in active combat. You're operating in hostile conditions, your body and equipment under constant stress. Your armor's environmental systems are working constantly to keep you alive, draining power reserves. Your own metabolism is working overtime to deal with the physical and psychological stress. And all of this happens before you even consider the actual fighting you're doing against armed enemies who are trying to kill you. The architecture of death. The physical layout and architecture of void ships in Warhammer 40,000 are crucial factors in determining how boarding actions play out, and they present challenges that are unique to this form of warfare. These vessels are not designed with convenience or tactical clarity in mind. They're the products of millennia of tradition, religious doctrine, and occasionally functional engineering, all combined into structures that are as much Gothic cathedrals as they are warships. Fighting through such an environment requires adapting your tactics to an architecture that was never meant to be a battlefield, but becomes one regardless. Imperial void ships in particular are characterized by their sheer scale and complexity. A battleship might be 8 kilometers long and over a kilometer wide at its widest point. Inside this massive hull are hundreds of decks stacked vertically, thousands of compartments, countless corridors, and vast chambers dedicated to everything from weapons batteries to chapels to hydroponic gardens. The ships are so large that they contain entire communities, with crew members who have never seen the exterior of the vessel they serve on, and who might live their entire lives in the same section of ship, working the same machinery their ancestors tended for generations. This creates an immediate problem for boarding forces. You're entering a three-dimensional maze that defies easy navigation. The corridors of an Imperial void ship are not laid out in rational grids. They twist and turn, following the dictates of ancient construction methods and the need to route essential systems around each other. Ventilation ducts, power conduits, coolant pipes, all of these run through the walls and ceilings, creating a tangled web of infrastructure that makes the ship's layout maddeningly complex. Even with maps, which you're unlikely to have if you're boarding an enemy vessel, navigation is difficult because the maps themselves are often outdated or inaccurate, showing layouts that have been modified over centuries of repair and renovation. The corridors themselves are typically narrow, designed for crew members to move in single file or at most 2 abreast. This makes them perfect kill zones. A single heavy weapon emplacement at the end of a corridor can cover its entire length. Advancing down such a corridor means walking into a firing lane where you have minimal cover and the enemy has all the advantages. The defenders can set up interlocking fields of fire at intersections where multiple corridors meet. They can position troops in alcoves or behind corners, ready to ambush anyone passing by. They can wire entire sections with explosives, turning corridors into traps that can be detonated remotely. The hatchways and bulkheads that separate ship compartments are both obstacles and opportunities. These heavy doors, made of thick metal and reinforced against damage, can be sealed to contain atmospheric breaches or to prevent fire from spreading. In combat, they become strategic choke points. A sealed bulkhead can halt an attacking force's advance completely, forcing them to either cut through with breaching charges or heavy weapons, or find an alternate route. Defenders can use these hatchways to create defensive lines, falling back from one sealed bulkhead to the next, making the attackers fight for every meter of corridor. Cutting through a sealed bulkhead takes time and makes noise, alerting defenders to your position and intentions. Breaching charges are the fastest method, but they're loud and create a signature bright flash of light and blast that announces your presence. Melter weapons can cut through even heavy bulkheads given enough time, but you're vulnerable while doing it, focused on the cutting work rather than watching for enemies. Some elite units carry specialized equipment, like the Caestus assault ram's Magna Melta, or the heavy-duty breaching equipment used by breacher siege squads. But even these require precious seconds of exposure. The actual chambers and rooms within a void ship vary wildly in size and purpose. Some compartments are massive, like the weapons decks where the ship's broadside batteries are housed. These are cathedral-scale spaces, sometimes over 100 meters high, filled with the massive artillery pieces and loading mechanisms that make void warfare possible. Fighting in such spaces is almost like open warfare, with plenty of room to maneuver and multiple levels of catwalks and platforms creating vertical elements to the combat. But these spaces are rare. Most of the ship's interior is divided into smaller compartments, each dedicated to some specific function. Engine rooms and reactor spaces are particularly dangerous areas to fight in. These compartments contain the massive plasma reactors and warp drives that power the ship, along with all the associated support machinery. The machinery itself creates obstacles, huge pipes and conduits that block line of sight and create cover, but also hazards that you absolutely don't want to damage. Shooting into a plasma conduit can cause a breach that floods the area with superheated plasma. Damaging reactor shielding can cause radiation leaks, and if the reactor itself is hit by sustained fire or explosives, the result can be a detonation that destroys a significant portion of the ship, including everyone fighting in that section. The habitation decks where the crew live present their own, unique challenges. These areas are mazes of small compartments, communal spaces, and narrow passages designed to efficiently house thousands of people in minimal space. The crew quarters are cramped, barely large enough for a bunk and a small locker. The corridors between them are claustrophobic, often lit by flickering glow globes or emergency lighting. Fighting through these areas means clearing room after room, never knowing if the next compartment contains cowering civilians, armed defenders, or something worse. It's exhausting, paranoia-inducing work that grinds down even experienced soldiers. The bridge and command centers of a ship are usually the most heavily defended areas. These are the nerve centers where the ship is controlled, and losing them means losing the vessel. As such, they're typically located deep within the ship's superstructure, protected by multiple layers of armor and sealed bulkheads. The approaches to the bridge are designed as defensive positions, with narrow access corridors that can be easily covered by fire, redundant bulkheads that can be sealed in sequence, and often dedicated security forces whose sole job is to protect the command crew. Taking the bridge usually requires fighting through these prepared defenses, a slow and bloody process where every meter of advance is paid for in casualties. Vertical movement presents its own challenges. Void ships have multiple decks, and moving between them usually requires using access shafts, stairways, or lifts. These vertical passages are excellent defensive positions. A small force positioned at the top or bottom of a stairway can hold off attackers indefinitely, using their elevated position to fire down on anyone trying to advance. Access shafts and ladders are even worse, because you're completely exposed while climbing and can't effectively return fire. Lifts can be controlled by the defenders, either shut down completely or used as traps by sending them to levels where attackers are waiting in ambush. The Gothic architectural elements that characterize Imperial vessels add their own strange dimension to boarding combat. These ships aren't just functional machines, they're expressions of the Imperium's religious and cultural aesthetic. This means you have corridors lined with statues of Imperial saints, their stone eyes seeming to watch your every move. You have vast chapels and cathedral spaces dedicated to worship of the god Emperor, their soaring architecture and stained glass windows, creating environments that feel sacred even in the midst of violence. You have decorative elements like carved skulls, flying buttresses, stained glass, and ornate metalwork that serve no functional purpose but are included because they speak to the Imperium's cultural identity. These architectural elements can affect combat in unexpected ways. A statue provides cover, but it might be rigged to explode, or might topple during fighting. Stained glass windows are beautiful but fragile, and shattering them can cause depressurization if they're on an outer hull section. The Gothic aesthetic also means that many Imperial ships have strange, non-functional spaces, rooms that serve no purpose except to be impressive or spiritually meaningful. You might be fighting through a perfectly practical corridor system and suddenly emerge into a vast procession hall decorated with banners and mosaics, or into a reliquary filled with sacred artifacts, and have to figure out how to cross these spaces while under fire. Different factions design their ships according to their own cultural and practical considerations, creating unique architectural challenges. Chaos vessels are nightmares made manifest. The warp corruption that permeates them has often twisted their physical structure. Corridors might curve in ways that don't make geometric sense. Walls might bleed or pulse as if alive. The very air might be thick with whispers that crawl into your mind. Fighting in such an environment tests your sanity as much as your combat skills. The ship itself feels malevolent, actively hostile to your presence, and the longer you're inside it, the more you feel the corruption trying to seep into your thoughts. Orc vessels are crude and ramshackle by comparison, but no less dangerous. These ships are held together by orc engineering, which is to say, a combination of scrap metal, welding, and sheer belief in the orc gods. The corridors are wide enough to accommodate orc physiology, and they're dirty, covered in rust and grease and the detritus of orc habitation. The architecture is completely haphazard, with sections added on without any real plan, creating a labyrinth that confuses anyone trying to navigate it. The biggest danger in an orc ship isn't the architecture itself, though the risk of structural collapse is real because orc construction is terrible by any standard. It's that orcs inhabit these vessels in massive numbers, and they're all eager to fight anyone who boards their ship. Space hulks deserve special mention because their architecture is the result of multiple ships being fused together in the warp, creating structures that defy all logic. You might step through a hatchway from an Imperial cruiser into a section of Eldar craftworld with alien architecture that follows completely different design principles. The next junction might lead into a chunk of ship so ancient that its origins are unknown, with technology that predates the Imperium itself. Gravity might change direction from one section to another. Atmosphere might be present in one compartment and absent in the next. The hulk's structure shifts over time as it drifts in and out of the warp, meaning that passages that existed yesterday might be sealed today, and new routes might have opened up that weren't there before. All of these architectural factors combine to make boarding actions in Warhammer 40,000 unique tactical nightmares. You're not fighting on open battlefields, where doctrine and combined arms tactics apply cleanly. You're fighting in a three-dimensional maze, designed according to rules that often prioritize form over function, where your enemy knows the terrain far better than you do, and where the environment itself presents as much danger as enemy fire. Success requires adapting to these conditions, using the architecture to your advantage when possible, accepting that progress will be slow and costly, and maintaining the discipline to push forward even when every corridor looks the same and you've lost track of how far you've come or how far you still have to go. Combat in the corridors. Now we come to the heart of what makes boarding action so uniquely terrible, the actual combat that takes place in these confined spaces. Everything about corridor fighting goes against the training that soldiers receive for conventional warfare. All the tactics that work in open environments or urban combat become problematic or impossible in the tight confines of a void ship interior. What emerges is a brutal, close-range style of warfare that favors aggression, quick reactions, and the ability to function in chaos. The engagement ranges in corridor combat are shockingly short compared to other forms of warfare. On a battlefield, infantrymen might engage targets at ranges of 300 meters or more. In a hive city, engagement ranges drop to perhaps 50 or 100 meters. In the corridors of a void ship, most combat happens at ranges of 10 to 30 meters, You're fighting people you can see clearly, whose faces you can make out through the chaos. This creates a psychological intensity that's different from ranged combat. It's personal in a way that artillery exchanges or long-range firefights are not. At these ranges, different weapons show their advantages and disadvantages. Laser guns, the standard armament of the Imperial Guard and many naval armsmen, are adequate for corridor combat. They're accurate at short range, have good ammunition capacity, and produce little recoil, but they lack stopping power against heavily armored targets. A laser gun hit might not put down a target quickly enough at ranges where a few seconds can mean life or death. Bolters, by contrast, excel in this environment. The mass-reactive rounds they fire are devastating at short range, punching through armor and exploding inside the target. The sound of a bolter firing in an enclosed corridor is thunderous, almost deafening even with ear protection. The muzzle flash in dim lighting is blinding. But the results are undeniable. 1 or 2 bolter hits will drop almost any target. Shotguns are particularly favored for boarding actions by forces that have access to them. At ranges of 10 meters or less, a combat shotgun loaded with solid slugs or specialist ammunition like flechettes is devastating. The spread pattern of shot shells makes precise aiming less critical in the chaos of close combat. The weapons are relatively simple and reliable, important factors when fighting in environments where equipment maintenance might be difficult. Voidsmen at arms units often carry combat shotguns as their primary weapons, specifically because of their effectiveness in shipboard combat. Flamers are terror weapons in corridor combat. A heavy flamer fired down a narrow corridor creates a wall of burning promethium that fills the entire passage. Anyone caught in that wash of flame is burned alive inside their armor. The psychological effect is devastating. Even hardened soldiers will break and retreat when they see flamers being deployed against them. But flamers are also risky to use. In confined spaces, the backwash of heat can affect the operator. If you're fighting in an atmosphere rich in certain gases, a flamer can cause an explosive reaction that kills everyone in the area. And flamers consume their ammunition quickly, making them useful for short, intense actions, but problematic for extended fighting. Plasma weapons are extremely effective, but correspondingly dangerous in the close quarters of shipboard combat. A plasma gunshot will vaporize an armored target, cutting through even power armor if it hits solidly. But plasma weapons generate tremendous heat, and in enclosed spaces, that heat has nowhere to dissipate. Sustained plasma fire can raise the ambient temperature to dangerous levels. Worse, plasma weapons have a tendency to overheat and sometimes catastrophically fail, causing them to explode and kill their operator. In a corridor where there's no room to take cover from such an explosion, this makes plasma weapons a calculated risk. Grenades become both more dangerous and more useful in corridor environments. A frag grenade detonated in an enclosed space sends shrapnel ricocheting off walls and ceilings, multiplying its effectiveness. The blast itself is channeled by the corridor, increasing overpressure in the area, but this also means you're at risk from your own grenades. Throwing a frag grenade down a corridor and then immediately advancing into that corridor is a good way to catch some of your own shrapnel. Smart troops use grenades to cover their advance, throwing them into compartments before entering. But the delay while the grenade detonates can give defending forces time to prepare or retreat. Melter bombs and breaching charges are essential tools for boarding actions, used to cut through sealed bulkheads or destroy hardened positions. But their use is noisy and obvious. Every time you breach a bulkhead, you're announcing your position to every defender in that section of ship. The debris from the breach can also be hazardous. Metal fragments and molten material flying through the corridor, creating a temporary hazard zone that you then have to push through. Close combat weapons see extensive use in boarding actions because of the short engagement ranges and the frequent need to fight in spaces too confined for ranged weapons to be practical. Chainswords are the iconic close combat weapon of the Imperium, and they're brutally effective in corridor fighting. The whirring chain of diamond-hard teeth can carve through armor and flesh with terrifying speed. They're relatively light and maneuverable, important in tight spaces where larger weapons would be awkward. Power weapons, which surround their blades with an energy field that disrupts molecular bonds, can cut through almost any material and are favored by officers and veteran troops. But power weapons require maintenance and power cells, making them less reliable in extended operations than simpler weapons. Combat shields and boarding shields, which we discussed earlier in the context of the initial breach, continue to be valuable throughout a boarding action. A shield bearer can advance down a corridor with some protection from enemy fire, allowing the rest of the squad to follow in their wake. The shield can be used offensively as well, shield bashing an enemy to knock them down or back, creating openings for lethal follow-up attacks. But shields are heavy and awkward in confined spaces, and they limit your own offensive options because one hand is occupied with holding the shield. The tactics of corridor fighting are brutal and straightforward because sophisticated maneuvers are often impossible in such confined spaces. The basic method is fire and movement, with elements of the squad suppressing enemy positions while others advance to better positions. But better positions in a corridor are limited. You might advance to a doorway that provides some cover, or to a junction where you can use the corner for protection. But often there's simply nowhere to go, and advancement becomes a matter of walking into enemy fire and accepting casualties while you work to eliminate the defenders. Breaching rooms and compartments is a specialized skill that boarding forces must master. The basic technique is to blow or breach the door, throw in grenades if possible, and then flood into the room with multiple entry points if available. The first soldiers through the door are at highest risk, facing whatever enemies are inside with minimal cover and no time to properly assess the situation. But speed is essential because hesitation gives defenders time to prepare or eliminate the first few soldiers through the breach. The doctrine is to enter fast, spread out to avoid clustering, identify targets, and engage them before they can effectively respond. Squad tactics in corridors are limited by the space available. A typical infantry squad of 8 to 10 soldiers cannot all fight effectively in a corridor that's only 3 meters wide. They're forced to advance in column, with only the front 2 or 3 soldiers able to engage targets. This makes the formation vulnerable to flanking attacks if the enemy has access to alternate routes. It also means that the effectiveness of the squad is limited by the effectiveness of those front. Few soldiers, if they go down, the whole advance stalls. Some forces use specialized formations for corridor combat. Space Marine boarding parties often advance with a shield bearer or terminator in front, their superior armor allowing them to absorb fire that would devastate less protected troops. Behind them come battle brothers with bolters or assault weapons, ready to engage targets as they appear. This formation is slow, but nearly unstoppable against all but the most determined resistance. For regular human forces, the tactics are less refined because they lack the armor protection and superhuman abilities of the Astartes. They rely more on suppressing fire and weight of numbers, accepting higher casualties as the price of advancing. Communication becomes difficult in the chaos of corridor combat. The noise of weapons fire in enclosed spaces is deafening. Voxcasters help, allowing units to maintain voice contact even in the noise. But Vox signals can be jammed or disrupted by the ship's systems or by enemy countermeasures. Hand signals work at short ranges but become impossible to see in smoke or poor lighting. This communication breakdown means that units can become separated and isolated without their commanders knowing what's happening to them. The psychological strain of corridor combat cannot be overstated. You're fighting in a confined space where you can't see more than a few meters ahead, where every corner might hide an ambush, where the enemy can appear from unexpected directions through hatches or vents. The constant alertness required is exhausting. The fear of being trapped, of being surrounded with no escape route, weighs on even veteran soldiers. After hours of this kind of fighting, men become jumpy, prone to firing at shadows or friendly forces glimpsed in the dim lighting. The confusion of boarding actions also leads to friendly fire incidents. In the chaos of combat, with poor visibility and high stress, soldiers sometimes shoot first and identify targets later. This problem is compounded when multiple units are operating in the same area without perfect coordination. You might clear a room only to have friendly forces breach through a different door seconds later, and in the split second of mutual surprise, soldiers on both sides might fire before recognizing each other as allies. For defenders, corridor combat offers significant advantages. They know the layout of the ship. They know which corridors lead where, which can be bypassed, which are dead ends. They can prepare defensive positions in advance, setting up fields of fire and reinforcing their positions. They can fall back through prepared positions, making the attackers fight for every section of corridor. They can use their knowledge of ship systems to their advantage, cutting power to sections to plunge attackers into darkness, venting atmosphere from compartments, or using other environmental controls to hinder the enemy. Attacking forces must overcome these advantages through aggression and momentum. Once a boarding action begins, stopping means giving the defenders time to organize and reinforce their positions. You must keep pushing forward, accepting casualties, trusting that your own reinforcements and supplies can keep up. This creates a pressure cooker effect where both sides are committed to a fight that becomes increasingly desperate as it continues. The physical toll of extended corridor combat is severe. Soldiers are fighting in heavy armor or environmental suits, breathing recycled air, often in extreme temperatures. They're carrying heavy loads of ammunition and equipment. The adrenaline of combat sustains them initially, but after hours of fighting, exhaustion sets in. Reaction times slow. Aim becomes less precise. Judgment becomes impaired. Men make mistakes they wouldn't normally make, and in corridor combat, mistakes are usually lethal. The defender's advantage. While we've focused primarily on the experience of boarding an enemy vessel, it's important to understand the perspective and advantages of the defending force, because these factors dramatically influence how boarding actions play out. Defending a void ship against boarders is, in many ways, a more enviable position than attacking one, but it comes with its own unique challenges and horrors. The most obvious advantage defenders possess is knowledge of the terrain. They've lived and worked in this ship, possibly for years or even generations if they're part of the hereditary crew that's common on Imperial vessels. They know the layout intimately, not just the main corridors, but also the service passages, maintenance ducts, and shortcuts that don't appear on any official schematic. This knowledge allows them to move through the ship more quickly than attackers, to set up ambushes at strategic locations, and to predict where the enemy will likely go based on the objectives they're trying to achieve. Defenders can prepare the battlefield before the enemy arrives. Once sensors detect incoming boarding craft or spot enemy ships maneuvering for boarding range, the defending crew has precious minutes to prepare. Bulkheads can be sealed to channel attackers through specific corridors. Heavy weapons can be positioned to cover likely breach points. Reinforcements can be moved into position. Ammunition and supplies can be pre-positioned at defensive strongpoints. In those few minutes of warning, a competent defensive commander can create a layered defense that will make the attackers pay in blood for every meter they advance. The control of ship systems provides defenders with options that attackers simply don't have. The defensive commander can manipulate lighting, plunging sections into darkness to hinder enemy movement, while defenders, familiar with the layout, can operate more effectively. They can control atmosphere, either venting it from sections to expose attackers without sealed armor to vacuum, or introducing toxic gases if the ship's systems allow for such measures. They can lock bulkheads remotely, trapping enemy units in kill zones or cutting them off from their fellows. They can even, in desperate situations, deliberately depressurize entire sections or flood them with fire, accepting the loss of those areas and any crew in them as necessary sacrifices to stop the enemy advance. Many Imperial void ships have voidsmen at arms, dedicated naval security forces whose primary purpose is to defend the vessel against boarding actions. These soldiers are specifically trained and equipped for shipboard combat. They understand the unique challenges of fighting in confined spaces. They're familiar with the ship's layout. They train constantly in mock boarding scenarios. Most importantly, they fight with the knowledge that this is their home they're defending. There's no retreat from a boarding action if you're a defender. If the attackers take the ship, you're either dead or captured, and capture by many of the Imperium's enemies is a fate worse than death. Void's men-at-arms typically wear void-hardened flak or carapace armor and carry laser guns or shotguns as primary weapons, with las pistoles as sidearms. They're trained to fight in teams, with established doctrine for clearing corridors, setting up interlocking fields of fire, and conducting fighting withdrawals through prepared positions. The best units are equipped with specialized gear like boarding shields, heavy weapons for defending key positions, and breaching equipment for counter-attacking and retaking compromised sections. Many ships also have servitors deployed in defensive roles. These lobotomized cyborgs can be armed with heavy weapons and positioned at key choke points. They don't feel fear or fatigue and will continue fighting until destroyed. Against lightly armored attackers, a heavy bolter servitor positioned at the end of a corridor is a formidable obstacle. But servitors lack tactical flexibility and can be outmaneuvered by clever opponents who find ways around their positions. On Space Marine vessels, the defense might be handled by chapter serfs, ordinary humans who serve the Adeptus Astartes. These individuals are often augmented with basic combat training and equipped with whatever weapons the chapter can spare. While they're not Space Marines themselves, they fight with religious fervor to protect the chapter's vessel and will die before allowing enemies to desecrate a Space Marine ship. The psychological advantage of defense should not be underestimated. Defenders are fighting on their own ground, in familiar surroundings. While this doesn't eliminate fear, it does provide a measure of comfort compared to the experience of attackers who are in hostile, unknown territory. Defenders can also take heart from the knowledge that help might arrive, that friendly forces elsewhere in the ship are fighting too, that they're part of a larger defensive effort rather than isolated and alone like an attacking unit that's become separated from its fellows. However, defending a ship also has significant disadvantages that can turn apparent advantages into liabilities. The first is that defenders are often outnumbered at the point of contact. A boarding assault is typically launched with overwhelming force at specific breach points. The defending force might outnumber the total attacking force across the entire ship, but at each individual breach, the attackers achieve local superiority by concentrating their strength. This means that the first defenders to engage the boarders are often overwhelmed before reinforcements can arrive. The unpredictability of where and how the enemy will board creates a dilemma for defensive commanders. You can try to predict likely breach points based on the enemy's approach vectors and protect those areas heavily, but if your predictions are wrong, you've wasted your best troops guarding areas that never see combat, while the actual breach points are defended by inferior forces. Some commanders choose to hold reserves centrally and rush them to breach points as they're detected. But this requires time and the ability to move troops quickly through the ship, both of which may be in short supply during a chaotic boarding action. The compartmentalized nature of void ship architecture that helps channel attackers into kill zones also works against defenders in some ways. Once a section is breached and compromised, sealed bulkheads mean that reinforcing that section or launching counterattacks becomes difficult. You might have thousands of troops available elsewhere in the ship, but if the corridors between them and the compromised section are sealed or controlled by the enemy, those troops might as well not exist. This can lead to situations where different parts of the ship are isolated and fighting their own separate battles with no coordination or mutual support. The morale factor for defenders is complex. While they have the advantage of defending their home, they also face the psychological burden of knowing that the ship they rely on for survival is being violated. Every enemy that breaches the hull is a threat, not just to military objectives, but to the lives of everyone aboard. If the attackers reach critical systems, if they manage to damage the reactor or life support, the entire crew dies regardless of how bravely the armed defenders fight. This creates a pressure that can lead to panic, particularly among crew members who are not trained combatants. When word spreads through the ship that the enemy has boarded, that they're killing their way through the corridors, it's common for untrained crew to either flee toward the center of the ship seeking safety, or to arm themselves with whatever weapons they can find and rush toward the fighting in disorganized groups that get slaughtered by enemy forces or accidentally shot by their own side. There's also the problem of collateral damage to the ship itself. Defenders need to be careful about what they hit when they're shooting at enemies. That bulkhead behind the enemy position might be concealing a critical power conduit. That deck plate might cover a coolant line. Explosives used to destroy attacking forces or to collapse corridors behind them to slow their advance can damage the ship's structure in ways that create new vulnerabilities. While it's true that attackers face the same concerns, defenders have more of an investment in keeping the ship intact and functional. In some boarding scenarios, the defenders are already compromised before the attack even begins. Genestealer cults infest ships from within, their members posing as loyal crew while secretly serving the Tyranid hive mind. When these cults rise up in conjunction with an external boarding action, the result is chaos. Defenders don't know who they can trust. The crew member standing next to you might be a cultist waiting for the signal to attack. Security forces spend as much time dealing with internal threats as external ones, and the paranoia this creates can be as damaging as the actual cultist attacks. Chaos corruption presents a similar problem, but with different manifestations. A crew member who has been corrupted by chaos might not even know it consciously until the moment when the corruption takes control and turns them into a weapon against their fellows. Or the corruption might be more subtle, leading to crew members sabotaging defensive efforts or providing information to the enemy, without really understanding why they're compelled to do so. The defender's last resort, the nuclear option if you will, is to destroy the ship rather than let it fall into enemy hands. This is doctrine for many Imperial ships, particularly those carrying sensitive cargo or information. If the boarding action is going badly, if the enemy is going to capture the vessel, the captain can order the ship scuttled. This usually means detonating the plasma reactor or overloading the warp drive, either of which will destroy the ship and everything nearby. For the defending crew, this means that even victory is not guaranteed to ensure their survival. If they repel the boarders, but the captain has already initiated self-destruct protocols, they might die anyway, which creates an interesting morale problem. Why fight to the death to defend a ship that your own commander might destroy? Despite all these challenges, defending a ship successfully is possible and happens regularly. A well-trained, well-led defensive force that uses the ship's architecture and systems to their advantage can repel boarding attempts even by numerically superior or better equipped attackers. The key is maintaining coherent command and control, using interior knowledge to outmaneuver the enemy, and having the discipline to conduct fighting withdrawals through prepared positions rather than breaking and running when the pressure becomes intense. The enemy within, genestealers, and worse. If there's anything that makes boarding actions even more terrifying than they already are, it's the knowledge that the enemy you're fighting might not be the only threat inside the ship. Void ships are massive, complex environments with countless dark corners and forgotten spaces where things can hide. And in the grim darkness of the 41st millennium, the things that hide in those spaces are often far worse than any conventional enemy force. Genestealers are perhaps the most iconic threat, associated with boarding actions and space hulks in Warhammer 40,000. These Tyranid organisms are vanguard creatures, sent ahead of the hive fleets to infiltrate and infest worlds in preparation for the coming swarm. They're perfectly adapted for life aboard space vessels, able to survive in vacuum, resistant to radiation, and possessing an alien cunning that makes them horrifyingly effective predators in the confined spaces of void ship corridors. A purer strain Genestealer is a nightmare given physical form. It stands roughly human height, but is far stronger and faster than any human. Its six-limbed body is covered in a purple-blue carapace that provides natural armor against most weapons. Its hands and feet end in huge claws, capable of tearing through ceramite power armor. It has a grotesquely elongated head and a mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth. But perhaps most terrifying is their speed. Genestealers move with lightning quickness, able to cross a corridor and close to melee range before most soldiers can react. They can cling to walls and ceilings, attacking from unexpected angles. They're intelligent enough to use tactics, setting ambushes, and coordinating their attacks. Worse still is the Genestealer's kiss, the method by which they infest new victims. Genestealers possess an ovipositor, a tube-like organ they use to implant genetic material into their victims. A person who receives the Genestealer's kiss doesn't die immediately. Instead, they're infected at the genetic level and placed under the psychic control of the Genestealer patriarch. They're compelled to return to their normal life, to hide what happened to them. And then, when they have children, those children are hybrid creatures, part human and part Genestealer. Over 4 generations, a single Genestealer can create an entire cult of hybrid servants who will help it spread further while appearing superficially human enough to blend into normal populations. This means that when you board a ship that's been infested with Genestealers, you're not just fighting the creatures themselves. You're also facing Genestealer cultists, human or hybrid servants of the broodmind, who might look almost normal but are absolutely fanatical in their devotion to the creatures they worship as gods. The first-generation hybrids are obviously non-human, with oversized heads, multiple arms, and clawed limbs. But by the 3rd and 4th generation, the hybrids can pass for human at casual inspection, meaning they might be hiding among the ship's crew or even in your own boarding force if the infestation has spread to your own vessel. Boarding a Genestealer-infested vessel or space hulk is a unique kind of nightmare. The standard tactics of corridor clearing and room breaching don't work as well because Genestealers don't hold positions like conventional soldiers. They ambush from above, dropping from vents or ceiling panels onto unsuspecting targets. They swarm from multiple directions, using their numbers and speed to overwhelm defenders. They fade back into the darkness after attacks, avoiding sustained combat in favor of hit-and-run tactics that gradually wear down their opponents. The psychological effect of fighting Genestealers is devastating. The creatures are alien in a way that even other Xenos aren't. There's something fundamentally wrong about them, something that triggers primal revulsion and fear in the human psyche. The sounds they make, clicking and hissing noises that echo through dark corridors, are unnerving. The idea that they might be hiding anywhere, that they could attack at any moment from any direction, creates a state of constant tension that exhausts soldiers mentally before they're ever physically challenged. Space hulks infested with Genestealers are the worst-case scenario. These massive conglomerations might host thousands or even tens of thousands of the creatures, along with multiple broodminds and patriarchs. The hulk's labyrinthine interior provides infinite hiding spots. Sections might be sealed off for centuries and then suddenly opened, releasing Genestealers that have been dormant for decades. The creatures have had unlimited time to prepare the environment, creating nests in strategic locations, setting up ambush points, and learning every passage and crawl space in their domain. The Imperium has protocols for dealing with Genestealer-infested vessels and hulks. Space Marine boarding actions against such threats usually involve Terminators, because the Tyrannid's tactical dreadnought armor provides the best protection against Genestealer claws. The iconic game Space Hulk, which has been released in various editions over the years, depicts exactly these kinds of missions. Small teams of Space Marine Terminators fighting through Genestealer-infested space hulks to achieve critical objectives. The mortality rate of such missions is horrific even for Space Marines. Entire Terminator squads have been lost to a single mission, their gene seed unrecoverable because no one survives to extract it from the fallen. But Genestealers aren't the only internal threat you might face during a boarding action. Chaos corruption takes many forms, and vessels that have been exposed to the warp or that serve traitor forces present their own unique horrors. A chaos-corrupted ship is not simply a vessel with hostile crew. The ship itself has often been changed by exposure to warp energies, warped into something that defies natural law. Demons might infest such vessels, entities of pure warp energy given form in the material realm. Unlike physical enemies, demons don't necessarily need to travel through corridors or follow physical laws. They might appear suddenly in any space, materializing from thin air or stepping out of shadows. They're immune to many conventional weapons. Only blessed or psychically charged weapons can reliably harm them. And their presence alone can drive mortals mad. The sight of a demon causing fear, despair, or insane rage in those who witness them. Chaos cultists and traitor Astartes are perhaps more conventionally dangerous, but no less horrifying. These are humans or space marines who have willingly embraced the ruinous powers, and in doing so, have often been twisted into something monstrous. They might bear mutations, extra limbs or sensory organs, or stranger changes wrought by their demonic patrons. They fight with fanatical zeal, welcoming death as a release into their god's embrace. They use corrupted weapons and have access to sorcerous powers that defy imperial understanding. The environment itself in a chaos ship can be hostile. The walls might whisper blasphemous truths that erode your sanity. The geometry of rooms might be wrong in ways your mind struggles to process. Time might flow strangely, with minutes feeling like hours, or vice versa. These effects make fighting in such vessels exhausting mentally, even if you never encounter a physical enemy. And all the while, the corruption is trying to seep into you, to find the cracks in your faith and exploit them, to turn you from a loyal servant of the Emperor into another puppet of the dark gods. Orc vessels present dangers that are more straightforward but no less lethal. Orcs inhabit their ships in massive numbers, with entire tribes living in what amounts to mobile fortresses. The ships are filthy, poorly maintained by Imperial standards, and liable to explode or fall apart without warning. But they're defended by countless orcs who see any boarding action as a grand opportunity for a good fight. Orcs are incredibly tough, shrugging off wounds that would kill humans, and they're physically strong enough to tear a man apart with their bare hands. Boarding an orc vessel means fighting through wave after wave of greenskins, each one eager to prove their strength in combat, and knowing that every orc you kill will be replaced by 2 more rushing to join the fun. Even aboard apparently loyal Imperial vessels, there might be threats beyond the crew's control. Ancient ships sometimes harbor things in their forgotten sections, entities that have been sealed away for centuries and that the current crew might not even know exist. Rogue servitors, malfunctioning and hostile. Strange Xenos life forms that snuck aboard at some distant port. Machine spirits that have gone mad over long centuries. Ancient tech that activates unexpectedly, unleashing dangers that were supposed to be safely contained. These are rare threats, but on vessels that have been in service for millennia, the phrase, "we don't go to that section of ship," often exists for very good reasons. The strategic implications of these internal threats are significant. When planning a boarding action, you're not just concerned with the vessel's crew. You need intelligence on what else might be aboard. Is the ship infested? Has it shown signs of chaos corruption? What's its history? Where has it traveled? What kind of things might it have picked up along the way? Sometimes this intelligence exists, but often you're boarding blind, discovering threats only when you encounter them, by which point it's usually too late to adjust your plan. For defenders, internal threats can be as dangerous as external ones. A Genestealer infestation might remain hidden for years, the cult growing in the ship's underbelly, until some trigger causes them to rise up. When that happens, it's not a boarding action from outside, it's a civil war within the ship, as infected crew members attack their uninfected comrades. The paranoia this creates is crippling. You can't trust your fellow crew members. That person you've worked alongside for years might be a Jenna-Stealer hybrid waiting for the signal to attack. Security becomes impossible when the enemy is already inside and indistinguishable from loyal crew until they reveal themselves through violence. Strategic objectives and tactical nightmares. While we've spent considerable time discussing the experience and tactics of corridor combat during boarding actions, it's crucial to understand that these operations aren't conducted merely for the sake of fighting. Every boarding action has objectives, strategic goals that justify the tremendous cost in lives and resources required to assault a void ship. Understanding these objectives and the challenges of achieving them provides important context for why boarding actions are conducted despite their horrific nature. The most straightforward objective for a boarding action is to capture the vessel intact. Void ships are valuable assets, and some are irreplaceable. Ancient vessels might incorporate technology that the Imperium can no longer manufacture. Ships blessed by the Mechanicus might contain sacred machinery whose machine spirits cannot be replicated. In these cases, simply destroying the vessel with torpedoes or lance fire isn't acceptable. The ship must be taken, which means boarding it, fighting through its defenders, and reaching critical control points that allow you to secure the vessel before its crew can scuttle it. The bridge is the obvious primary target for any boarding action aimed at capturing a vessel. This is where the ship is commanded from, where the captain and senior officers direct all operations. If you can take the bridge, you can potentially control the entire ship, assuming its systems are still functioning and the crew is willing to accept new management. But, as we discussed earlier, the bridge is typically the most heavily defended location on the ship, positioned deep within its superstructure and protected by multiple layers of security and sealed bulkheads. The route to the bridge becomes a nightmare of prepared defenses, with every corridor a kill zone and every junction a potential death trap. Even if you successfully fight your way to the bridge, taking it is only the beginning. You then need to secure your hold on the vessel, which means controlling other critical locations. The Engineerium is essential, containing the plasma reactors and warp drives that power the ship. Without control of engineering, the crew can shut down power or destroy the engines, rendering your capture of the bridge meaningless. The armory needs to be secured to prevent the crew from accessing heavy weapons or conducting organized resistance. Communications centers must be taken to prevent the crew from calling for help or coordinating their defense. The life support systems need to be controlled, both to ensure you can keep the ship's atmosphere stable and to prevent the crew from using those systems against you. This creates a fundamental problem for boarding forces. You can't achieve all these objectives simultaneously because you don't have unlimited troops. You must prioritize, deciding which objectives are most critical and accepting that others might not be taken in time. Do you push for the bridge first, hoping to decapitate the command structure, but risk the crew destroying the engines before you can secure them? Or do you split your forces, sending smaller teams to multiple objectives, but risk those teams being defeated in detail because they lack sufficient strength to overcome prepared defenses? The time pressure of boarding actions intensifies these decisions. Many vessels have self-destruct systems, and a captain who knows they're about to lose their ship will often activate these systems rather than allow the vessel to fall into enemy hands. This means you might have only minutes from the time you breach the hull to reach the bridge and prevent the captain from initiating self-destruct protocols. Every minute spent fighting through corridors, every delay caused by sealed bulkheads or fierce resistance, brings you closer to catastrophic failure, where the entire ship explodes with you still inside it. Some boarding actions have different objectives entirely. Rather than capturing the vessel, you might be tasked with destroying it from within. This seems counterintuitive. Why board a ship just to blow it up when you could simply destroy it with external fire? The answer lies in certainty and preventing enemy response. If you destroy a ship from outside with torpedoes and lances, you might damage it heavily, but not destroy it completely, leaving it crippled, but potentially salvageable. And the ship's crew has time to transmit final messages, to launch escape pods, to perform any number of actions before their death. But if you board the ship, fight to the reactor or ammunition magazines, place explosive charges and detonate them, you guarantee the ship's destruction and give the crew no opportunity to respond. These demolition missions are often suicide runs. The boarding team knows they might not have time to fight their way back to extraction points after planting the charges. They're accepting death as the likely outcome, making the mission one of pure dedication, where success is measured not in personal survival, but in achieving the objective at any cost. Such missions are typically given to the most fanatical troops, whether that's Space Marines who view death in the Emperor's service as the ultimate honor, or penal legions who see it as a chance to redeem themselves in death after lives of failure. Intelligence gathering is another common objective for boarding actions. An enemy vessel might contain information that's too valuable to lose. Codebooks, star charts, intelligence on enemy dispositions or plans, captured Imperial personnel who know sensitive information. In these cases, the objective isn't to take or destroy the ship. It's to reach specific locations, acquire the intelligence, and extract before the enemy can respond effectively. These missions require speed and precision rather than the grinding advance of a general assault. Small, elite teams are typically used, striking fast to their objectives and withdrawing before the defense can organize. The challenge with intelligence gathering missions is that you often don't know exactly where your objective is located. You might know it's somewhere in the administrative sections of the ship, but those sections might comprise dozens of decks and hundreds of compartments. You need to search while simultaneously fighting off defenders and working against a ticking clock, because the longer you're aboard, the more likely you are to be overwhelmed by responding enemy forces. And all the while, you need to worry about the enemy destroying the intelligence you're trying to capture. Smart commanders will have protocols to destroy sensitive materials if the ship is boarded, meaning you need to reach your objectives before those protocols are executed. Space Hulk missions deserve special mention because their objectives are unique and their challenges extreme. The Imperium sends boarding parties into Space Hulks primarily to search for ancient technology and archaeotech. These massive derelicts might contain ships that are thousands of years old, potentially housing technology from the dark age of technology that would be invaluable if recovered. But Space Hulks are also incredibly dangerous, infested with genestealers and other horrors, structurally unstable, and prone to slipping back into the warp without warning. The time pressure on Space Hulk missions is immense. A Hulk might only be in real space for days or even hours before it transitions back into the warp. If you're still aboard when that happens, you're lost, condemned to drift through the warp until you either die or the Hulk returns to real space at some random point in the future, assuming you somehow survive that long. This means every Space Hulk mission is a race against time, with boarding parties trying to locate valuable technology, extract it, and evacuate before the Hulk's warp drives activate. The tactical challenges of achieving objectives in any boarding action are compounded by the difficulty of maintaining coordination and communication. In conventional warfare, commanders have overwatch, aerial reconnaissance, communications networks that allow them to track the progress of their forces and adjust plans based on real-time intelligence. In boarding actions, none of this exists. Once your forces breach the hull and push into the enemy ship, you often lose direct communication with them. The ship's structure blocks Vox signals. Enemy jamming disrupts communications. Individual units become isolated, fighting their own battles with no awareness of how the larger operation is progressing. This means that boarding actions often devolve into a series of independent small unit actions rather than a coordinated assault. Squad leaders make their own tactical decisions based on local conditions. Units discover objectives that weren't part of the original plan and have to decide whether to pursue them or stick to their assigned missions. The chaos of it all means that successful boarding actions often succeed not through perfect execution of a plan, but through the aggregate of 1,000 individual decisions made by soldiers in the thick of combat who simply keep pushing forward despite not knowing the larger picture. Navigation itself becomes a challenge that can determine success or failure. Imperial void ships rarely have clear signage or maps that would help orient borders. The corridors all look similar, the architecture is repetitive, and after fighting through dozens of identical passageways, it's easy to become lost. Some boarding forces bring specialist navigators or use Auspex equipment to track their position, but these methods are imperfect. Getting lost in an enemy ship during a boarding action is a death sentence. You exhaust your ammunition fighting through sections that don't bring you closer to your objectives. You become separated from your fellows. Eventually, you're surrounded and cut down, having achieved nothing. The psychological burden of these operations weighs heavily on the soldiers conducting them. You're advancing into unknown territory with unclear information about the layout, the defenses, or even whether your objectives are achievable. You're watching friends and brothers die around you with no certainty that their deaths are accomplishing anything meaningful. The mission parameters might change during the operation based on new information or changing circumstances, and you might not even know about it because communications are disrupted. You're simply told to keep fighting, to keep advancing, to trust that somewhere up the chain of command, someone knows what they're doing and that this nightmare you're living through serves some greater purpose. The aftermath: victory or death. Eventually, every boarding action reaches a conclusion. The attackers achieve their objectives, or they fail and die trying, or some middle ground is reached where partial success is deemed acceptable. But regardless of the outcome, the cost of void ship boarding actions in the 41st millennium is always measured in blood. Let's examine what happens when the fighting finally stops, or at least slows to the point where someone can claim victory. If the attackers achieve their primary objectives, if they capture the vessel or accomplish their mission and survive to see the end of it, they're left with the aftermath. Bodies litter the corridors, both friendly and enemy. The ship is damaged, systems offline or malfunctioning from combat damage. The atmosphere might be compromised in multiple sections. Fires might still be burning in compartments that haven't been reached. And there's the grim work of consolidation, securing the vessel fully, rooting out any remaining resistance, and beginning the process of restoration. The casualty rates of successful boarding actions are often appalling. Losses of 30 to 50% are not uncommon for the assaulting force, even in operations that are considered successful. These casualties are concentrated among the units that made the initial breach and led the advance, meaning that elite formations often suffer the worst losses. Space Marine companies that participate in boarding actions might lose significant portions of their strength, casualties that take decades to replace, given the time required to recruit and train new battle brothers. For the defending force, unsuccessful defense means death or capture for most of the crew. Those who survive the actual fighting often die in the aftermath as attackers conduct searches through the ship, rooting out anyone hiding in the countless compartments and passageways. The fate of captured crew depends on who has taken the ship. If it's other Imperial forces, you might survive to face interrogation and potential return to service, assuming you can prove you didn't surrender dishonorably. If Chaos forces have taken the ship, death would be preferable to what awaits you. If Orcs or Tyranids have boarded successfully, there are no survivors, just biomass to be consumed or more bodies to add to the horde. The ships themselves rarely survive boarding actions undamaged. The fighting tears through their interiors, damaging systems, breaching bulkheads, causing fires and explosive decompression. Even when the ship is captured relatively intact, it requires extensive repairs before it can be put back into service. These repairs might take months or years, depending on the severity of the damage and the availability of repair facilities. Some vessels are so badly damaged that they're written off entirely, relegated to salvage or scuttling despite the effort taken to capture them. There's also the grim calculus of whether boarding actions are worth conducting in the first place. The resources required to train and equip elite boarding troops are substantial. The losses suffered in these operations are difficult to replace. And the objectives achieved, while sometimes valuable, don't always justify the cost. This is why boarding actions are relatively rare in the grand scope of void warfare. Most combat between void ships is resolved through conventional weapons fire, with boarding reserved for special circumstances where the potential gain justifies the terrible cost. When boarding actions go badly for the attackers, when the mission fails and the boarding force is wiped out or forced to retreat, the lessons learned are written in blood. Failed boarding actions teach commanders about the challenges of these operations in the most brutal way possible. They reveal the inadequacies of doctrine, the limitations of equipment, the difficulty of achieving objectives against determined resistance in the confined spaces of void ship interiors. And they consume valuable troops whose training and experience are lost forever when they die in enemy corridors, far from any hope of recovery. Extraction from a successful boarding action is itself a challenge that's often underestimated. You've achieved your objectives, secured the critical locations, neutralized the defenders. Now you need to get your troops off the ship, either to return to your own vessels or to establish control if you're occupying the captured ship. But the routes you used to enter might no longer be viable. The boarding torpedoes are one-way craft, abandoned at their breach points. Assault boats that drop troops off need to return and extract them, but they might not be able to reach all the extraction points if some areas are still too hot with fighting or are blocked by damage. Sometimes units get left behind, cut off from extraction routes by enemy counterattacks or by ship damage that renders passages impassable. These soldiers face the choice of trying to fight their way to alternate extraction points or hunkering down to wait for rescue that might never come. Some survive through sheer determination, holding out in fortified positions until relief forces reach them. Others die alone in enemy corridors, their final stands unknown and unremembered because there's no one left to tell their stories. The psychological aftermath for survivors is rarely discussed in Imperial doctrine, but it's significant. Soldiers who have fought through boarding actions carry those experiences with them. The claustrophobia, the close-range violence, the uncertainty and fear, all of it leaves marks. Many develop what would be recognized as post-traumatic stress in other contexts, though the Imperium rarely acknowledges such conditions. Veterans of boarding actions often request assignment to any other duty rather than face another such mission. Even Space Marines, genetically engineered and psychologically conditioned to handle the stress of warfare, can be affected by particularly brutal boarding actions. The ships that survive boarding actions often bear scars that never fully heal. Sections that were vented to vacuum might not be fully repaired, left as dead zones in the ship's interior. Compartments where particularly fierce fighting occurred might be sealed off and declared cursed or haunted by superstitious crew. The machine spirits of ships that have been violated by enemy boarding are said to never quite recover, their functioning affected in subtle ways by the trauma of having been infiltrated and fought over. Whether there's any truth to this, or whether it's simply the result of imperfect repairs and battle damage that was never fully addressed, the end result is that ships that have been boarded are often considered unlucky or problematic by future crews. For Space Marine chapters, the loss of battle brothers in boarding actions has implications beyond the immediate tactical concerns. Each fallen Marine represents decades of training and genetic legacy lost. If the gene seed cannot be recovered because bodies are irretrievable in the aftermath of the action, it's a blow to the chapter's future. This is why some chapters are reluctant to commit to boarding actions unless absolutely necessary, preferring other methods of achieving their objectives that don't risk their precious gene seed in the meat grinder of shipboard combat. The Imperium as a whole treats boarding actions as necessary evils, operations that must sometimes be conducted despite their terrible cost because the alternatives are worse. The doctrines exist, the training is conducted, the specialized equipment is maintained, all in recognition that void ship boarding actions will continue to be necessary as long as humanity fights in space. But there's no glory in these operations the way there might be in conventional battles. They're dirty, brutal, grinding affairs where survival is often more about luck than skill, and where the only reward for success is that you live to face the same nightmare another day. In conclusion, we've journeyed through the nightmare that is void shipboarding actions in Warhammer 40,000, examining every aspect of this uniquely horrifying form of warfare. From the violence of the initial breach to the grinding combat in narrow corridors, from the environmental hazards that make ships death traps to the psychological toll of fighting in confined spaces against enemies that might be lurking around every corner, we've seen why these operations are among the most dreaded assignments in Imperial service. The reality of boarding actions defies romanticization. This is not warfare as glorious battle. This is combat at its most primal and claustrophobic, where all the advantages of technology and doctrine are stripped away, and what remains is simply the question of whether you have the courage and skill to walk into a kill zone and somehow survive to reach your objectives. The casualty rates speak for themselves. The psychological damage to survivors is profound. The ships themselves rarely survive undamaged, and yet these operations continue because sometimes they're the only way to achieve critical objectives. Because sometimes the value of capturing or destroying a ship from within justifies the terrible cost of doing so. For the soldiers who conduct boarding actions, whether they're Space Marines in power armor, Voidsmen at arms in their void suits, or any of the countless others who fight in ship corridors, each operation is a test of everything they are. It tests their courage, their faith in the Emperor, their trust in their squad mates, their willingness to walk into horror and keep fighting when every instinct screams at them to flee. Many fail this test and die as a result. Those who pass it are forever changed, carrying with them the memory of what it means to fight in the most hostile environment imaginable, inside a ship that's simultaneously a war machine, a habitat, and a tomb. The next time you look at the impressive void battles depicted in Warhammer 40,000 lore, the grand naval engagements with their lance strikes and torpedo spreads, remember that sometimes the outcome of these battles is determined not by the ships themselves, but by the actions of small groups of soldiers fighting and dying in corridors most people will never see. Remember the boarding torpedo crews riding missiles into enemy hulls. Remember the Voidsmen at arms defending their ships against impossible odds. Remember the Space Marines fighting through Genestealer-infested space hulks. Remember the countless unnamed soldiers who died in unnamed corridors aboard forgotten ships, their sacrifices enabling the Imperium to claim one more victory in a war that will never end. This is the reality of boarding actions in the grim darkness of the far future. This is what it means to fight in the void. This is the price that must be paid to wage war in space, where the battles take place, not on the hulls of ships, but within them, in a nightmare of narrow corridors, unknown enemies, and certain death awaiting those who falter for even a moment. If you found this deep dive into the horrifying reality of void ship boarding actions fascinating, and want to see more detailed explorations of Warhammer 40k lore, please like this video and subscribe to the channel. There's so much more to explore in the 41st millennium, and your support ensures we can continue bringing you these comprehensive, atmospheric looks into the darkness that defines the universe of Warhammer 40,000. In the perpetual darkness of the 41st millennium, where war consumes entire star systems and the laughter of thirsting gods echoes through the warp, there exists a species that thrives on conflict like no other. The Orcs, those green-skinned fungal warriors, charge headlong into battles that would break the spirits of lesser races. They roar with glee as they hurl themselves into storms of gunfire, their crude weapons raised high, their tusked faces split with savage grins. Fear, as most species understand it, seems alien to the Orc psyche. They embrace death in combat as merely another part of the greatest game in the galaxy, and when they fall laughing, convinced they will return for another go at the fighting. Yet even among this race of savage warriors who view existence itself as one endless, glorious brawl, there are moments when something fundamental shifts. There are encounters on the battlefield that penetrate even the thick-skulled confidence of the greenskins, forcing them to confront a reality that contradicts everything they believe about combat and conquest. These moments are rare, precious to those who fight against the green tide, and devastating to orc momentum. Among all the terrors that can break an orc charge, among all the weapons that can shatter their battle lust, few are as effective as the towering ancient war machines known as Space Marine dreadnoughts. The image of an orc retreating from battle seems almost contradictory to everything we know about these Xenos. After all, this is a species that actively seeks out the most dangerous fights they can find, that measures success not by survival, but by the quality of the scrap. An orc who dies in glorious combat is honored among his kind, while one who lives through a boring fight is pitied. They are creatures of pure aggression, their entire biology and culture shaped around the single purpose of warfare. The Wach, energy that binds them together, grows stronger with numbers and enthusiasm, creating a psychic feedback loop that makes large orc forces nearly immune to fear, doubt, or any sensible preservation instinct. But dreadnoughts represent something that defies even orc logic and enthusiasm. These walking tombs of ceramite and adamantium, piloted by the near-dead heroes of the Adeptus Astartes, combine everything that an orc finds difficult to process. They possess the size and strength that orcs respect and fear. They demonstrate a level of invulnerability that even the most enthusiastic orc cannot ignore. Most importantly, they embody an implacable, relentless quality that stands in stark contrast to the chaotic, emotional nature of orc warfare. Where an orc charges with wild abandon, a dreadnought advances with the inexorable patience of a glacier, crushing everything in its path with methodical precision. Understanding why orcs fear dreadnoughts in close combat requires us to delve deep into both species, to understand the peculiar psychology that makes orcs simultaneously the most fearless and most vulnerable warriors in the galaxy. It requires us to examine the nature of these ancient war machines, to understand what makes them uniquely terrifying, even among the countless horrors of the 41st millennium. And it requires us to look at the rare, precious moments when the unstoppable green tide finally meets something it cannot overcome through sheer enthusiasm and numbers. This is not simply a tale of one weapon system being superior to another in some abstract tactical sense. This is about the fundamental clash between two entirely different philosophies of war, two radically different ways of understanding violence and conflict. The orcs believe that enough enthusiasm and violence can overcome any obstacle, that the biggest and loudest always wins, that fighting itself is the ultimate purpose and joy of existence. Dreadnoughts, piloted by warriors who have already died once and been given the burden of fighting for centuries more, represent a commitment to duty and capability that transcends mere enthusiasm. They are violence refined, distilled down to its most efficient and terrifying form, stripped of all the chaos and joy that orcs find in battle. The orc mind. Understanding fearlessness and its limits. To understand what frightens an orc, we must first understand what makes them fearless in the first place. The orc species represents one of the galaxy's most successful and widespread examples of biological warfare engineering. Created by the ancient Old Ones as weapons in their war against the Necrons and the Setan, orcs are not simply another intelligent species that happen to evolve toward violence. They are purpose-built killing machines, their every biological system optimized for combat and conquest, their psychology shaped to make them the perfect warriors. The orc life cycle begins with spores, microscopic fungal reproductive units that drift on the wind or are released when an orc dies. These spores grow in the soil, eventually producing first the diminutive snotlings, then the slightly larger Gretchen, and finally, the orcs themselves. This reproductive system means that any world touched by orcs will continue producing them potentially forever, each new generation spawning from the corpses and cast-off spores of the previous one. It is a biological design of terrifying efficiency, creating warriors who require no childhood, no training, and no complex infrastructure to reach fighting capacity. But the true genius of orc design lies not in their physical form, but in their psychic nature. Every orc possesses a degree of latent psychic power, though in most individual orcs, this power manifests unconsciously and weakly. When orcs gather together, however, their collective psychic field strengthens dramatically, creating what they call the WAG. This is not merely a battle cry or a cultural concept, but an actual psychic phenomenon that shapes reality around orc populations. The WAG field makes orc technology function despite its crude construction. It strengthens orc confidence and resolve, and most importantly for our purposes, it creates a collective sense of invincibility that grows stronger with numbers. An orc fighting alone or in a small group will demonstrate something approaching normal self-preservation instincts. He will retreat from overwhelming odds, seek cover from incoming fire, and generally behave in ways that suggest he understands the concept of danger. But place that same orc among hundreds or thousands of his kind, let the WAG energy build to a fever pitch, and his behavior transforms entirely. Now he charges without hesitation into the most withering fire, convinced that he is invincible, that the enemy's weapons cannot possibly stop him, that victory is not just possible, but inevitable. This is not stupidity or ignorance, but a fundamental alteration of consciousness caused by psychic feedback. The Wah effect explains why orc armies often seem to operate with complete disregard for casualties or tactical sense. From an outside perspective, watching orcs charge across open ground directly into prepared defensive positions appears suicidal. But from within, the Wah, surrounded by roaring comrades and buoyed by collective psychic energy, each individual orc feels genuinely confident that he will survive, that he will reach the enemy and crush them in glorious combat. The deaths of his fellows barely register as warnings because the WAG energy insulates him from fear and doubt. This phenomenon creates a self-reinforcing cycle of aggression. As more orcs join a fight, the WAG grows stronger. As the WAG grows stronger, individual orcs become more fearless and aggressive. This increased aggression attracts more orcs to the fight, further strengthening the psychic field. A single orc warband can snowball into a massive invasion force through this mechanism, each victory adding to their confidence and drawing more greenskins to the growing Wah! Yet this system, for all its effectiveness, contains inherent vulnerabilities. The Wah effect requires continuous reinforcement through success and numbers. When an orc force begins to take heavy casualties without inflicting corresponding damage on the enemy, the collective confidence begins to waver. Individual orcs start to notice that their fellows are dying in large numbers. The psychic feedback loop that made them feel invincible begins to reverse, and doubt creeps in where there was previously only certainty. Orcs do not experience fear in the same way humans or other species do. They do not lie awake at night worrying about their mortality or questioning the purpose of their existence. But they do recognize when they are losing a fight, when the scrap is not fun anymore, when continuing to fight means certain death without the glorious combat they crave. In these moments, orcs can and do retreat, though they rationalize it differently than other species might. To an orc, running away is not defeat, but merely a tactical pause, a chance to come back later and have another go at the enemy. They do not see it as cowardice, but as common sense, preserving themselves for future fights rather than dying in a bad scrap. This distinction is crucial for understanding orc psychology. They are not truly fearless in the sense of being unable to feel fear. Rather, they experience something we might call combat calculation, a crude assessment of whether a fight is worth continuing or whether it might be better to leg it and try again later. A good fight, one where there is lots of violence and a reasonable chance of winning, will keep orcs engaged, even in the face of horrific casualties. A bad fight, one where they are simply being slaughtered without getting to inflict damage in return, will eventually cause even the most enthusiastic orcs to reconsider their participation. The key factor in breaking orc morale is not simply killing them in large numbers. Orcs expect to die in combat and accept it as part of the natural order. What breaks their spirits is killing them in ways that prevent them from fighting back effectively, that rob them of the joy of combat and the satisfaction of inflicting violence on their enemies. An orc who charges into a fortified position and dies trading blows with the defenders dies content. An orc who is cut down by artillery fire before ever reaching the enemy, or who is killed so quickly he never gets to swing his chopper, dies frustrated, and his death sends ripples of doubt through his comrades. This vulnerability in the orc psyche creates opportunities for their enemies. If you can show orcs that fighting you will not be the glorious scrap they crave, but instead a one-sided slaughter where they die without achieving anything, you can break even the largest. The trick is having a weapon or tactic that can deliver this message quickly and brutally enough to overcome the momentum of orc enthusiasm and collective psychic reinforcement. This is where dreadnoughts enter the equation, the walking tombs of the Adeptus Astartes. To understand why dreadnoughts are uniquely effective at breaking orc charges, we must first understand what these machines are and what they represent in the grim darkness of the 41st millennium. A Space Marine dreadnought is not simply a robot or a vehicle, but rather a fusion of warrior and weapon, a mobile shrine containing what remains of a hero who should have died but was deemed too valuable to lose. Space Marines are already among the most formidable warriors in the galaxy, enhanced far beyond baseline human capability through genetic engineering, surgical implantation of additional organs, and decades of brutal training. A single Space Marine represents years of investment and resources, a living weapon capable of turning the tide of entire campaigns. When such a warrior falls in battle, his chapter mourns the loss not just of a brother, but of irreplaceable combat capability and accumulated wisdom. Most Space Marines who suffer mortal wounds in combat die despite the incredible resilience their enhanced physiology provides. But occasionally, a warrior is injured so severely that death is certain, yet has not quite arrived, leaving a narrow window where the chapter's tech marines and apothecaries can intervene. If the fallen warrior's service record justifies the effort, if his tactical knowledge and combat experience are valuable enough, and if enough of his body remains intact to sustain brain function, he becomes a candidate for internment in a dreadnought. The process of creating a dreadnought is complex and painful, beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals. The Space Marine's shattered body is stabilized, stripped of limbs and organs that cannot be saved. And what remains, usually little more than a torso and head, containing the brain and essential organs, is sealed within an armored sarcophagus filled with life-sustaining amniotic fluid. Direct neural connections interface the warrior's mind with the dreadnought chassis, allowing him to perceive through its sensors and control its massive limbs as if they were his own body. The warrior becomes the machine, his consciousness the ghost in the shell, his will the animating force that turns tons of adamantium and ceramite into a weapon of terrifying capability. This transformation is considered a great honor by Space Marine chapters, a way for their greatest heroes to continue serving the Emperor even after mortal wounds would have claimed them. But it is also a terrible burden. The warrior within the dreadnought is forever separated from normal existence, unable to walk among his brothers as he once did, unable to experience the simple pleasures of physical existence. His world becomes one of sensor feeds and tactical data, his human form reduced to a few organs floating in preservative fluids. while his mind slowly erodes across centuries of service. Between deployments, most dreadnoughts are kept in stasis sleep to preserve their sanity. The mental strain of interfacing with such a large and complex machine, combined with the isolation and the slow realization that everyone they once knew has died while they endure, can drive dreadnought pilots mad. Even with stasis sleep, many dreadnoughts eventually lose their grip on sanity or their memories of who they were before internment. Ancient dreadnoughts, who have served for millennia, often display signs of severe mental degradation. Their personalities compressed down to pure warrior instinct. Their memories of their mortal existence faded to near nothing. Yet despite these psychological costs, dreadnoughts remain among the most effective weapons in the Space Marine arsenal. A standard castroferum pattern, dreadnought, the most common type deployed across the Imperium, stands approximately twice the height of a Space Marine and mounts a heavy ranged weapon on one arm and a massive close combat weapon on the other. This configuration makes dreadnoughts incredibly versatile, equally capable of providing heavy fire support or crushing enemies in melee combat. The physical specifications of a dreadnought are staggering. The chassis is constructed from adamantium, one of the hardest and most durable materials known to the Imperium, and plated with layers of ceramite armor that can withstand direct hits from anti-tank weapons. The dreadnought's internal systems include a powerful reactor that drives both its weapon systems and its mobility, synthetic muscle bundles made from electrofiber that provide strength far exceeding even a Space Marine's enhanced physiology, and redundant systems that allow it to continue functioning even after sustaining catastrophic damage. A dreadnought's dreadnought close combat weapon, typically a massive power fist or power claw, represents one of the most devastating melee weapons in existence. Unlike the man-portable power fists used by Terminators and other elite infantry, a dreadnought's power fist has no practical size or weight limitations. The dreadnought's massive frame and powerful servos can swing a weapon weighing several tons with the same ease that a human might swing a sword. This weapon is not just large, but also generates a powerful disruption field that tears apart molecular bonds in whatever it strikes, allowing it to shear through armor plate as if it were paper. The combination of size, weight, and disruption field technology makes a dreadnought's punch capable of destroying tanks in a single blow. Enemy vehicles struck by a dreadnought power fist are typically torn open, their armor crumpled like tin, their internal structure collapsed. Infantry caught in the path of such a weapon are not simply killed, but obliterated, their bodies reduced to unrecognizable by forces that would make a hydraulic press seem gentle. The dreadnought can grab enemies with its fists clamping fingers and literally crush them to death, or it can sweep its arm in wide arcs that clear entire areas of enemy troops. Beyond their physical capabilities, dreadnoughts carry psychological weight that amplifies their battlefield effectiveness. Each dreadnought is a venerated hero of its chapter, a warrior who has served for decades or even centuries, accumulating combat experience that spans multiple lifetimes. When a dreadnought speaks, it does so with the voice of the chapter's history, recounting battles fought before the current generation of Marines was even recruited. This gives dreadnoughts an almost mystical quality among Space Marines, who revere them as living connections to their chapter's past and as repositories of tactical wisdom. For enemies of the Imperium, dreadnoughts represent something different but equally terrifying. They are proof that even death cannot stop the Emperor's warriors, that the Imperium's commitment to humanity's survival transcends individual mortality. To face a dreadnought is to confront a being that has already died once, that has nothing left to lose, that fights not out of survival instinct, but out of duty and purpose, refined across lifetimes of warfare. This makes dreadnoughts utterly implacable opponents, immune to the psychological tactics that might work on ordinary soldiers or even regular Space Marines. The various patterns of dreadnought deployed across the Imperium offer different specializations and capabilities, but all share certain characteristics. The ancient Contemptor pattern, dating back to the Great Crusade, is faster and more agile than later designs, while mounting equally impressive firepower. The massive Leviathan pattern is specifically designed for siege warfare, mounting heavy armor and devastating short-range weapons that can tear through fortifications and enemy armor with equal ease. The newer Redemptor pattern, designed for Primaris Space Marines, sacrifices pilot longevity for increased combat capability, burning through its occupant's life force more quickly, but providing enhanced firepower and resilience in exchange. Each pattern represents a different solution to the same fundamental challenge: how to take a mortally wounded warrior and transform him into a weapon capable of turning the tide of battle. The variations in approach reflect different priorities and available technologies, but the core concept remains constant. A dreadnought is a warrior who has transcended physical limitations, who has been reborn as something that blurs the line between man and machine, organic and mechanical, living and dead. The physics of dreadnought dominance. When an orc charges toward a dreadnought, he does so with the absolute confidence that comes from the wag field and his own considerable physical power. Orcs are large, typically standing between 6 and 8 feet tall when fully grown, and they possess natural strength that exceeds most other species. A big war boss, one who has grown large through countless victories, might stand even taller and possess the raw power to tear apart lesser enemies with his bare hands. An orc's natural confidence tells him that if he can just get close enough to hit the enemy, his strength will prevail. This confidence is usually well-founded when facing most opponents. Orc strength is legendary throughout the galaxy. They can shrug off wounds that would kill most species. Their pain tolerance is phenomenal, and their enthusiasm for combat gives them an edge in close quarters that terrifies most enemies. An orc mob charging into melee range represents one of the most dangerous forces in conventional warfare. A green wave of violence that can overwhelm even well-prepared defensive positions through sheer momentum and ferocity. But dreadnoughts operate on an entirely different scale of physical power. A standard Castroferum pattern. Dreadnought stands approximately 3 to 4 meters tall, meaning it towers over even the largest orc warboss. This height advantage is not merely intimidating, but provides significant tactical benefits. The dreadnought can see over obstacles that would block an orc's view, can bring its weapons to bear on elevated positions, and can step over barriers that would halt an orc's charge. The psychological effect of fighting an enemy that literally looms over you, that you must crane your neck to see the top of, cannot be understated. More important than height is mass. A dreadnought weighs several tons, its chassis constructed from some of the densest and most durable materials available to the Imperium. When a dreadnought moves forward, it does so with the inexorable momentum of a tank, each step leaving deep impressions in the ground. This mass gives it stability that no organic creature can match. An orc might charge into a dreadnought at full speed, might try to knock it over or push it back, and will find himself bouncing off as if he had run into a wall. The dreadnought barely registers the impact. The strength differential is even more extreme. Orc strength is impressive by biological standards, allowing them to wield weapons that would crush a human and to tear through light armor with their hands. But a dreadnought's strength is mechanical, driven by powerful servo motors and hydraulic systems that generate forces measured in tons. A dreadnought can lift and throw objects weighing hundreds of kilograms as if they were toys. When that strength is focused through a close combat weapon designed specifically for destroying armored targets, the results are devastating beyond anything an orc could hope to achieve. Consider the physical reality of a dreadnought power fist striking an orc. The fist itself is massive, large enough that it could grip an orc's entire torso in its mechanical fingers. The servo motors driving the arm accelerate this mass to speeds that create impacts measured in multiple tons of force. The disruption field surrounding the fist tears apart molecular bonds on contact, meaning that even a glancing blow can shatter bones and rupture organs. When such a weapon strikes an orc squarely, the result is not simply death, but catastrophic physical destruction. An orc hit by a dreadnought power fist does not fall wounded. He explodes. His body, tough as it is by biological standards, cannot withstand forces designed to penetrate tank armor. The impact pulverizes bones, ruptures every organ simultaneously, and often literally tears the orc's body in half from the sheer kinetic energy transfer. Orcs nearby who witness this destruction cannot rationalize it away or convince themselves that they could survive such a blow. The physical evidence is too clear, too immediate, too visceral to deny. This overwhelming physical superiority extends to the dreadnought's defensive capabilities as well. Orc weapons, crude but effective against most enemies, find themselves utterly inadequate when faced with dreadnought armor. A typical orc slugger or shooter, a heavy pistol or rifle by human standards, fires large caliber projectiles with significant kinetic energy. These weapons can punch through the armor of lighter vehicles and can certainly kill unarmored infantry. But against dreadnought armor, they are little more than irritants. The ceramite armor plating that covers a dreadnought is designed to withstand anti-tank weaponry. Its composition includes ceramic compounds that disperse kinetic energy and heat, backed by layers of adamantium that provide structural strength. The armor is thick, measured in centimeters or even tens of centimeters in critical areas, and is sloped to deflect incoming fire rather than absorbing it directly. When orc small arms fire strikes this armor, the bullets simply flatten against it or ricochet off, leaving perhaps small scorch marks but causing no meaningful damage. Even heavier orc weapons struggle against dreadnought defenses. Big shooters, the heavy machine guns favored by orc mobs, fire larger rounds at higher velocities than basic orc firearms. These weapons can shred light vehicles and make short work of infantry in cover, but against a dreadnought, they achieve little more than the smaller weapons do. The rounds impact the armor with impressive-looking flashes and bangs, but fail to penetrate. An orc firing a big shooter at a dreadnought might as well be throwing rocks at a bunker for all the good it does him. Rocket launchers, orc rocket launchers that fire crude but effective anti-armor missiles, represent more serious threats. These weapons can destroy light vehicles and damage heavier armor with direct hits. But even rockets often fail to penetrate dreadnought armor, especially when they strike the thickest plating. The orc-made warheads, while powerful, lack the sophisticated penetration mechanisms of Imperial or other advanced civilizations' anti-tank weapons. They explode against the dreadnought's hull with impressive force, but often fail to breach the armor beneath. This invulnerability to most orc weaponry creates a feedback loop of psychological pressure. Orcs watch their shots bounce harmlessly off the dreadnought's armor. They see their comrades firing everything they have at the advancing machine with no visible effect. The "wah" field that normally sustains their confidence begins to crack as the evidence of futility accumulates. If their weapons cannot hurt the enemy, if their strength cannot match it, if their numbers mean nothing against something that shrugs off everything they can throw at it, then what chance do they have? The dreadnought's stride itself becomes a psychological weapon. It does not rush forward in a chaotic charge like an orc. It advances with steady, measured steps, each footfall shaking the ground, each movement deliberate and purposeful. This mechanical patience is deeply unsettling to orcs, whose entire experience of combat revolves around chaos, speed, and enthusiasm. The dreadnought's slow advance suggests that it has all the time in the world, that nothing the orcs do can stop or even slow it, that their fate is inevitable and they are merely delaying the moment when the machine reaches them. As the dreadnought closes to melee range, the differential in physical capability becomes even more apparent. Orcs, who have spent their entire lives believing that size and strength determine victory, suddenly confront an enemy that dwarfs them in both categories. The psychological impact of this realization, combined with the visual evidence of orcs being literally pulverized by the dreadnought's blows, can break even the strongest wag field. Fear, that emotion orcs rarely experience, begins to creep into their consciousness as they realize they are not fighting another warrior, but facing an unstoppable killing machine. The ancient wisdom versus savage enthusiasm. Beyond the raw physical capabilities that make dreadnoughts so formidable, there exists another dimension to their effectiveness that is perhaps even more devastating to orc psychology. The vast gulf in combat experience and tactical acumen between the pilot of a dreadnought and even the most veteran orc warrior. This disparity represents not merely years or decades of additional training, but often centuries of accumulated battlefield knowledge, refined across thousands of engagements and distilled into an almost instinctive understanding of warfare. When an orc charges into battle, he brings with him the accumulated knowledge of his species, the genetic memories encoded in his fungal DNA that tell him how to fight, how to use weapons, and how to recognize tactical situations. This innate knowledge is remarkable in its own right, allowing orcs to be effective warriors from the moment they emerge from their spore growth. An orc knows how to swing a chopper, how to fire a gun, and how to recognize when to charge without ever being taught these things. The knowledge is simply there, part of his fundamental nature. As orcs survive battles and grow larger, they accumulate additional practical experience. A veteran orc who has fought in dozens of scraps develops instincts about battlefield positioning, about when to press an attack and when to fall back temporarily, about how to maximize damage while minimizing risk. The biggest orcs, those who have risen to become war bosses or nobs, are survivors of countless battles, having demonstrated not just strength, but also a degree of tactical cunning that allowed them to succeed where others failed. Yet even the most experienced orc war boss, one who has led dozens of successful wags and conquered multiple worlds, typically has only a few decades of accumulated combat experience at most. Orcs who survive that long are rare, as their culture constantly involves them in dangerous fights, and their biology drives them to seek ever more challenging combat. A truly ancient orc war boss might have 50 or even 100 years of experience, making him a formidable and cunning opponent by any standard. Compare this to a space marine dreadnought who has served for 5 centuries, awoken from stasis for dozens of different campaigns, his memories stretching back through 500 years of continuous warfare. Consider the breadth of experience this represents. That dreadnought has fought on hundreds of different worlds, against countless different enemies, in every type of terrain and tactical situation imaginable. He has seen orc wags rise and fall. He has studied how they fight, identified their patterns and weaknesses, and developed counter-tactics refined across lifetimes of implementation. This ancient warrior has observed the evolution of orc tactics across centuries. He can recognize which orc clan he faces by their equipment and behavior, can predict their likely strategic choices based on the disposition of their forces, and can exploit the predictable patterns that orcs fall into, despite their individual variation. Where an orc war boss might draw on decades of experience, the dreadnought draws on centuries. Where the orc relies on instinct and cunning, the dreadnought operates from a foundation of systematic knowledge so vast, it approaches precognition in its effectiveness. The tactical superiority this experience provides manifests in countless subtle ways during combat. The dreadnought knows exactly where to position itself to maximize the disruption of orc charges. It understands how to prioritize targets, taking out nobs and other leaders whose deaths will cause maximum morale damage to the surrounding orcs. It can identify which orcs in a mob are the most dangerous, which are the most enthusiastic, and therefore most sustaining the war field, and eliminate them with surgical precision, even amidst the chaos of close combat. More importantly, the dreadnought pilot understands orc psychology in ways that the orcs themselves do not fully grasp. He knows that orcs grow in confidence and effectiveness when packed together, so he targets the densest concentrations of greenskins to maximize casualties per attack. He understands that orcs who watch their fellows die without being able to retaliate effectively will begin to lose heart, so he makes his kills as spectacular and demoralizing as possible. He recognizes that killing orc leadership causes cascading failures in their command structure, so he prioritizes high-value targets even when other orcs present more immediate threats. This systematic understanding of how to break orc morale represents knowledge that took centuries to accumulate and refine. It is the difference between a predator that hunts by instinct and one that has studied its prey for lifetimes, learning every weakness, every predictable response, every vulnerability in their psychology and tactics. The orc charges with enthusiasm and genetic knowledge. The dreadnought counters with a depth of experience that makes the engagement fundamentally asymmetric. The psychological impact on orcs when they encounter this level of tactical superiority is profound. Orcs understand strength, they respect size, and they can appreciate good fighting. But they struggle to comprehend an enemy that seems to predict their every move, that always positions itself optimally, that never makes the mistakes that orcs expect enemies to make. It creates a sensation that even orcs, with their limited capacity for introspection, find deeply unsettling. The feeling that they are not fighting another warrior, but rather being systematically dismantled by something that understands them better than they understand themselves. This manifests in small moments during combat that accumulate into overwhelming psychological pressure. An orc swings his chopper at what he thinks is an opening in the dreadnought's defense, only to have his blow anticipated and countered before it can land. Another orc tries to flank the dreadnought, thinking he has found a blind spot, only to be crushed by a backhand blow that suggests the machine was aware of his position the entire time. A nob attempts to rally his boys for a coordinated attack, only to be specifically targeted and eliminated by the dreadnought before he can organize the assault. These individual failures might seem minor, but to orcs, they represent something deeply wrong with the situation. Orcs expect combat to be chaotic, to involve luck and chance as much as skill. The dreadnought's methodical dismantling of their attacks, its apparent ability to be everywhere it needs to be and counter everything they try, suggests a level of control over the battle that violates orc assumptions about how fights work. It is not just that they are losing, it is that they are losing in a way that makes no sense to them, where their usual tactics and instincts seem useless. The vox-amplified voice of the dreadnought adds another dimension to this psychological warfare. When a dreadnought speaks, it does so through external speakers in a mechanical, distorted voice that carries clearly across the battlefield. Many dreadnoughts, drawing on centuries of experience, use this capability strategically. They issue threats not as expressions of anger, but as tactical tools designed to break enemy morale. A dreadnought might announce in calm, mechanical tones that the orcs before it will all die today, that their wah ends here, that they face an enemy they cannot defeat. These pronouncements carry weight because they come from a source that has already demonstrated its superiority. When a dreadnought makes such a claim, it does so not as bravado, but as statement of fact, backed by 500 years of battlefield dominance. The mechanical voice strips away any hint of uncertainty or bluff. There is no emotion in it, no doubt, no fear of the orcs or concern about whether the statement is true. It simply states the reality as the ancient warrior sees it, with all the confidence of centuries behind the words. Orcs, for all their bluster and enthusiasm, can recognize when they face a superior opponent. Their culture revolves around respecting strength and size, and a dreadnought embodies both qualities to an extent that even the biggest war boss cannot match. When that physically superior opponent also demonstrates tactical dominance, when it shows through its actions that it understands the battle better than the orcs do, when it makes pronouncements with absolute certainty about their impending defeat, even the wag field begins to crack under the psychological pressure. the sound and fury of mechanical warfare. There is a particular auditory signature to a dreadnought in combat that contributes significantly to its psychological impact on Orc forces. The sounds of warfare vary tremendously depending on the weapons and armies involved. Orc combat is loud in a chaotic way, a cacophony of roaring engines, crude shooters firing without rhythm, choppers clanging against armor, and above all else, the continuous bellowing of Orc voices raised in their battle cries. This noise is part of what makes Orc combat so psychologically effective against many enemies. The sheer volume of sound, the constant roaring and clanging, can be overwhelming to those unprepared for it. But a dreadnought introduces sounds that cut through even Orc noise in ways that register on a primal level. The most characteristic is the servo motor whine, the high-pitched mechanical scream that accompanies every movement of the dreadnought's limbs. These sounds are not random, but precisely tied to the machine's actions. When the dreadnought raises its power fist to strike, the servos wind up with an ascending whine that peaks just before impact. That sound becomes a warning, a half-second notice that death is about to fall on whatever the dreadnought has targeted. Orcs quickly learn to associate this servo whine with the death of their comrades. Every time they hear that characteristic sound, they see an Orc pulverized or torn apart by the dreadnought's weapons. The sound becomes a Pavlovian trigger, creating an involuntary fear response that bypasses the conscious mind. Even Orcs caught in the fury of the wah, their enthusiasm at maximum levels, cannot help but flinch when they hear the servo motors wind up for another strike. Their bodies recognize the sound as a threat signal, even when their conscious minds remain committed to the fight. The footsteps of a dreadnought create another layer of psychological pressure. Each step produces a heavy, mechanical thud that can be felt as much as heard. The ground shakes slightly with each footfall, a tactile reminder of the machine's massive weight. The rhythm of these steps is relentlessly steady, maintaining the same pace regardless of what happens around the dreadnought. Incoming fire does not make it falter. Orcs charging at it do not cause it to rush or retreat. The footsteps just continue, boom, 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 marking the inevitable approach of something that cannot be stopped or deflected. This auditory steadiness contrasts sharply with the chaotic sounds of Orc warfare. Where Orc movement is unpredictable, surging forward in rushes and then pausing, the dreadnought's advance is metronomic. Where Orc weapons fire in random bursts, the dreadnought's weapons discharge with careful aim. Where Orcs roar and bellow in voices that crack and vary, the dreadnought's vox speakers emit words in a steady mechanical rasp that never changes in tone or volume. This contrast makes the dreadnought seem less like a living opponent and more like a force of nature, an inevitability rather than an enemy that can be fought and beaten. The weapon's fire adds its own psychological dimensions. A dreadnought-mounted assault cannon, one of the most common ranged weapons for these machines, produces a distinctive sound when it fires. Unlike the scattered pops of Orc shooters, the assault cannon creates a continuous buzzsaw roar as it spews out hundreds of heavy rounds per minute. The sound is uniform and sustained, lasting seconds at a time, rather than coming in discrete bursts. When Orcs hear this sound, they know that somewhere in their formation, multiple greenskins are being shredded by a stream of fire that does not miss, does not jam, and does not stop until the target is destroyed. Heavy flamers mounted on dreadnoughts add the roar of igniting promethium to the battlefield soundscape. This is not the crackling of conventional flames, but a deeper, more aggressive sound, the whoosh of fuel being projected under high pressure and ignited at range. Orcs hit by dreadnought, flamers do not die quietly. They scream as the promethium clings to them and burns through their tough skin, creating sounds of agony that carry clearly across the battlefield and remind every Orc within hearing that the dreadnought can kill them from range as easily as in melee. But perhaps the most psychologically effective sound a dreadnought makes is the one that occurs when its power fist connects with an Orc. there is a distinctive crack-squelch combination, the sound of bones shattering and flesh pulping simultaneously, followed sometimes by the clang of the impact against the orc's crude armor. This sound is organic and mechanical mixed together, visceral in a way that bypasses rational thought and triggers instinctive revulsion. Orcs hearing this sound know, without needing to see, that one of their number has just been obliterated. The accumulation of these sounds creates an auditory profile that orcs come to associate with defeat and death. The servo whine means an attack is coming. The footsteps mean the dreadnought is approaching. The assault cannon roar means orcs are dying at range. The power fist impact sounds mean death in melee. Together, these sounds form a symphony of mechanical violence that penetrates even the bloodlust of the wag and creates a sense of impending doom. Orcs who have fought dreadnoughts before and survived carry these sound memories with them. When these veterans hear a dreadnought on a new battlefield, their bodies react before their minds fully process what is happening. The veteran orcs tense, their enthusiasm dims slightly, and most critically, their fear can infect other orcs around them through the whack field. A mob that contains veterans who fear dreadnought enters combat with their collective confidence already compromised, making them more vulnerable when the dreadnought begins its inevitable work. This auditory dimension of dreadnought warfare is not accidental. Many veteran dreadnought pilots deliberately use sound as a psychological weapon. They know that their servo motors, their footsteps, their weapons all create distinctive sounds that terrify enemies who have fought dreadnoughts before. Some pilots even modulate their vox speaker output to maximize intimidation, lowering the pitch of their mechanical voices, or adding reverb effects that make them sound even less human and more like machines given voice. The goal is not simply to kill enemies, but to create an atmosphere of fear that breaks enemy formations before physical combat even begins. A dreadnought that can terrify enemies into routing early saves itself the effort of physically destroying them, conserves ammunition, and can redirect its attention to other targets. The sounds it makes serve this purpose by creating associations between specific noises and certain death, training enemies through repeated exposure to fear the dreadnought's presence on an instinctive level that bypasses conscious thought. For orcs, whose entire psychology revolves around confidence and aggression, having their bodies betray them with fear, responses to mere sounds is particularly devastating. It contradicts everything they believe about themselves as warriors. An orc who finds himself tensing at the sound of servo motors, who feels his enthusiasm waver when he hears those mechanical footsteps, experiences a crisis of identity. He is supposed to be fearless, to laugh in the face of danger, to relish combat regardless of the odds. Yet his body tells him to flee, to get away from whatever is making those terrible sounds, and this internal conflict paralyzes his ability to fight effectively. When the green tide breaks, the psychological collapse of an orc is not a subtle process. Unlike human armies that might gradually lose cohesion or experience slow erosion of morale, orcs fight with absolute commitment until a critical threshold is reached, after which their formation can shatter with startling suddenness. Understanding this binary nature of orc morale, how it remains solid until it catastrophically fails, is essential to understanding why dreadnoughts are so effective at breaking greenskin charges. The wah field that binds orc forces together and sustains their aggression functions like a psychic dam. As long as the dam holds, the collective enthusiasm remains strong, casualties are shrugged off, and the green tide continues forward with undiminished ferocity. Orcs drawing on this field feel invincible, certain of victory, convinced that nothing can stop them. This confidence is self-reinforcing because each orc's enthusiasm feeds into the collective field, which in turn strengthens the resolve of every other orc in range. It is a positive feedback loop that makes orc mobs extraordinarily resistant to normal morale effects. But dams, no matter how strong, have breaking points. For an orc, wag! That breaking point occurs when the accumulated evidence of failure becomes too overwhelming for even the psychic field to rationalize away. It happens when too many orcs have died without inflicting corresponding casualties, when their weapons have proven useless, when their strength has been demonstrated insufficient, when the enemy they face cannot be overcome through any means available to them. At this moment, doubt enters the collective consciousness. This doubt spreads through the field like cracks spreading through ice under pressure. One orc begins to question whether the fight is worth continuing. His doubt weakens his contribution to the collective field. This weakening allows another orc to notice the mounting casualties and feel fear. That fear further weakens the field, which allows more orcs to recognize the hopelessness of their situation. What begins as isolated doubts in a few individuals quickly cascades into collective panic as the feedback loop that sustained their courage reverses and begins amplifying their fear instead. Dreadnoughts are particularly effective at triggering this cascade because they attack the field's fundamental assumptions. Orcs believe that size and strength determine victory. A dreadnought is bigger and stronger than them. Orcs believe that enthusiasm and aggression can overcome any obstacle. A dreadnought demonstrates that enthusiasm means nothing against sufficient armor and firepower. Orcs believe that there is always a way to hurt the enemy if you just hit them hard enough. A dreadnought proves them wrong by shrugging off everything they can throw at it. Each of these contradictions to orc beliefs weakens the wag field. But dreadnoughts do not simply contradict these beliefs in abstract terms. They provide visceral, immediate demonstrations that force orcs to confront the falseness of their assumptions. When an orc charges a dreadnought with all his strength and is battered aside like an insect, every orc who witnesses it must reconsider his belief in the supremacy of orc strength. When a mob empties their entire ammunition supply into a dreadnought and fails to even slow it down, they cannot maintain the belief that they can hurt anything with enough firepower. The visual impact of watching the dreadnought systematically kill orcs without taking meaningful damage itself accelerates this process. Orcs are not philosophers or intellectuals who deal in abstractions. They understand reality through direct, visceral experience. When they see an orc get pulverized by a power fist, when they watch a flamer reduce a dozen boys to charred corpses in seconds, when they observe the dreadnought walking through a fusillade of gunfire as if it were a light rain, these observations cannot be rationalized away or dismissed. The evidence is too immediate and too overwhelming. Leadership casualties compound the morale damage. In orc society, the biggest and strongest lead because they can physically dominate other orcs, and because their size provides evidence of combat success. When a dreadnought kills an orc nob or war boss, it does more than simply remove a tactical commander from the battlefield. It demonstrates that even the biggest, most successful orcs are helpless against the dreadnought. If the leaders, those who are supposed to be the toughest and most capable fighters, cannot hurt the dreadnought and get killed effortlessly when they try, what hope do the regular boys have? This creates a leadership void at precisely the moment when the orc mob most needs direction. Smaller orcs, who were taking orders from the now dead nob, suddenly must decide for themselves what to do. Some might try to step up and take charge, but they lack the size and established dominance to immediately command respect. Others look around for another leader to follow and find only confusion and chaos. This leadership vacuum makes the mob vulnerable to the panic that is already spreading through their ranks. The moment when the wag breaks is often visible even from a distance. The green tide that was surging forward with apparently unlimited enthusiasm, suddenly hesitates. Individual orcs begin backing away from the dreadnought, even while others continue trying to attack it. The coherent roar of orc voices fractures into individual shouts and screams. The mob that had been packed tightly together, deriving strength from proximity, begins to spread out as individual orcs try to put distance between themselves and the threat. Then someone runs. It might be an orc who has taken heavy casualties to his squad, or one who just watched the dreadnought kill a respected nob, or simply one whose nerve finally failed under the accumulated stress. That orc turns and legs it, running away from the dreadnought as fast as his massive frame can carry him. This single act of flight is like breaking a dam. Other orcs, already on the edge of panic, see their comrade fleeing and decide to do likewise. Within seconds, individuals fleeing becomes groups running, which becomes the entire mob rooting in disorder. This rooting process is actually rational from an orc perspective, even if it looks like panic to outside observers. Orcs do not see retreating as true defeat. In their worldview, running away from a bad fight just means they can come back later and have another go when the circumstances are better. An orc who roots from a dreadnought is not admitting he could never beat it, just acknowledging that he cannot beat it right now with the resources available. He is preserving himself for future fights where he might have better chances. But while this rationalization might protect an orc's self-image, it does not change the tactical reality. A rooting orc mob is no longer an effective combat force. The orcs are fleeing in panic, not conducting an organized withdrawal. They abandon equipment. They do not cover each other's retreat. They simply run. Many will be cut down by ranged fire as they flee. Others will scatter so widely that they effectively remove themselves from the battle, even if they survive. The coherent "Wah!" that threatened to overwhelm defensive positions minutes ago dissolves into individuals and small groups concerned only with their own survival. The psychological impact on these rooting orcs extends beyond the immediate battle. Orcs who have fled from a dreadnought carry that memory with them. The next time they encounter a dreadnought, even in a different battle with different circumstances, that memory colors their response. They remember how helpless they felt, how ineffective their weapons were, how their strongest warriors died without slowing the machine. This memory makes them more likely to break again, reducing the amount of pressure needed to trigger their flight response. Over time, orc forces that repeatedly encounter dreadnoughts and suffer defeats can develop what might be called institutional fear of these machines. The orcs pass on their experiences to newer greenskins, warning them about the walking dead things that cannot be hurt and kill with one punch. These warnings, meant to prepare younger orcs for what they might face, instead prime them to fear dreadnoughts even before the first encounter. When these orcs finally do face a dreadnought, they enter combat with their confidence already compromised, making them even more vulnerable to breaking. Space Marine chapters that regularly fight orcs understand this dynamic and leverage it deliberately. They deploy dreadnoughts not just as tactical assets, but as psychological warfare tools designed specifically to break orc morale. A single dreadnought, positioned correctly, can halt an entire orc assault by triggering the cascade of fear that shatters the WAG field. This force multiplication effect makes dreadnoughts extraordinarily valuable in anti-orc operations, worth far more than their already considerable direct combat capability would suggest. The contrast with how orcs respond to other threats is instructive. Orcs will fight against overwhelming odds, will charge into prepared defensive positions, will assault fortified bunkers with nothing but their choppers, all without breaking. They will take horrific casualties and keep coming as long as they believe they have some chance of victory, some way to hurt the enemy. But against dreadnoughts, this usual orc fearlessness proves fragile because the dreadnought removes the fundamental conditions that sustain orc courage. The deaf dread paradox. One of the most interesting aspects of Orc fear of Space Marine dreadnoughts is that Orcs build their own version of walking armored combat platforms in the form of Def Dreads. These Orc war machines superficially resemble Space Marine dreadnoughts, being bipedal walkers armed with multiple weapons and providing their pilots with significant protection. The existence of Def Dreads might suggest that Orcs understand the value of such machines and should not fear Space Marine versions. Yet the reality demonstrates exactly why Space Marine dreadnoughts are so much more terrifying than their Orc equivalents. A Def Dread is created when an Orc pilot volunteers to be permanently hardwired into a walking war machine by a Painboy and Mechboy working together. This is not a small commitment. The Orc must give up his normal life, his ability to move freely among his fellows, even much of his natural Orciness, in exchange for becoming one of the biggest and most dangerous combatants in the warband. Many Orcs volunteer for this process because being encased in a Def Dread makes them proper Ard and gives them access to more Daka than they could ever carry as regular Orcs. The typical Def Dread bristles with weapons, often mounting up to 4 different weapon systems on its various arms and sponsons. It might carry a combination of big shooters for laying down suppressive fire, rockets for destroying vehicles, scorchers for dealing with infantry, and massive power claws for tearing apart enemies in melee. This loadout makes Def Dreads formidable opponents and valued assets in any Orc. Wow! When they work properly, Def Dreads can wade into combat and cause tremendous damage before anyone manages to bring them down. But when they work properly is a crucial qualifier for any Orc technology, and Def Dreads are no exception to the usual reliability issues that plague Orc equipment. Built from scrap metal, held together by crude welds and the unconscious psychic field that makes Orc technology function at all, Def Dreads are prone to mechanical failures, weapon jams, and structural collapses. The Orc pilot's cybernetic connection to the machine can malfunction, causing him to lose control or experience agonizing feedback. The power plant might surge or fail entirely. The weapons might explode rather than fire. More fundamentally, the quality of construction and materials used in a Def Dread cannot compare to Space Marine dreadnought engineering. Where a Space Marine dreadnought is built from adamantium and ceramite by tech priests who follow patterns that date back to the dark age of technology, a Def Dread is slapped together from whatever scrap metal the Mechboy can find. Where the Space Marine dreadnought's armor can withstand direct hits from anti-tank weapons, the Def Dread's armor, while thick, is often full of weak points where different plates are joined together inadequately. Where the Space Marine dreadnought's weapons are precision-manufactured instruments of war, the Def Dread's weapons are crude copies built without detailed understanding of why certain design features matter. The pilots present an even more dramatic contrast. A Space Marine dreadnought is piloted by a veteran hero of the chapter, often one who has served for decades or centuries before his internment, and continues to accumulate combat experience across potentially millennia of service. These pilots are tactical geniuses, masters of warfare, who understand not just how to fight, but why certain tactics work, and how to adapt them to any situation. They are supported by centuries of chapter history and tactical doctrine, able to draw on accumulated wisdom that spans their entire chapter's existence. An Orc Def Dread pilot, by contrast, is just an Orc who volunteered to get stuffed into a metal can. He might be a particularly enthusiastic Orc, or one who is slightly crazy even by Orc standards, but he is still operating on the same basic Orc instincts and knowledge as his non-entombed fellows. He has no sophisticated training, no centuries of accumulated wisdom, no tactical doctrine beyond charge forward and crump things. The process of being cybernetically hardwired into the Def Dread often drives the pilot at least partially insane, making them even less capable of sophisticated tactical thinking than they were before. This difference in pilot quality manifests immediately in how the two types of walkers fight. A Space Marine dreadnought positions itself carefully, uses terrain to its advantage, coordinates with supporting forces, and selects targets based on tactical priorities. A Death Dread charges forward in whatever direction seems to have the most enemies, firing all its weapons simultaneously at anything that moves, and attacks with the same chaotic enthusiasm as any other orc. The Death Dread might cause significant damage through sheer volume of fire and the momentum of its charge, but it is not fighting smart, merely fighting hard. When a Death Dread faces a Space Marine Dreadnought, the disparity becomes painfully obvious. The Space Marine Dreadnought recognizes the Death Dread as a priority target, one that poses an actual threat unlike most orc weapons. It positions itself to engage the Death Dread in a way that minimizes exposure to supporting orc fire, while maximizing its own advantages. It targets the Death Dread's weak points, the crude joints and welds that represent structural vulnerabilities in the orc machine. It waits for optimal moments to strike, rather than simply exchanging blows in a straightforward brawl. The Death Dread, operating on orc logic, charges directly at the Space Marine Dreadnought and begins attacking with all its weapons simultaneously. This seems like a reasonable orc approach, bringing maximum force to bear and trusting in orc strength and toughness to prevail. But against the precision and tactical acumen of the Space Marine pilot, this straightforward approach proves disastrously inadequate. The Space Marine Dreadnought evades or blocks the Death Dread's attacks, while landing devastating counterstrikes on vulnerable points. The fight is brutally one-sided, despite the Death Dread's impressive firepower and armor. Other orcs watching this engagement receive a devastating psychological blow. They can understand losing to an enemy who is simply bigger and tougher than they are. But watching their own walking war machine, something they built specifically to compete with enemy-heavy assets, gets systematically dismantled by a Space Marine Dreadnought suggests that the gulf in capability is not just about size or weapons, but something more fundamental. Their best effort at creating a machine to match the enemy has proven hopelessly inadequate, which implies that perhaps no amount of orc ingenuity or enthusiasm can overcome this particular opponent. This paradox, that orcs build their own dread equivalents, yet still fear Space Marine Dreadnoughts, actually reinforces the psychological impact rather than diminishing it. The existence of Death Dreads means orcs understand the concept of armored walkers and appreciate their combat value. But the consistent failure of Death Dreads against Space Marine Dreadnoughts demonstrates that understanding the concept is not enough. The orcs can copy the form, they can build crude approximations of the concept, but they cannot replicate the engineering excellence, tactical doctrine, and pilot expertise that makes Space Marine Dreadnoughts truly terrifying. Some orc mech boys have attempted to capture or loot Space Marine Dreadnoughts to bridge this capability gap. A few rare instances exist in Imperial records of orcs managing to board and overwhelm a damaged dreadnought, killing or removing the pilot and attempting to repurpose the machine for their own use. These efforts almost universally fail because orc technical understanding cannot properly maintain or operate technology this sophisticated. The dreadnought might function briefly on residual power and programmed responses, but it quickly breaks down as orc repairs compromise critical systems. The irony is that orcs respect strength and size, and they should theoretically respect the strength and size embodied by dreadnoughts. In many ways, a Space Marine Dreadnought represents the orc ideal of a perfect warrior carried to its logical extreme, massive, heavily armed, nearly indestructible, and dedicated entirely to combat. This should make dreadnoughts objects of orc admiration rather than fear. But the cold, mechanical nature of dreadnoughts, their lack of orc-style enthusiasm and joy in combat, makes them alien and disturbing to the orc psyche, even as their capability earns grudging respect. An orc facing a dreadnought experiences conflicting emotions that are unusual and disturbing for him. He respects the dreadnought's size and power. He fears its weapons and armor. He is confused by its methodical, joyless approach to combat. He is frustrated by his inability to hurt it, despite his best efforts. These conflicting feelings create a psychological state that orcs rarely experience and have no cultural frameworks for processing. An orc knows how to respond to an enemy who is bigger and stronger. He challenges them to prove his own worth. But how does he respond to an enemy that is bigger, stronger, unkillable, and does not care about his challenge or his courage? This existential confusion compounds the fear that dreadnoughts inspire. It is not just that dreadnoughts can kill orcs easily. It is that they do so in a way that makes the orc feel meaningless, that strips away the sense of participating in a glorious scrap and reduces the experience to being slaughtered by an implacable machine that views them as problems to be solved, rather than warriors to be fought. For a species whose entire identity revolves around combat and proving their strength through battle, this dehumanization, or de-orcification is perhaps more psychologically damaging than the physical destruction itself. The ripple effects. Through orc society, the impact of dreadnoughts on orc forces extends beyond individual battles and manifests in how orc society and wag culture adapt to the threat they represent. When orc survivors from encounters with dreadnoughts return to their broader warbands, they bring with them stories and warnings that spread through orc social networks in ways that affect future operations and the development of orc tactics and psychology. Orcs are natural storytellers, and combat experiences form the primary currency of orc social interaction. Around campfires and in mech shops, orcs trade tales of great fights, impressive enemies, and spectacular violence. These stories serve multiple purposes in orc society. They establish the teller's credentials as a veteran worth listening to. They provide entertainment for orcs between fights, helping sustain their enthusiasm during the downtime that all military forces must occasionally endure. And crucially, they pass on practical information about different enemy types and how to fight them. When an orc who has fought a dreadnought and survived begins telling his story, other orcs gather to listen with more attention than usual. The survivor describes the size of the machine, the sound of its weapons, the sight of boys being pulverized by its attacks. He details how their weapons bounced off its armor, how it advanced without fear or hesitation, how it seemed to predict their tactics before they even tried them. The listening orcs absorb this information and their enthusiastic responses. "That's proper scary, that is," or "We's gonna need more darker to stop that thing," reveal that the story has affected them. These stories spread through the orc social network with remarkable speed. Orcs who hear them retell them to others, often embellishing details to make themselves seem more knowledgeable or the dreadnought seem even more impressive. A dreadnought that was perhaps 3 meters tall in reality grows to 4 or 5 meters in the retelling. Its weapons, already fearsome, become even more destructive in the stories. The veteran who faced it becomes more heroic simply for surviving the encounter. This exaggeration actually serves the Imperium's interests because it makes dreadnoughts seem even more terrifying than they already are. The cumulative effect of these stories is to create a cultural awareness of dreadnoughts as particular threats within orc wag society. Young orcs who have never seen a dreadnought already know to fear them from the stories they have heard. This preconditioned fear means that when these orcs encounter their first dreadnought, they are primed to break more easily than they might have if they had no prior knowledge. The stories have done the psychological warfare work before the dreadnought even arrives on the battlefield. Some orc mech boys respond to these stories by trying to develop specific anti-dreadnought weapons or tactics. They build bigger guns, reinforce certain def dreads specifically to counter Space Marine dreadnoughts, or devise schemes for luring dreadnoughts into traps. These efforts are typically crude and often ineffective because orc engineering and tactical planning cannot match Space Marine sophistication. A mech boy might build a truly enormous shooter that he claims can punch through dreadnought armor, only to have it explode when fired, or fail to penetrate when it does manage to hit. But the very existence of these efforts reveals how deeply dreadnoughts have impressed themselves on Orc consciousness. In a species that normally relies on overwhelming numbers and enthusiasm rather than sophisticated tactics or specialized equipment, the dedication of resources and effort to countering a specific enemy type is unusual. It suggests that Orcs recognize dreadnoughts as problems that cannot be solved through normal Orc approaches, that require special attention and planning. This recognition itself represents a victory for the psychological warfare aspect of dreadnought deployment. Orc war bosses, who have lost significant forces to dreadnought encounters, sometimes develop specific strategies for dealing with them in future battles. These strategies typically revolve around trying to avoid fighting dreadnoughts directly when possible, focusing fire from multiple sources to hopefully penetrate their armor, or attempting to bypass them entirely and attack objectives that the dreadnoughts cannot reach quickly enough to defend. The sophistication of these strategies varies wildly depending on the war boss's intelligence and experience, but even crude versions represent unusual tactical thinking for Orcs. The most cunning Orc war bosses understand that the psychological impact of dreadnoughts can be managed through leadership and force of personality. They make a point of being personally present when dreadnoughts attack, using their own size and authority to prevent their boys from routing. Some particularly bold war bosses make a show of attacking dreadnoughts themselves, reasoning that if the boss is willing to fight the scary machine, the other Orcs should be too. This sometimes works to maintain morale, though it often results in dead war bosses when they discover that courage alone cannot overcome the capability gap. These war boss deaths create their own ripple effects through Orc society. Other ambitious Orcs take note that challenging dreadnoughts is extremely dangerous even for the biggest and toughest greenskins. This knowledge influences their behavior when they eventually become war bosses themselves, making them more cautious about how they deploy their forces against enemies known to field dreadnoughts. This caution, unusual for Orcs, represents another way that dreadnoughts reshape Orc tactical culture simply by existing as threats. The long-term effect of sustained dreadnought-inflicted defeats on Orc populations is difficult to measure, but appears to create lasting changes in local Orc culture. In regions where Space Marine chapters make frequent use of dreadnoughts against Orc invasions, the surviving Orc populations develop what might be called dreadnought awareness, a cultural memory of these machines and their effectiveness. This awareness manifests as reduced enthusiasm for attacking Space Marine positions, increased willingness to retreat when dreadnoughts appear, and greater effort invested in trying to develop counters to these machines. These changes do not make the Orcs less dangerous in any absolute sense. They still represent a significant military threat and will attack with their usual ferocity when they believe they have advantages. But it does make them somewhat more predictable and easier to manipulate through selective dreadnought deployment. A Space Marine force that can credibly threaten to deploy dreadnoughts can sometimes shape Orc behavior and force them to attack less favorable objectives or through less advantageous routes, simply because the Orcs want to avoid the dreadnought threat. Interestingly, these adaptations can create vulnerabilities that clever Imperial commanders exploit. If Orcs become conditioned to fear and avoid dreadnoughts, then the mere appearance of a dreadnought on one part of the battlefield can cause Orc forces to shift away from that area, creating openings elsewhere that faster Imperial forces can exploit. The dreadnought becomes not just a direct combat asset, but a tool for shaping the battlefield and directing enemy movement. Some inquisitors and military theorists have studied this phenomenon and recommended increased dreadnought deployment in long-running anti-Orc campaigns, specifically for these psychological and cultural effects. They argue that while dreadnoughts are valuable in any engagement, their long-term impact on Orc behavior makes them especially cost-effective when fighting greenskin incursions. The hope is that by consistently using dreadnoughts and ensuring high survival rates among Orc witnesses, Imperial forces can cultivate a terror of these machines that will make future campaigns against the same Orc populations easier. This represents an understanding that warfare against orcs operates on two levels simultaneously. On the immediate tactical level, killing as many orcs as possible and breaking their current assault remains paramount. But on the strategic level, shaping how the surviving orcs think about Imperial capabilities and creating psychological vulnerabilities that will affect their behavior in future conflicts can be equally valuable. Dreadnoughts serve both purposes superbly, making them among the most effective weapons in the Imperial arsenal for long-term anti-orc operations. Tales from the battlefields of Armageddon. The wars for Armageddon provide numerous examples of dreadnoughts breaking orc assaults and the psychological impact these encounters had on greenskin forces. Armageddon, that critical hive world, has been the site of 3 major orc invasions, each involving millions of combatants and providing valuable data on how different forces interact in sustained combat. Space Marine dreadnoughts played crucial roles in all 3 wars, their deployments often marking turning points in battles that seemed lost. During the Second War for Armageddon, when warlord Gazkul Mag Uruk Thraka brought a massive WAG to the planet, Imperial forces found themselves desperately outnumbered and outgunned. The orc horde that descended on Armageddon was vast beyond comprehension, driven by the most cunning and dangerous warboss to arise in millennia. Standard Imperial defensive tactics proved inadequate against the sheer scale of the invasion. Entire regiments of Imperial Guard were overrun in hours. Hive cities that should have held for months fell in weeks. The situation grew so desperate that multiple Space Marine chapters were called in to assist. Among the Space Marine reinforcements were numerous dreadnoughts, ancient warriors awakened from their slumber specifically for this dire emergency. These venerable machines deployed to the most critical points in the defensive lines, places where orc assaults threatened to break through and shatter Imperial formations entirely. The dreadnoughts' arrival often coincided with moments when Imperial forces were on the verge of breaking, their ammunition running low, their casualties mounting, their morale beginning to crack. One recorded instance from this period describes a Crimson Fist's dreadnought named Venerable Brother Rhodomanus, who held a critical bridge crossing against repeated orc assaults for over 3 days straight. The orcs, recognizing the bridge as a key access point to a major supply depot, threw wave after wave of boys at the position, each assault larger and more frenzied than the last. Brother Rhodomanus stood in the center of the bridge, his assault cannon never ceasing, his power fist crushing any orc that reached him. The psychological impact of this single dreadnought on the orc assaults was documented by Imperial observers. Initially, the orcs charged the bridge with their typical enthusiasm, certain that they could overwhelm any defender through sheer numbers. But as the hours turned to days, and the pile of orc corpses around the dreadnought grew into a small mountain, the character of the assaults changed. Later waves of orcs approached more hesitantly, their advance faltering as they saw the carnage ahead of them. Some orcs refused to charge entirely, forcing their nobs to beat them forward at gunpoint. By the 3rd day, the orcs had effectively given up on taking the bridge, despite still having forces available to attempt additional assaults. The psychological cost of attacking the position, of facing this implacable machine that had killed thousands of their fellows without showing any sign of weakening, had become too high. When Imperial reinforcements finally arrived to relieve Brother Rhodomanus, they found him still standing, still functional, surrounded by orc bodies, stacked so deep they threatened to clog the bridge entirely. The orcs had chosen to bypass this position entirely, rather than continue feeding their boys into what they had come to see as a meat grinder. Another account from the Third War for Armageddon describes a Black Templars strike force that included 3 dreadnoughts deploying against a massive orc war camp in the Deadlands region. The camp, home to thousands of orcs from the Bloodscar tribe, was considered a major staging point for orc operations in that sector. The Black Templars' initial assault faltered when they encountered heavier orc resistance than anticipated, finding themselves pinned down and taking casualties. The 3 dreadnoughts, which had been held in reserve, were deployed directly into the heart of the Orc camp via drop pod. The sight and sound of these machines emerging from the crashed drop pods, their weapons already firing, created instant panic among the Orcs. The greenskins nearest the drop site fled immediately, having heard stories about dreadnoughts and recognizing the danger. Their flight triggered a chain reaction as other Orcs, seeing their fellows running and hearing the distinctive sounds of dreadnought combat, began to panic as well. Within minutes, the entire Orc camp descended into chaos as thousands of greenskins simultaneously tried to either flee or fight the dreadnoughts, with different groups reaching different conclusions about which approach was more survivable. This internal confusion allowed the rest of the Black Templars' force to break free from the position where they had been pinned and push into the camp. The battle, which had seemed on the verge of becoming a disaster for the Imperial forces, turned into a rout as the Orc command structure collapsed and their forces scattered across the Deadlands. The commander of the Black Templars' force, Marshal Brandt, specifically noted in his after-action report that the deployment of the dreadnoughts accomplished more through psychological warfare than through direct combat effectiveness. While the three machines certainly killed large numbers of Orcs, the panic their presence caused was responsible for far more Orc casualties as greenskins trampled each other in their rush to escape or fought among themselves about whether to stand and fight or run. The dreadnoughts had not just won a battle, but had broken the cohesion of an entire Orc tribe in a way that would take months for the greenskins to recover from. Not all dreadnought deployments achieved such clear-cut successes, and some records describe instances where even these formidable machines were overwhelmed by sheer Orc numbers or concentrated anti-armor fire. During particularly desperate fighting in Hive Acheron, a Salamander's dreadnought named Brother Tavius found himself surrounded by Orcs after pushing too far ahead of supporting forces. Despite killing hundreds of greenskins, Brother Tavius was eventually brought down when Orc tank busters managed to land several rocket hits on his joints, compromising his mobility and allowing swarms of boys to climb onto him and attack his sarcophagus directly. But even in this defeat, the psychological impact favored the Imperium. The Orcs who participated in bringing down Brother Tavius spoke afterward of it being the best fight ever, specifically because of how difficult it had been and how many of their fellows had died in the effort. They had proven that dreadnoughts could be killed, but at such horrific cost that the lesson they drew was less, we can beat Dacefings, and more, we need lots more boys and all the rockets to even hurt one. This understanding made subsequent Orc forces more cautious about engaging dreadnoughts, requiring them to mass forces specifically for anti-dreadnought operations, rather than attacking opportunistically. The veteran dreadnought, Bjorn the Fell-Handed, the oldest living space marine in the Imperium, participated in operations on Armageddon during the Third War, despite his age. Bjorn's presence on the battlefield had psychological effects that went beyond even typical dreadnought intimidation. This was a warrior who had fought alongside Leman Russ himself during the Great Crusade, who had been ancient when the Imperium was young, who represented a living connection to an age of myth. When Orcs encountered Bjorn, they faced not just a dreadnought but a legend made manifest. Reports describe Orcs actually fleeing at the mere sight of Bjorn in some engagements, before he had fired a shot or struck a blow. The combination of his massive, ornately decorated chassis, the chapter honors and purity seals, covering every surface, and the sheer presence that emanated from this ancient warrior created an aura of inevitable doom. Orcs who stood and fought against Bjorn did so without their usual enthusiasm, fighting defensively and looking for opportunities to escape rather than pressing attacks with their typical aggression. One captured Orc, when interrogated about his experiences fighting against Bjorn, could only describe it as like fighting death itself, but death is also really mad at you. These examples from Armageddon illustrate multiple aspects of how dreadnoughts affect Orc psychology. The sustained defensive stands demonstrate how a single dreadnought can anchor a defensive position and make it psychologically impossible for orcs to overcome. The aggressive deployments into orc camps show how the shock value of dreadnought appearances can shatter orc cohesion even when they have numerical superiority. The rare defeats prove that dreadnoughts are not invincible, but also demonstrate that killing them costs the orcs so much that the victory is Pyrrhic at best. And the legendary figures like Bjorn show how reputation and mystique compound the baseline intimidation that all dreadnoughts provide. The orc populations that survived these encounters on Armageddon carried their experiences away with them when they were eventually driven off the planet. These survivors spread throughout the Imperium, joining other wags or starting their own. Wherever they went, they brought stories of the metal monsters they had faced on Armageddon. Stories that influenced how other orcs thought about Space Marines and shaped their expectations for future battles. In this way, the dreadnought deployments on Armageddon had ripple effects throughout orc populations across multiple sectors, making all of them slightly more cautious and slightly more defeatable when they eventually encountered dreadnoughts themselves. Conclusion: the eternal war between unstoppable force and immovable object. In the endless darkness of the 41st millennium, where war is the only constant and peace exists only as brief pauses between conflicts, the encounter between orc wargs and space marine dreadnoughts represents something profound about the nature of warfare itself. These clashes embody the meeting of two entirely different philosophies of conflict, two radically different ways of understanding what it means to fight and why battles are won or lost. Orcs approach warfare with pure enthusiasm and conviction that aggression, size, and numbers will ultimately prevail over any opposition. They charge into battle with absolute confidence, certain that their strength and willingness to fight will carry them through any challenge. This approach has served them well across millions of worlds and tens of thousands of years. The orc species has thrived in the galaxy precisely because this philosophy works more often than it fails. Against most enemies, overwhelming them with green-skinned violence proves effective. But dreadnoughts represent something that contradicts every assumption underlying orc military doctrine. They are bigger and stronger than any orc. They are better armored than orc technology can defeat. They are piloted by warriors whose experience and tactical acumen make orc cunning seem crude by comparison. Most fundamentally, they are immune to the psychological warfare that orcs use so effectively against other species. The intimidation, the aggressive displays, the overwhelming numbers and noise, none of these affect a dreadnought pilot who has already died once and who has seen worse horrors across centuries of service. When these two forces meet on the battlefield, something has to give. The orc charge, that green tide that has overwhelmed countless enemies, breaks against the adamantium and ceramite of dreadnought armor. The orc weapons, effective against most enemies, prove useless against defenses designed to withstand anti-tank fire. The orc strength, impressive by biological standards, seems pathetic when measured against tons of servo-driven force. And the orc psychology, built around collective confidence and mutual reinforcement, shatters when confronted with proof that their fundamental beliefs about combat are insufficient. This is not simply about one weapon system being superior to another. It is about an